व्यवस्था, पानी, बिजली, विकास, ये तमाम मुद्दे रहे आप लोगों के, या फिर आप लोग ने भी यूसीसी, हिंदुत्व, ये तमाम चीजें कैंपेन में जो
हमारे गुजरात में तो पहले से ही आप देख रहे हैं कि सुरक्षा के मामले में तो बहुत ही अच्छा है। जब हमारे अमित शाह इधर से गृह मंत्री थे तभी से भी हम भी औरत के लिए, लेडीज के लिए इतना कंफर्टेबल है कि पूछो मत। अहमदाबाद गुजरात तो सेफ है।
ऐसा नहीं है कि रात को कोई लड़की भी बाहर नहीं निकल सकती। यहाँ 2 बजे भी अकेली लड़की बाहर आए तो भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहता है।
तो सुरक्षा एक मुद्दा रहा है।
हाँ, नहीं, सुरक्षा का है, सब कुछ यहाँ पर है, विकास भी है,
मेट्रो भी हो।
So डेवलपमेंट हैज बीन द इशू। आप दोनों भी वोट कास्ट करके आए, हम चाहेंगे हम जब आप वोट डाल के आ रहे हैं तो अपना स्याही जरूर दिखाएं ताकि अपील भी कर सके कि ज्यादा वोटर बाहर आकर वोट करें।
यस, सबको आना ही चाहिए और ये लोकशाही का पर्व है और उसको सबको उसको पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए और उनको अपना राइट एक्सरसाइज करना चाहिए फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ फ्यूचर, फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ नेशन।
तो ये बात कही कि इस चुनाव में एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी एक मुद्दा था, तो बदलाव होना चाहिए। आप लोग को लगता है बदलाव की भी जरूरत है?
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात है तो वहाँ तक तो कैसा होता है क्योंकि ऐसे कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है और ये तो माहौल पूरा बनाया गया था। बाकी ऐसे हमको बीइंग ए गुजराती और हमको ऐसा कोई कंप्लेनिंग मोड नहीं है। वी आर सेटिस्फाइड विद द एग्जिस्टिंग गवर्नमेंट एंड वी होप फॉर द बेस्ट।
मैम, इस बार बड़े अलग अलग तरीके के कैंपेन और रोड शोज हमने देखे। दिल्ली से एक पार्टी आई, उसका कोई माहौल नजर आया आप लोगों को गुजरात में?
माहौल तो बहुत बना है क्योंकि
आम आदमी पार्टी आई दिल्ली से, उसने यहाँ प्रचार किया, लगा माहौल आपको पार्टी का?
नहीं, इतना ज़्यादा नहीं जितना मैं बोल सकती हूँ। मैंने इतना नहीं देखा है।
So Abhishek, the voters have started coming in. It's very good to see that this is early morning since 8 a.m. Before even the voting has begun, we have been seeing voters coming here. Sir, it's good to see कि आप लोग वोट डालने सुबह ही पहुंच गए हैं। क्या लगता है गुजरात में सब परिवर्तन होगा या विकास की बाहर चप्पा?
विकास होगा, विकास ही होगा। अच्छा, परिवर्तन नहीं होगा।
मैम, आप क्या कहेंगी?
विकास ही होगा।
यानी कि गुजरात की जनता विकास देख रही है, परिवर्तन नहीं?
परिवर्तन तो विकास होता है तो परिवर्तन कर रही है ना।
गुजरात में सर 5 साल में अब मतलब अगर विकास की बात की हुआ है, सब
हुआ ही है ना। आप नहीं देख रहे, आप देखते हो ना। आप जहाँ से आए, अंदर गुजरात में आए तो कैसा लगा आपको? आपको अच्छा लगा ना? इंडिया से गुजरात में अच्छा लगा होगा आपको, कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी आपको।
हिंदुत्व वगैरह एजेंडा रहा आप लोग के भी दिमाग में जो आप लोग
हिंदुत्व की बात नहीं है, हिंदुत्व की बात नहीं है, विकास की बात है। जो दुनिया में अभी तक कोई दिखता नहीं था वो अभी दिखा। भारत देश को अभी पहचाना दुनिया ने कि ये देश है, समझा?
So these are the thoughts of a common man who have coming here to vote. सर, आपने भी वोट डाल दिया?
हाँ, डाल दिया।
तो सर, क्या रहा आपके दिमाग में? मुद्दे रहे या फिर तमाम चीजें? क्या
मेरी बात सुनो, और लोकशाही है, हम कि नहीं कह सकते क्या करेंगे क्या नहीं करेंगे, ये हमारी बात है।
So the people have started coming. Abhishek, it's very good to see that the early morning time, and since in the first phase of election we had seen dip in the polling percentage. It was 69 in 2017. It was 63% voting in the first phase. But right now, since morning, we have seen, especially in Ahmedabad, because Ahmedabad is 21 assembly constituency, and BJP had won 16 in 2017. But this time BJP is expecting that they could win more. Ma'am, आप आज वोट डालने पहुंची हैं। एक गृहिणी की बात करें तो उसके दिमाग में वो क्या मुद्दे रहते हैं जब वो वोट कास्ट करने पहुंची है? So there are still many voters who are waiting, and these are the scenes from the polling station, Naranpura polling station, from where I am reporting right now. Amit Shah will be coming to this polling booth at around 10:30 a.m. we have been told, and the voters in huge number are turning at the polling center to cast their vote here. Back to you.
All right, that's Harsha reporting from the polling booth where Home Minister Amit Shah would be coming in and voting. That was also his constituency when he was in Gujarat politics. Now, of course, a national leader. Other important seats that are going to polls. Maninagar in Ahmedabad, which was represented by Prime Minister in his Chief Minister days. He comes from Vadgam, which is part of the Unja constituency, which is going to vote today. Then we have Hardik Patel in Viramgam. We have Alpesh Thakur in Gandhinagar South. Both contesting on BJP tickets. Both were on the other side in 2017. Then we have Mansa, the home town of Home Minister Amit Shah. We have Ghatlodia in Ahmedabad city, which is going to see Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, sitting Chief Minister, contesting. It was earlier represented by Anandiben Patel, that's inside Ahmedabad. Anandiben Patel's hometown, Patan in North Gujarat, also going to polls. And Daboi, former Chief Minister, late Chimanbhai Patel's constituency at that time, or his hometown, in fact, there. Many other constituencies. I'll go to that analysis, but let's go again to the ground. I believe we are being joined by Madhurima and Priyanka. Let's go to Madhurima first. Madhurima, please tell us where you are reporting from, what's the mood, and engage with the people there and just get us some flavors of what's happening around you.
Well, Abhishek, I'm reporting from the Ranip school over here in Ahmedabad, where the Prime Minister will be coming shortly to exercise his vote. I request my camera person to show you around as to the kind of electric atmosphere that envelops this entire polling station, and that is all because of the Prime Minister's visit. The people have been pouring in since early in the morning to, of course, exercise their franchise, but at the same time to have a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Now, let me also show you the entire security detail as well, and you know that the entire drill has begun, where the Delhi police, the Gujarat police has started combing out the entire area, sanitizing it for the Prime Minister to come here and exercise his vote. It's a very crucial time over here as the Prime Minister is going to come here shortly. He has tweeted that he is going to come here and tweet around 9 a.m. and he will come here. And today also, Abhishek, he in the morning urged today to people to come out in the vote, because in the first phase the percentage of the vote did decline, and this time, like we have been pointing out, it's a triangular fight with the Aam Aadmi Party being the new entrant. It is a matter of contention that the more and more number of people, Prime Minister, they're urging the youth and the women over here to come out and vote. What needs to be seen here is that the electric environment here, the heavy policing of the Delhi police, so I beg your pardon, Gujarat police over here, along with the Prime Minister's security detail as well. They are combing out the entire area over here and making sure that the entire procedure, Abhishek, goes without a hitch. And it is a very important constituency as well. We are seeing this electric atmosphere that envelops this entire, this entire area. Children have been pouring in, people have been pouring in, all to see a glimpse of the Prime Minister and exercise their vote, Abhishek. In some time, we'll have the first visuals of the Prime Minister. Right in front of me is the entrance. This is the Ranip school where the Prime Minister will be coming, and this is right the entrance over here from where the Prime Minister will be entering the school and exercising his right to vote. The Prime Minister has been very aggressively campaigning 31 rallies that he conducted in this entire campaign. We'll have to wait and watch and see that what really transpires once the Prime.
All right, Madhurima, they're also speaking to a lot of people there. We'll try to now cut across to Priyanka. Priyanka has also been reporting, remember, from ground zero, and she's got us a lot of build-up to these elections. You know, Priyanka, we've seen 2017, we are seeing 2022. It's a high-pitched campaign, and I think what has changed is the entry of the third player. But does that third player has any kind of resonance also on ground zero, especially in the belts that are going to polls today? And I do see a lot of people behind you. Where about you at this point in time? Just move around and speak to more people.
Well, that's right, Deepthi. Before I do that, in fact, we have some of the first voters from the Ranip school, in fact, who had just gone in and cast their vote. Sir, apna ungli ka nishan dikhaiye. So you can see the kind of voting that has already started here at the Ranip school, and we will try to get in the word from them because this is the booth where, in fact, the Prime Minister will be coming and casting his vote as well. And we already see that early bird voters have already come here. Sir, बताइए अभी आप अपना वोट डालकर आए हैं, किन मुद्दों को आपने ध्यान में रखा वोट डालते समय? क्या इश्यूज है गुजरात के जो आपको जहन में रखा आपने?
वैसे तो मोदी साहब है इसलिए,
पर कोई अगर इश्यूज हैं आपके दिमाग में जो आपको लगता है कि उसके ऊपर भी काम होना चाहिए, जो आपने ध्यान में रखा है एज अ नागरिक? जो
इश्यूज तो है, लेकिन मोदी साहब है तो सब सॉल्व आउट हो जाएगा।
यहाँ पे ये उनका बूथ है, यहाँ पे कई सारे लोग, मैं देख रही हूँ आप भी सेम जगह पे वोट डालने आते हैं, यहाँ पे कई सारे जो वोटर्स हैं इकट्ठे।
हाँ सही बात है, बरसों से मोदी साहब जब से सीएम थे तब से यहाँ हम वोट डालने आते हैं, वो भी यहाँ हर बार आते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई बार नहीं आए हैं वो।
Alright, so we will be continuing to get you all the ground updates. We're slipping into a very short break and we'll get you all the voices on the ground and the breaking updates. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus post to post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV's continuous broadcast of the second phase of polling that's taking place in 93 constituencies across the north and the central regions of Gujarat. Joining us on the broadcast are Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, and senior editor Deepti Sachdeva as well. And on the ground, we've got a host of reporters covering and getting you all the flavors of this festival of democracy. I'm going to go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, it's early yet, just about 8:30 in the morning, but are you seeing people around you turn up with enthusiasm? Because one of the main grouses has been that in the last phase, there was about a 4 percentage point dip in election, in the number of voters who turned up. So is that something that perhaps we're going to see in Gujarat now being reversed in the second phase?
Of the Prime Minister and of course exercise their vote. Sir, आज किन मुद्दों पे गुजरात वोट करेगी? क्या वो ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जिनको ध्यान में रखे वोट किया जाएगा? मुद्दे हैं जिनको ध्यान में रखे वोट किया जाएगा? मुद्दा तो इतना बड़ा है कि गणाई शकाय गुजरात में विकास है मोदी साहब ने आभारी અત્યારે બુલેટ ટ્રેન બી એમને જે આ નવું મોડર્ન જે બનાવ્યું એનાથી દરેક જે આવા જવાનું નોકરી ખૂબ શાંતિ.
Viewers, I think that was a shot that we were getting of the Prime Minister's cavalcade, which will be leaving soon. The Prime Minister will be voting at a high school in Ranip in Ahmedabad. Priyanka is tracking that for us. Priyanka, take us through when we're expecting the Prime Minister to cast his ballot. We were told 9 o'clock is the time.
9 a.m. is the time, Nupur, you're right, and we were getting those visuals of the Prime Minister leaving from the Raj Bhavan as well. And let me also show our viewers as to where we are standing right now. This is the Nishant School in Ranip area, that is in the Sabarmati constituency of Ahmedabad, where we are standing right now. And of course, we are also being told that perhaps by 9 a.m. is where the Prime Minister is expected to come here. And then you can see the kind of security deployment that has been done. He will be going inside of the school, casting his vote, and usually we see him coming out from this particular door, and of course waving to the kind of hundreds of supporters that have already gathered here. All of these are essentially voters of this particular constituencies, voters of this particular booths, and as well. And we will try to get in a word from them as well, since we were also learning, of course, another addition, Nupur, is that the Prime Minister will be going to meet his brother Soma Bhai Modi as well, and of course he will be speaking to him. He will be meeting with him. He's one of the eldest brothers of the Prime Minister here, and of course we also have several in fact leaders who have come here. In fact, we are also being joined by Harshad by himself, who is the Sabarmati candidate for the BJP. Sir, यहाँ पे कई सारे लोग यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं. मुद्दों के बारे में अगर हम बात करें तो कई सारे मुद्दे जो है लोगों के जहन में है. क्या इश्यूज आपको लग रहा है लोग के साथ में कनेक्ट हो रहा है? और आप ये भी देख रहे हैं कि मोदी जी के आने से पहले कई सारे hundreds of people in fact have gathered here.
देखो बहन जी, ये मुद्दे हैं ना, तो माननीय नरेंद्र भाई जब गुजरात में रहे तब जो राजनीति में बुराइयां थी, जैसे ज्ञातिवाद था, प्रांतवाद था, उनको एक साइड पर रख के उन्होंने गुजरात में सुरक्षा और विकास दोनों मुद्दे रखे, और यही मुद्दे उन्होंने भारत में भी रखे. तो अभी भी हमारा ये प्राधान्य रहेगा दो मुद्दों पर. विकास यानी हर आदमी को अपने जीवन जरूरी व्यवस्था के अंदर, चाहे पानी हो, चाहे और कोई हो, इनकी स्वास्थ्य के बारे में हो, इनकी हमारा मैनिफेस्टो भी देखो तो आज तक आरोग्य में हमारा 5 लाख था आयुष्मान, अभी 10 लाख कर दिया.
दूसरी अगर ग्राउंड की अगर मैं बात करूं तो एक जो फैक्टर बोल रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक फैक्टर है, वो एक ग्राउंड पे आपको लगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी से भी एक टफ फाइट आपको लगी इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी?
देखो, हम वैसे किसी के बारे में कुछ बताना नहीं चाहते, लेकिन वो हमारा संस्कार है. लेकिन फैक्टर नहीं, उनको फ्रैक्चर हो गया है, अभी वो कहीं भी नहीं है, कहीं भी नहीं है. और मैं आपको दावे के साथ कह रहा हूं कि उनकी डिपॉजिट वो नहीं बचा पाएंगे.
So that was the candidate of the BJP, Harshad Bhai. In fact, we also have several of his supporters, people who are in fact also voters here, who have gone in and cast their votes. They are in fact BJP supporters as well, who have come here, cast their votes, and there are several people in fact who have also gathered here, who will be casting their votes here. And we are seeing all of these early bird voters here. And let's get in a word from several of the people who have already gathered here. They have been standing here for quite some time. आप लोग यहीं पे वोट करने वाले हैं, यहीं पे आप लोग सपोर्ट, तो यहाँ पर किसके लिए यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, यहाँ पे किस तरह से खड़े?
मोदी।
अच्छा, पीएम को देखने के लिए?
पीएम को देखने के लिए।
और यहाँ से आप देख सकते हैं कि कई सारे दूसरे भी वोटर्स हैं। आप यहाँ पे वोट डाल कर आए?
मैं वोट डाल के आया हूँ और यहाँ पे सिर्फ।
आप तो बीजेपी के पार्टी के मेंबर लग रहे हैं।
नहीं, पार्टी के मेंबर नहीं, मैं यहाँ का लोकल ही हूँ, बट मैं बीजेपी को सपोर्ट करता हूँ।
अच्छा, ओके ओके। तो आप यहाँ पर देखने आए यहाँ पे किस तरह से वोटिंग हो रही है, और प्रधानमंत्री खुद यहाँ पे एक वोटर के हिसाब से आएंगे, उनको भी।
श्योर, यस यस।
क्या मुद्दे इसमें लग रहा है कि इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की अगर हम बात करें, इस शहर की अगर हम बात करें, क्या मुद्दे जहन में रहते हैं जब वोटिंग आप करते हैं?
सबसे पहले मैं राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को देख के वोट करूंगा, फिर नरेंद्र मोदी जी गुजरात में तब तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, कर्फ्यू सब बंद हो गया है, पिछले 27 सालों से कोई कर्फ्यू का नाम नहीं है इधर।
आप युवा हैं, प्रधानमंत्री आपको कई बार आपसे डायरेक्टली बात करते हैं, कहते हैं कि जो युवा है इस स्टेट का, उसने वो टाइम नहीं देखा जिसमें जब लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन थी, तो ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं एक सुधार हुआ है, या आपको लगता है कि वो जो आपसे डायरेक्टली बात करते हैं उससे कुछ आप?
नहीं, सुधार तो बहुत, लॉ में बहुत सुधार हुआ है इधर। पिछले 20 सालों से यहाँ पे कोई गुंडागर्दी, कोई कर्फ्यू, आप खुद देख सकते हो, कोई गुजरात में कोई है नहीं ऐसा कुछ।
Security is one of the issues that people have in their mind. We have a lot of youngsters, surprisingly, who've come here, who've not really voters, but they've come here to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. And it's not just here, but we see across this entire area where people have come here and they are in fact waiting for the Prime Minister as well. But apart from that, there are also several voters who have come here. If they don't vote in Sabarmati, there are other constituencies of the city of Ahmedabad where they cast their votes in. And let's get in a word from other people as well who have been gathered here. In fact, you can see people standing over the entire parapets and they're just looking at this entire security arrangements as well. Let me go in the middle of people and try to get in a word from them. आप लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हुए हो, यहाँ पे वोट डालने वाले?
हाँ, वोट डालने वाले हैं।
क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे आपके जहन में वोट डालते समय? क्या मुद्दे आपको लगता है कि कंसर्न करते लोगों?
स्वास्थ्य के लिए अच्छा है, और शिक्षा के लिए अच्छा है, सिक्योरिटी के लिए अच्छा है, वो 3 मुद्दे तो वैसे ही सेम है, तो उसके लिए हम वोट डालने चाह रहे हैं।
हेल्थ, एजुकेशन और सिक्योरिटी आपको लगता है कि मुद्दे होंगे? और दूसरे भी लोगों से बात करते हैं। सर, आप बताइए, आप लोग यहाँ पर वोट डालने आए कि यहाँ खड़े देख रहे हैं? यहाँ
नहीं, हम लोकल ही है, यहाँ के
लोकल है। आप साबरमती कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में ही वोट डालें?
यस।
क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे आपको लगता है आपके जहन में जब आप वोट डालेंगे? क्या मुद्दे आपको लगता है कि इस इलेक्शन में सरकार ने उसको एड्रेस किया है कि नहीं किया है, कि क्या करना चाहिए?
हम तो इंसान को देख के ही वोट डालते, कोई पार्टी को देख के वोट नहीं डालते।
That's another interesting factor, you know, Deepti, Nupur, Abhishek. What we have seen in the voters of Ahmedabad, specifically in the urban areas, where people have said that, of course, there is a Modi factor that they also keep in mind when it comes to the elections. And of course, we have seen how the BJP's campaign has also been more on the Prime Minister doing most of the heavy lifting, and of course, the state leadership campaigning in their particular constituencies. And we will also move around and get in a word from other people as we speak about the kind of responses that we're getting from the early bird voters, the early voters in fact who have gathered here. Sir, आप बताइए, आप यहाँ पर वोट डालने आए कि यहाँ पे खड़े?
नहीं मैडम, मैं वोट डालने नहीं आया हूँ, बट मैं बस मोदी जी का दीदार करने आया हूँ यहाँ पे। जिस तरह से मोदी जी ने अपनी एक छवि क्रिएट की है युवाओं के मन में, बच्चों के मन में। ये मेरी डॉटर सुबह मॉर्निंग से उठने के बाद इसने अर्ज किया कि हमको मोदी जी से मिलना है, देखना है, तो मेरे साथ चलिए। तो हम वो देखने आए हैं, और उसको कहीं ना कहीं हम ये।
पर क्या आपको लगता है कि मुद्दे भी रहेंगे इस चुनाव में जो आपको ध्यान में रखने हैं, कि आपके ध्यान में है इस बार वोट?
बिल्कुल, मुद्दे हमेशा चुनाव मुद्दों के बेसिस पे ही लड़ा जाता है, और ये जो चुनाव है वो भी मुद्दों के बेसिस पे ही है। जो हमने गुजरात का मॉडल सुना हुआ है, तो हम देखते हैं कि गुजरात ऑलरेडी एक ड्रॉ लाइन पार कर चुका है, अभी उसको कैसे आगे।
Interesting. So of course several issues that people have spoken about, and of course we will be analyzing as far as their responses go, as far as the campaign of the BJP goes, as far as the entire election goes, the voter turnout. But of course for the moment back to the studio as we track on the ground the entire movement of the Prime Minister as he comes to vote.
Oh yes, you know, Priyanka, I think it's important to hear these voices that we just got here. It's 8:39, Abhishek. Close to about 9, I think, is when the Prime Minister
should be leaving now, yeah.
Yes, he should be leaving. So what we'll do is we'll also check with our producers if we have more live shots that we can beam continuously. But in the meantime, let me go back to also Harsha, who's at Naranpura. This is where the Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be voting, close to about 10:30. Harsha.
Just before you go to Harsha, I just tell the viewers, Prime Minister stays whenever he travels to Gujarat at the Raj Bhavan, which is in Gandhinagar, and from there to Ranip takes about 20 minutes even for the Prime Minister's carcade. So even once he leaves, it takes 20 minutes for him to reach.
So I think that's why anytime now we should be able to see that movement. And talking of the Prime Minister, I do remember that impromptu roadshow of the Prime Minister last time around when he did go to cast his vote. So there will be a lot of action where Priyanka is reporting. We also have Madhurima, remember, reporting from different vantage points. So Republic will get you every angle, every voice, every newsmaker that matters this election. The big semi-final before 2024. Harsha, you're at Naranpura. This is where the Home Minister is going to be casting his vote close to about 10:30. But, you know, just between the Prime Minister Abhishek and the Home Minister, I was counting, there have been at least 65 rallies. 65 rallies just by the Home Minister and the Prime Minister together. That is how much I think has been put in by these two leaders, Harsha, when it comes to this big Gujarat elections.
We'll discuss the rallies.
Prime Minister and Home Minister both have done so many campaigns and roadshow. In fact, the constituency which Prime Minister has covered, and Amit Shah also has done the roadshow in the similar same constituency. They have done the campaign and roadshow twice and thrice. Smriti Irani has campaigned multiple times in the constituency where they both have already been and campaigned. But we will show you our viewers the colors of this polling booth, because it's morning time, and from senior citizen to youngsters, all have been coming up early morning to the polling station to cast their vote. And this is the queue which has been made. All the citizens, as we see, are standing here for the in the line to cast their vote, and there are several issues which they have been talking about. And there's the female queue and the male queue. Let's speak directly to the voters who have come here to vote. Ma'am, दूसरे फेज की पोलिंग है, आप सब सुबह आ गए हैं, तो ये देख के बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि लोकतंत्र के महापर्व में जितने भी लोग हैं सुबह सवेरे ही पहुंच गए हैं. अगर महिलाओं के मुद्दों की बात करें तो मैम, आप लोग के लिए मुद्दा रहा विकास रहेगा या परिवर्तन की रहेगी बात जब आप वोट कास्ट करेंगे?
विकास, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत सारे, अहमदाबाद में बहुत सारे डेवलपिंग कार्य हुए हैं, रोड से लेके, ब्रिज से लेके, मेट्रो से लेके, बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे कार्य हुए हैं.
सुरक्षा की बात सबसे ज्यादा प्रधानमंत्री ने भी की, होम मिनिस्टर ने भी की. होम मिनिस्टर का तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी भी यही पड़ता है, यहीं पर वो वोट डालने के लिए आएंगे. आपको लगता है सुरक्षा एक अहम मुद्दा है महिलाओं के लिए वोट डालने जब जा रही है?
सुरक्षा और
we have seen youngsters also voting, and we have since morning we have been seeing youngsters सबसे ज्यादा वोट करके आ रहे हैं वोट डालने. Being a youngster, आपको क्या लगता है कि जब यंगस्टर की बात आती है सबसे पहले उनके दिमाग में क्या मुद्दे आते हैं?
ड्यूटी आती है, बट अगर हम लोग वी आर फॉर वर्क, लेकिन फिर भी प्रायोरिटी वाइज सुबह सुबह करने आ रहे हैं. सो दैट्स इन इटसेल्फ अ बिग थिंग, बिकॉज वी सी द ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ नेशन, एंड दैट आई थिंक इंक्लूड्स ऑल. सो आई डोंट थिंक आई नीड टू से कि पिछले कुछ सालों में क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ जो इतने सालों में नहीं हो पाया. दैट्स इन इटसेल्फ आंसर टू द बिग क्वेश्चन.
मैम, अगर हम बात करें हाउसवाइफ के अपने मुद्दे होते हैं कि सब्सिडी मिली कि नहीं, वो गैस की जिसकी बात की थी वो मिला कि नहीं, महिलाओं के लिए जो योजनाओं की बात थी वो पहुंची कि नहीं?
नहीं, अब घर की बात नहीं रही है, अब सुरक्षा की बात, सेफ्टी की बात, वो ज़्यादा मायने रखती है. घर तो हो जाता है सब.
गुजरात की महिलाएं विकास देख रही हैं, परिवर्तन देख रही हैं, क्योंकि कैंपेन भी हम लोगों ने बहुत अलग तरीके के देखे हैं इस बार गुजरात में.
सब कुछ है मोदी के पास. अच्छा. बस मोदी ही चाहिए.
तो ये यहाँ की जनता की माने तो, एंड वी आर सीइंग द क्यू इज स्टैंडिंग है. सर, आप बताइए, लाइन में सबसे आगे खड़े हैं, आपके क्या मुद्दे हैं?
बस मोदी जी ही चाहिए. मोदी जी अच्छा काम करते हैं, बहुत बढ़िया है. कोई
आप लोगों को लगता है 5 साल में विकास हुआ है गुजरात?
बहुत विकास हुआ है, बहुत विकास हुआ है. मोदी जी ने बहुत विकास किया है. दूसरा कोई नहीं चाहिए, मोदी जी ही चाहिए बस.
गुजरात तो मॉडल है उनके लिए.
तो आप मानती हैं कि जो मॉडल पेश किया जा रहा है वाकई गुजरात एक मॉडल है?
यस, ऑफ कोर्स, गुजराती है पहले तो.
And there are many others as well. We speak to them. सर, इस बार हिंदुत्व की बहुत बात हुई प्रचार में, सबने बात की, यूसीसी की बात हुई, हिंदुत्व की बात हुई. आपको लगता है ये वो मुद्दे भी हैं जिसको ध्यान में रख के आज वोटर वोट डालेगा?
हाँ, वो फर्क पड़ता है, बट इफ यू आर टॉकिंग रिलेटेड टू गुजरात स्पेसिफिकली, देन ग्रोथ इज द मेन फैक्टर इन गुजरात, स्पेसिफिकली इन अहमदाबाद. द अदर फैक्टर्स आर नॉट दैट मच इम्पोर्टेंट व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग रिलेटेड टू voting specifically in Ahmedabad.
So इस इस बार हम लोगों ने देखा कांग्रेस, बीजेपी और आम आदमी पार्टी तीनों का कैंपेन देखा। आपको लगता है कि बाकी पार्टियां भी टक्कर में कैंपेन प्रचार प्रसार कर पाई, जैसा कि भाजपा ने एक तरह से किया? अहमदाबाद में हमने प्रधानमंत्री का सबसे लंबा रोड शो भी देखा।
यस, बट सी बात यही है कि सपोर्ट नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ ज़्यादा, इसलिए आपको वो दिखेगा कि उनका कैंपेन ज़्यादा हाईलाइट होता है। बाकी दूसरे लोग भी मेहनत तो करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं मेहनत करते, पर डेफिनेटली उनका सपोर्ट ज़्यादा है, उनका बेस ज़्यादा है, तो वो दिखता है ज़्यादा अहमदाबाद।
सर, आप लोग के लिए क्या मुद्दे रहने वाले हैं? इस बार हमने सुना शिक्षा की बहुत बात हुई, एजुकेशन की बात हुई, नर्मदा जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसकी बात भी बहुत हुई, साफ पानी की भी बात हुई। ये सब मुद्दे हैं या जनता को लगता है इस बार परिवर्तन चाहिए?
एक्चुअल में देखिए, इतने सालों में जो है जो परिवर्तन वर्ड्स यूज़ कर रही है अदर पार्टीज़, तो वो परिवर्तन देख के ही यूज़ कर रही है, क्योंकि परिवर्तन है लास्ट जो भी जितने साल हुए उसमें। और एजुकेशन को लेके अभी समझिए कि रिसेंटली जो हुआ है कि भाई किसी भी बच्चे को डॉक्टर बनना है तो उसके लिए गुजराती लैंग्वेज जो है वो कंपलसरी कर दी है। तो अदर कंट्री को देखते हुए ये बहुत गर्व की बात है हमारे लिए कि भाई आज बच्चा जो है गुजराती पढ़ के भी डॉक्टर बन पाएगा।
अच्छा, जब आम आदमी वोट डालने जाता है तो ये सारी चीज़ जहन में रहती हैं कि सरकार ने ये किया, ऐसे किया?
हाँ, वो तो देखिए जो सरकार ने किया है वो दिख रहा है, उसमें ऐसा तो है नहीं कि चलो भाई कोई अपने हिसाब से न्यूज़ देखता है, कैसा नहीं, जो है वो दिख रहा है इतने सालों में, क्योंकि हम रह रहे इतने सालों से अहमदाबाद में, डेवलपमेंट भी है, परिवर्तन भी है। ठीक है कि यहाँ के लोग जो है वो विदाउट फियर घूम रहे हैं। पिछले 10-12 सालों में हमारे छोटे बच्चे को कर्फ्यू क्या है, आतंक क्या है, वो पता ही नहीं है।
So you are watching Republic TV and these are the voices of the voters which you are hearing from the Narangpura Assembly constituency. Stay tuned with us as we are slipping into a short break, but after the break we'll show you more voices from the Narangpura Assembly constituency.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus post to post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see. 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila's Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. Maharashtra's Palghar district.
This is Republic TV and you're watching a continuous broadcast of the elections in Gujarat. It is the second phase now. Pictures on your screen are of Hardik Patel, the Patidar leader who's now shifted to the BJP. We are in fact going to cut across and listen into... All right, we're going to listen to Hardik Patel in just a bit, but pictures on your screen are of the Prime Minister's cavalcade making its way to the voting constituency where he will cast his ballot. Do remember this is Ranip in Ahmedabad where the Prime Minister will soon be reaching. 9 o'clock was the time that was given, and as Abhishek of course was pointing out earlier, it takes about 20 minutes, so perhaps we'll see that happen very, very shortly. But let's go across on the ground. I think we'll go across on the ground to Priyanka, also joining us and with us continuously are Abhishek and Deepthi. Abhishek, one of the things, and Deepthi, one of the things that we've been talking about and talking to are rather urban voters, but in the rural areas, issues are different, and in the hinterland, obviously, there are other issues that essentially resonate with people. If I could bring in Priyanka right now. Priyanka, for instance, the tribal belt in Gujarat. Now, that is an area where essentially the Congress has held sway largely, and issues for the tribal people will be extremely different from what we've been speaking about to the rural to the urban voters, and urban voters also of Ahmedabad, which is a very cosmopolitan city.
Not audible because we see that a lot of people who've come here, and we have seen the voters. In fact, also it's quite a bit of a outing for them. It seems early morning, everybody is having their breakfast also here, and they're waiting for the Prime Minister. Some of them are voters in this particular booth, but all of them are voters of Ahmedabad, and we will speak to them about those issues that we just talked about as well. Nupur, in fact, some of them have just come out from their voting. आप वोट डालकर आए?
Yes.
दिखा दीजिए अपना उंगली का निशान दिखा दीजिए.
Yes, this is I have done.
एंड किस चीजों पे आपने वोट किया? क्या मुद्दे जहन में रखे आपने?
मोदी, of course मोदी.
पर डेवलपमेंट का इशू है या कुछ आगे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की जो मोदी जी भी बात करते रहते हैं, बीजेपी बात करती है, बट क्या आपके जहन में मुद्दे हैं? इस बार प्रचार में भी कई सारी बात हुई, गुजरात मॉडल की बात हुई, डेवलपमेंट की बात.
Is already known to everybody. Okay, so I don't think I cannot explain to everybody. Everybody must know what is the development going in Gujarat. That's fine.
All right. और आप बताइए, you've also come and voted. All right. So some of them, in fact, are voters, and all of them, in fact, are saying certain issues that have been a part of a conversation when it comes to elections in Gujarat is that of development as well as other issues that we will also speak to some other people as well. Ma'am, आप बताइए, आप भी अहमदाबाद की वोटर हैं, तो किस तरह से जो महिलाओं के भी मुद्दे हैं, क्या वो भी लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं एक इशू था इस बार? All right, so some of them in fact are voters, and all of them are from Ahmedabad city, and they will be casting their vote as well. But you can see the kind of people that have gathered here, and all of them in fact waiting, and the voting of course has already begun, and we are being told that the Prime Minister has also left from the Raj Bhavan, and they have also basically he has going to be reaching this particular polling booth and casting his vote as well. And we are also being told that after casting his vote, he will be going to meet his brother Somabai, and we're being told that after that, of course, we are also tracking the Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be casting his vote in Naranpura, and of course the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, who will also be casting his vote. Let's get in a word from certain people who have in fact also gathered here. Sir, आप बताइए, कई सारे जो issues हैं, कई सारे जो law and order के issues हैं, वो बहुत सारी बात हुई इस बार प्रचार के बीच, कैंपेन के बीच, कि जो सुरक्षा का मुद्दा है वो एक सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा बन के आया. आपके ध्यान में क्या मुद्दे रहते हैं? आप एक अहमदाबाद में रहते हैं, ऐसा अहमदाबादी क्या दिमाग में रहता है कि आपके साथ में इश्यूज है?
ऐसे तो मैडम क्या है कि अहमदाबाद और पूरे गुजरात में महिलाओं पूरे रात को भी 2 बजे भी इधर उधर घूम सकती है और मोदी साहब आने के बाद बहुत अच्छा हुआ है महिलाओं के लिए और पूरा डेवलपिंग भी पूरी जगह है। ऐसा नहीं कि गुजरात में ही है, पूरे देश में मोदी साहब ने बहुत अच्छा डेवलपिंग किया है। और
गुजरात में एज अ गुजराती, एज अ अहमदाबादी, आपको लगता है कि सुरक्षा एक मुद्दा है आपके दिमाग में कि वो एक अच्छा हुआ है? दूसरा, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की अगर हम बात करें तो वो भी एक इशू उभर के आता है, और डेवलपमेंट की बात करें तो क्या वो भी चीजें दिमाग में रहती हैं आपकी जब वो?
बहुत अच्छा है मोदी साहब जाने से, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर भी अच्छे है, कानून का कायदा भी, लॉन्च रूल्स वजह सब बहुत अच्छा किया है मोदी साहब ने।
So it's almost like Sachin batting in Bombay, because we do see that people in fact praising the Prime Minister even without prompting, and they are in fact speaking about how the kind of experience that they have had in the state of Gujarat and how they have also seen the kind of issues that they will be thinking about while they cast their votes. We'll try to pan our camera. It's a little congested here because we are seeing that in just a few minutes from now that the Prime Minister will be coming here, and of course he will be casting his vote. And we will speak to several other people who have been here since morning, and they are in fact here since quite some time, and we will be getting in a word from all of these people as well. आप बताइए, आप यहाँ पर अहमदाबाद में वोट डालते हैं, क्या मुद्दे आपको लगता है कि एक आपके जहन में रहेंगे, आपके दिमाग में रहेंगे वोट डालते?
देखिए, अहमदाबाद के रोड सबसे अच्छे हैं, अहमदाबाद में बिजली हर एक घर में, एजुकेशन सिस्टम भी अहमदाबाद का अच्छा है, तो वही सब माइंड में रख के कौन सी सरकार बनेगी वो हमारे माइंड में रहेगा।
जो ये फ्रीबी कल्चर की बात होती थी, जो ये फ्रीबी जो मुफ्त में मिलने की जो बात होती थी, क्या आपको लगता है कि वो एक मुद्दा है, वो एक चीज आपके दिमाग में रहेगी?
नहीं, फ्री की कोई चीज़ यहाँ पे लगेगी नहीं, क्योंकि फ्री में लेना मैं नहीं मानता कि कोई भी यहाँ पे पॉसिबल है कि कोई लेगा, क्योंकि फ्री में है उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, तो वैल्यू रखनी है तो फ्री में कोई चीज लेनी नहीं चाहिए।
So very interesting part of the campaign of we had seen the opposition including the Aam Aadmi Party that had spoken about the freebie culture, and of course how the BJP had time and time again had come out and said that the people of Gujarat will never accept this kind of a sentiment, and that is also another voice that we saw of several voters saying that this is not something that they want, they are not okay with the freebie culture as well, and this is something that we had heard the voters speak about in the run up to the elections as well, something that this gentleman has also once again reiterated. But of course we are waiting here at the Nishant school in Ranip, and just a few minutes from now we can expect that the Prime Minister will be arriving here and casting his vote as well, as we see that the voters who have early bird voters in fact that have already gone and cast their vote, and some of the other voters from other constituencies of the city who have gathered here to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as well. As of now, back to you and the studios.
Yes, so Priyanka, there is reporting from one vantage point where we'll get that first image of the Prime Minister Abhishek, who will just be moving in, in his cavalcade. He's going to be voting anytime soon, and I think that could happen in the next few minutes. Let's also try and see if we can get in Madhurima, because she's, remember, reporting from the other vantage point. Madhurima, I see you there. Where you are, just move around your cameras, show us the bus. The Prime Minister is en route. He's left the Raj Bhavan now, and as Abhishek said, about 20 minutes is how long it takes. Those are the images of the Prime Minister earlier. Yes, it's already been 10 minutes. So I think in the next 10 minutes, we will be looking at the Prime Minister arriving there to cast his vote, Madhurima.
Well, absolutely, Deepthi, and there is a lot of fervor here, electric environment, people have come out to vote and have a glimpse of the Prime Minister. I request my camera person to just show you a bit of how the security detail here is on point. People all across, you can see the kind of crowd that has poured in an early chilly morning in Ahmedabad, all just to many of them. Few have come to vote, many have come to take a glimpse of the Prime Minister, their beloved leader. I am also surrounded by a lot of people over here. We'll talk to them as to what are they feeling this morning, what does Gujarat feels. Sir, आज यहाँ पे वोटिंग हो रही है, क्या लगता है गुजरात को क्या चाहिए इस बार, क्योंकि कंपटीशन काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, केजरीवाल जी भी आ गए हैं, कांग्रेस भी है, तो क्या लगता है गुजरात का दिल क्या मांगता है?
गुजरात में डेवलपमेंट चाहिए जी, डेवलपमेंट या हिंदुत्व, और जो हो रहा है आगे पीछे ये बोलते हैं वो बोले कि मोदी के लिए होना नहीं चाहिए, मोदी वर्ल्ड लीडर है, इसलिए हम चाहते मोदी फिर से आए।
अच्छा, जो केजरीवाल जी कह रहे हैं मुफ्त एजुकेशन, जो उनका दिल्ली का मॉडल था, मुफ्त पानी, मुफ्त बिजली, तो क्या लगता है काम करेगा?
नहीं मैडम, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। किसी पब्लिक को कोई मुफ्त नहीं मिलना चाहिए। हम देश के लिए हम मेहनत करके देश को डेवलप कर सकते हैं। ये मुफ्त वाला बात हम लोगों में अच्छा नहीं लगता है। हम ये बात अगर दुनिया में जाती है तो दुनिया के लिए, ये भारत के लिए अच्छी बात नहीं है कि आप मुफ्त में देके पब्लिक को अपने आप को उसके काम करने के लिए आप उसको बैठा रहे हो। हम तो चाहते हैं कि हम लोग काम करेंगे, हम देश के लिए काम कर रहे हैं ना। हमको क्यों चाहिए मुफ्त में? मेरे हाथ पैर सब कुछ है तो मैं क्यों मुफ्त दूं? हो सकता है पब्लिक देखो, और जो कह रहे हैं ना मुफ्त में देने वाले वो नहीं होती है। मोदी सरकार जिन लोगों को जरूरत है, जो लोग अपने लिए आशा है, उनके लिए ऑलरेडी वो काम कर रहे हैं। वो दिखा नहीं रहे, ना ही किसी को कह रहे हैं। और जो भी हम लोग चाहते हैं, देखिए देश के लिए मोदी साहब ने इतना कुछ किया है ना, तो आज हमको भी गर्व है कि जहाँ भी हम दुनिया में कहीं पे भी जाते हैं, इंडिया के लिए बहुत बड़ा सम्मान है। और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हम उनके लिए आगे आए। हम सबको मिलके उनके कंधों को मजबूत करना चाहिए। देश का नाम उन्हीं के द्वारा हो सकता है। बाकी
कई नई पार्टियां भी आई हैं, जैसे केजरीवाल जी भी आए हैं, क्योंकि म्युनिसिपल जो इलेक्शंस थे उन्होंने उसमें काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, जो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहे थे लोग। फिर कांग्रेस भी पिछली बार काफ़ी टफ कंपटीशन दिया था, तो क्या लगता है इस बार कैसा कंपटीशन रहेगा?
केजरीवाल तो खाली वोट काटने के लिए आया है। हमको ये शाहीन बाग वाला मॉडल चाहिए नहीं। गुजरात मॉडल बेस्ट है, वर्ल्ड में बेस्ट रहेगा। जहाँ गुजराती है वहाँ इंडिया में, वर्ल्ड में नाम रहेगा गुजराती।
तो और गुजरात का दिल और क्या मांगता है यहाँ पे? आज सब प्राइम मिनिस्टर को देखने आए, तो आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर को देखने आए, वोट डालने आए हैं?
नहीं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर को देखने आए हैं।
कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
यहाँ पीछे से।
आप पीछे से आए हैं, तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबके यहाँ पे प्रिय है। क्या मैसेज?
हर बार यहाँ में मोदी जी आते हैं वोट देने, और हर बार हम उनको देखने आते हैं, प्रमोट करने
आते हैं। तो इस हिसाब के, जैसे यहाँ पे कई बातें चल रही हैं, अलग अलग पार्टियां बड़े बड़े वादे कर रही हैं, तो क्या लगता है कि क्या ये वादे काम करेंगे?
देखिए मैडम, हम लोग वादों पे नहीं विश्वास करते। हम लोग देखते हैं गुजरात, हमने लगभग है 15 साल से देखे, जब से मोदी साहब यहाँ के सीएम थे, हम लोग देख रहे हैं उनके काम में कोई हमें कमी नहीं आई। हम लोग बहुत संतुष्ट हैं उनके काम से, और हम चाहते हैं कि वो संतुष्टि पूरे देश को हो, और देश इस संतुष्टि को लेकर उनके कंधों को मजबूत करेगा, तब जाके पूरे देश में एक अच्छा सा वातावरण बनेगा। हम जाके वर्ल्ड लीडर बनने, हम जो सोच रहे हैं कि भारत एक विश्व गुरु बने, वो तब बन सकता है जब हम एक होंगे। तब हमारे अंदर अब यहाँ गुजरात में 2 पार्टियां बीजेपी और कांग्रेस है, वो भले रहे, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी की मुझे लगती नहीं कि आपकी कोई जरूरत है। तीसरी पार्टी आएंगी, खिचड़ी बन जाएगी राजनीति की। और पब्लिक भी यहाँ पे बहुत है ना, अपने आप को सेटल है पब्लिक बीजेपी के साथ में, तो हम लोग चाहेंगे कि हम उन्हीं के साथ बने रहेंगे। और पूरे देश के लिए भी हम ये अपील करते हैं कि एक तरफ अपना डायरेक्शन रखे, ताकि हम वर्ल्ड के लिए कभी भी एक इंडिया को मजबूत कर सके।
अंकल, अभी पिछले फेज में थोड़ा कम रहा, तो क्या कहेंगे कि वोट करना लोगों को और आना चाहिए, वोट अपील करेंगे?
सबको वोट करना चाहिए। वोट किसके लिए? डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, हमारी बात पहुंचाने के लिए वोटिंग करना चाहिए। जिसी को भी देना है, लेकिन वोट करना चाहिए।
That people here are of very, they have a very clear picture in their mind, Deepti. They know what do they want, and it seems like they cannot be lured in by specific model. These people are talking about the one very interesting statement came out of this gentleman who said that we don't want the Shaheen Bagh model, we want the Gujarat model, and it has been working for the people of Gujarat, and this is what they want. So we'll take you back to the pictures where at the international school where the Prime Minister will be here in just a moment, and this entire area is the crowds have been pouring in. The police have been trying to control them, but they are all here for the glimpse of their beloved leader. Early in the morning they have been standing here since 7 a.m. in the morning. The security detail on point. We just heard the choppers over this particular school in Ranip, where the Prime Minister is going to exercise his vote. The security on alert. We see the Gujarat police personnel moving very fast all around to make sure that the entire preparation is on point. The atmosphere very electric as the people of Gujarat hold their breath and wait for their beloved leader. These are the visuals we are bringing you. You can see that the entire barricading, the entire portions are filled with people. Huge number of crowds, massive crowds have poured in early in the morning to have a glimpse of their Prime Minister, Deepti, and they continue to press upon the fact that they are quite satisfied with the kind of model that the Prime Minister, when he was serving as the Chief Minister, had introduced, and they continue to impose their trust on the similar fashion of Gujarat model, and that they continue to continue to chant Modi, Modi, and you can see that the chants of Modi, Modi have already begun here. You can see that Modi, Modi is the word over here. The Prime Minister about to come here, and they are all chanting the name of the Prime Minister. It seems like it's once again, this shows that it is indeed, the elections are the festival of democracy, as people here all very charged up to welcome their leader, to welcome the Prime Minister, their former Chief Minister, and they are of the view, it is their view that they are quite satisfied, and even criticizing a bit the freebie culture, saying that until now the government policies and the style of the governance has worked for the people of Gujarat. The rest we'll have to wait and watch. Just in a couple of minutes the Prime Minister will be here, and we'll be seeing that how the entire atmosphere changes, and we'll continue to speak to people as what does Gujarat wants. Back to the studios.
All right, that's Madhurima bringing us colors, flavors and mood of people at Ranip, where Prime Minister is all set to reach and cast his vote just in a while from now. I think we have a bit of time to squeeze in one more segment, and that's from Viramgam. Priyanka is reporting from there. Viramgam is the constituency of Hardik Patel. Priyanka, over to you. Can you ask some people, what they think of Hardik Patel? He was leading the Patidar agitation in 2015 to 2017 last election, and he joined the Congress party and now is with the BJP. How do people see him? Or are we okay? We are getting live pictures, in fact, from Ranepa. And this is the Nishan school. Outside the Nishan school, security arrangement in place. Obviously, Prime Minister is going to be there, so there is going to be SPG. I can see these commandos of the Gujarat police as well. And it seems there is still some time, and we can squeeze in. Should we just stay with the Ranip pictures, actually, because the Prime Minister could be coming anytime now. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's go to Priyanka and we'll immediately cut to these pictures, because the Prime Minister could be there any moment, right? No, let's stick to these pictures. So, Prime Minister all set to arrive in Ranip at the school. The name of the school is Nishan School, not Ranip School. And this is in Sabarmati constituency of Ahmedabad. Tight security arrangement in place. Media has been asked to stand in one corner, obviously, because the carcade would come, and as it happens, Prime Minister okay, we can dip into Viramgam and Priyanka, I was asking you if you can check with people what they think of Hardik Patel, now in BJP, earlier in Congress, and in 2017, in fact, he was leading the Patidar agitation.
That's right, Abhishek. Hardik Patel was, of course, a huge factor in the 2017 elections, as we were on the ground covering those elections as well. And we had seen how the BJP, in fact, had been facing a level of anti-incumbency and the kind of anti-incumbency because of the Patidar agitation as well, of which Hardik Patel had become the face for the Patidar agitation. But let's keep panning our cameras as we show our viewers as far as this particular area is concerned, the polling booth where we will see the Prime Minister coming and casting his vote as well at the Nishan school in Ranip. But let's speak to the people here who can also speak about the kind of issues that they were facing in the 2017 elections as compared to this election as well, the kind of issues that are in their mind when it comes to this election as well. आप बताइए यहाँ पर क्या मुद्दे आपके जहन में है जब आप वोट करने का सोचते हैं, और 17 में हमने देखा कहीं ना कहीं एक लेवल ऑफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, और यहाँ पर इस इलेक्शन में कोविड भी हमने देखा है, कोविड भी पूरी दुनिया ने देखा है, गुजरात के लोगों ने देखा है, तो एक लेवल एंटी इनकम्बेंसी वो भी थी, तो एक लगता है कि वो एक इशू रहेगा इस इलेक्शन में?
नहीं, इस इलेक्शन में कोई इश्यू रहने वाला नहीं है ऐसा कुछ, इस बार तो सब मोदी जी को ही वोट देने वाले हैं और कोविड में भी मोदी जी ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है बस।
So that is really the sentiment here, and we will try to make our way and speak to people because it's a little chaotic since it's just a few minutes from now that the Prime Minister will be arriving and will be also casting his vote as well. And as far as we can see, you know, there are more and more people that are pouring in, as you pointed out. This is the Ranip area of the Sabarmati constituency, and they are in fact also, speaking about some of the issues that the people in fact of Gujarat were also concerned about, and we will speak to a lot of these people in fact who have been standing here since 7 a.m. and they have been also talking about some of the issues that they have been facing in the elections as well. सर आप बताइए क्या मुद्दे आपके जहन में है, क्या जहन में रहता है, दिमाग में रहता है जब आप वोट डालने जाएंगे? इस बार प्रचार कई सारी चीजों के ऊपर हुआ, कोविड-19 के ऊपर भी हुआ, वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव के ऊपर भी हुआ और आगे के जो भी हेल्थ है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पुश है, ये सारी चीजें क्या आपके जहन में रहती हैं जब आप वोट?
मैडम मैं एक बात बोल दूं कि मैं मोदी जी को वोट इसलिए डालता हूं को वो हिंदुत्व में मानते हैं और मैं भी हिंदुत्व में मानता हूं।
Alright, but ये जो issues है, जो मुद्दे हैं, that is also a part of the conversation that has been taking place as well when it comes to on the ground and what really the voters have also been thinking about. मैम आप बताइए महिलाओं के जो मुद्दे हैं वो एक बहुत ही ज्यादा बड़ा एक मुद्दा निकल के आता है, सिक्योरिटी की बात होती है, महिलाओं की सिक्योरिटी की बात होती है. Do you think that that's also been a part of the discussion?
अभी महिला लोगों के लिए अभी सुरक्षित है, अहमदाबाद पूरा गुजरात है, तो रात को भी अभी 2 बजे तक पूरी रात को भी कहीं पे भी निकल सकती है महिला. ऐसा नहीं कि भाई दिल्ली में जैसा है कि भाई रात को 2 बजे बाद कुछ ना कुछ हो सकता है. अभी यहाँ बहुत सुरक्षित कर दिया है अभी.
So we have been speaking to voters and most of them have also been talking about the security issue, the women's security issue, and we will also speak to several of the people in fact who have been standing here since quite some time. Sir आप बताइए, आप भी यहाँ पर वोट डालने आए हैं, किस तरह से यहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं, कब से मैं आपको देख रही हूँ?
मैं यहीं पर रहता हूँ, मैं यही एरिया है, सबरती एरिया हमारे रानीप में रहता हूँ मैं.
तो यहाँ पर वोट डालने आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे दिमाग में आपके वोट डालने?
आज के दिन का जो मेन मुद्दा है, आज इलेक्शन है, वोटिंग डे है, तो गुजरात का जो मेन है तो आज के दिन काउंट होगा. आज के दिन में गुजरात में कितने लोग बेगर्स है जो वोटिंग करते हैं उसको भी मालूम पड़ेगा. कितने पप्पू है, कितने मंदबुद्धि है और कितने जो शेर है उसके ऊपर से मालूम पड़ेगा आज के गुजरात में कितने लोग किस तरह से सोचते हैं. जो मेन फैक्टर वही है, बाकी सब तो इमटेरियल है, डजंट मैटर.
Minister's cavalcade might also be arriving because we are tracking the movement of the Prime Minister as well, Abhishek, on the ground, and of course in just a few minutes ago we had seen him leaving from the Raj Bhavan as well, and he will be arriving here at the Nishant School in Ranip area of the Sabarmati constituency. The candidate of whom as well we had spoken to, and they had also spoken about the kind of issues on the ground that they had been facing and the kind of fight that they had also been facing from the opposition. The opposition once again that was reiterated by the BJP to be the Congress party and not the Aam Aadmi party is something that we had seen time and time again the BJP speak about as a part of their campaign, as well as several conversations that we had been able to have with the BJP leaders as well had been about the kind of issues that they are also trying to address and the kind of opposition that they are also trying to fight against on the ground, so to speak. But of course we will also try to make our way and try to speak to some more people as well. Sir आप बताइए, आप भी यहाँ पर वोटर है, किस चीज पे आपका ध्यान है, किस चीज पे आपका ध्यान पड़ा पूरे इलेक्शन में? कैंपेन जो हुआ कई सारे मुद्दों पे हुआ,
अभी जो वोटिंग हो रही है ना वो उनके विकास के बेस पे हो रही है, लेकिन हम लोगों का ऐसा मतलब मिडिल क्लास का ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि वो थोड़ा अभी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन महंगाई और उसके ऊपर भी करे जो आगे इलेक्शन में उनको लिए बेनिफिट हो, तो 2024 में वापस वो आ सके.
महंगाई की आपने बात की तो कई सारी जो पार्टीज हैं उन्होंने ऐसा भी कहा कि एक फ्रीबी कल्चर जो है, जो मुफ्त की जो बिजली पानी ये सब मिलना चाहिए, और ऐसा भी कहा गया कि गुजरात के लोग इसको शायद एक्सेप्ट करें कि ना करें, तो ये क्या ये एक मुद्दा है?
गुजरात में वैसे वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं होगा. यहाँ पे विकास को ही इम्पोर्टेंट दिया गया और उसको ही दिया जाएगा. विकास है, सिक्योरिटी है, आतंकवाद के सामने जो सरकार जिस तरह से लड़ रही है वैसे बहुत सारे मुद्दे हैं जहाँ पे मोदी सरकार अच्छी तरह से काम कर रही है. तो हमको फ्री नहीं चाहिए, हमको मोदी चाहिए.
So that really is the sentiment, Abhishek, when we speak to more and more people, in fact, who have gathered here. We'll keep panning our cameras as we try to make our way towards more voters, people who are, in fact, been here since quite some time. Sir, आप भी बताइए, आप भी मैं आपको देख रही हूँ कितने टाइम से आप खड़े हुए हैं, यहाँ पे आप भी वोट डालने आए हैं. क्या जहन में है मुद्दे आपके? इस बार कई सारी चीज़ों के ऊपर प्रचार हुआ, डेवलपमेंट की बात हुई, बहुत सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट की बात हुई, कोविड-19 का भी मुद्दा एक है जो लोगों के दिमाग में है वोट डालते समय. क्या इश्यूज आपको लगता है कि इम्पोर्टेंट है?
इस में तो ऐसे बोले कि मोदी की वजह से कोविड में भी किसी को भी कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ है. जो वैक्सीन थी, वैक्सीन के 3 डोज सबको फ्री में दिए हुए हैं मोदी ने. और गुजरात डेवलपमेंट पे बात करें तो गुजरात डेवलपमेंट में आप देख सकते हो, कहीं पे भी देख सकते हो, पूरे इंडिया के अंदर इतना बड़ा डेवलपमेंट किया हुआ है. फिर विकास की बात करें तो हर जगह पे रास्ते ले लो, कोई भी ले लो, कोई कुछ भी फैसिलिटी हो, बहुत बढ़िया डेवलपमेंट मोदी की गवर्नमेंट में हुआ है.
गुजरात मॉडल की बात होती है, आपको लगता है गुजरात मॉडल अभी है ग्राउंड पे? आपको फील होता है, महसूस होता है कि एक्चुअली ऐसा कुछ काम हो रहा है?
बहुत बढ़िया काम हो रहा है.
तो वो भी आपका एक मुद्दा रहेगा आपके दिमाग में?
बहुत बढ़िया काम हो रहा है मोदी की गवर्नमेंट में. लेकिन ऐसे फ्री में बांटने वाली बात कर रहे हैं सब लोग, कांग्रेस वाले हैं, आप वाले हैं, लेकिन इससे गुजरात वालों को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला. गुजरात वाले फ्री में कुछ लेना नहीं चाहते हैं. फ्री की ऑफर आती है कि बिजली इतने 300 यूनिट फ्री देंगे, वो देंगे, फ्री देके पूरे देश को ये लोग बर्बाद करने बैठे हैं. हमको फ्री नहीं चाहिए, हमको मोदी चाहिए.
Well, that's the sentiment that we see of the people, the voters who are going to be casting their vote in this particular booth. But if not this booth, the entire city of Ahmedabad as well, there are voters that have come from far off areas as well to just get a glimpse of the Prime Minister coming in here as the son of the soil, not as a politician, but as a part of the electorate and casting his vote here in the Nishan School in Ranip area of the Sabarmati constituency. And that is the kind of sentiment that we are seeing, at least because what we are surrounded by are essentially the supporters of the Prime Minister, because all of them in one voice have been talking about the kind of issues that the state of Gujarat had been facing, the kind of issues that had become a part of the conversation when it comes to the campaigning, and what really will be in their minds when they will be casting their vote as well. And of course we have more faces that are joining us, more people that have been gathered here, but of course we will be speaking to them about the issues. सर आप बताइए, आप भी काफी टाइम से सुबह से मैं देख रही हूँ, 6 बजे से कई सारे लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, आप भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हो. क्या दिमाग में है आपके, किस वजह से आप तो यहाँ पे, पहला बताइए, यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, और दूसरा वोट करते समय क्या आपके जहन में रहेगा, क्या आपके दिमाग में रहेगा, इश्यूज जो है, मुद्दे जो है, जो गुजरातियों के लिए होगा मुद्दा, क्या एग्जैक्टली?
मैम एक्चुअली हम तो गांधीनगर से आए हैं, हमारा वोटिंग सेंटर तो गांधीनगर में है, लेकिन हमने सोचा पहले मोदी जी के दर्शन कर ले, उसके बाद हम अपना वोट डालेंगे. और दूसरा बात ये है कि यहाँ पर मुद्दे ज़्यादा कुछ है नहीं, यहाँ पर सब डेवलपमेंट बराबर चल रहा है, सब लोग आराम से रह रहे हैं. आप देख लीजिए रात के 12-1 बजे तक लोग, महिलाएं, लड़के आराम से घूमते हैं, यहाँ पे कोई टेंशन की बात नहीं है, बिल्कुल सेफ्टी है यहाँ पर. अभी आप देख लीजिए पुलिस का इंतजाम बिल्कुल बराबर है, तो यहाँ पर कोई ऐसी टेंशन वाली बात नहीं है. मोदी साहब और भूपेंद्र भाई बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि वही वापस यहाँ पर आ जाए.
और जो बात करते हैं, जो कोविड-19 की बात करते हैं, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पुश की, तो वो सारे मुद्दे भी कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को इफेक्ट किए हैं इस बार, क्योंकि 17 के बाद का ये पहला इलेक्शन हो रहा है और उसी के बीच हमने देखा कोविड-19 का भी वो इशू उभर के आया. और मोदी जी ने कई बार अपने स्पीचेस में भी कहा है कोविड-19 का जो टाइम था उसके बारे में. क्या वो एक इशू भी है?
मैम वो इशू बन जाता है, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ हुआ ही नहीं. अगर आप देखिए तो सब स्टेट में जब 20 या 25 मार्च को बोल दिया था कि स्कूल कॉलेज बंद, तो गुजरात ही ऐसा स्टेट था जिसमें 31 मार्च को बोला गया था. यानी गुजरात में कोविड भी बहुत लेट आया था. इसका मतलब गुजरात के इंतजाम पहले से बहुत बढ़िया थे.
Alright, so that is the kind of sentiment that we see in the voters here. Some of them have come from Gandhinagar, as I had been speaking to most of them, and they have said that they have mostly come here to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister, and then they will be going and casting their votes in their respective booths. Back to you in the studios, Abhishek.
All right, we are getting pictures of Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel voting in Ghatlodia. That's the constituency he is contesting from as well. This is a constituency earlier represented by Anandiben Patel. Also, it was part of the larger Sarkhej constituency before delimitation created this constituency. So in that sense, an important area. And All right, getting in pictures of the carcade of the Prime Minister arriving at Ranip at the Nishan school. The first glimpse of the pictures, the first glimpse of the carcade, and moving slowly towards the school. This must still be a distance of about 200 meters. Prime Minister is coming from Gandhinagar, where he stays at the Raj Bhavan. And it takes about 20 minutes time. It took about 25. And now moving slowly towards the polling booth in the Nishan school in Ranip area of Ahmedabad. Prime Minister would be voting, and it takes about 10 minutes time inside. This is also in Ghatlodia, this is in Sabarmati constituency, in fact, not Ghatlodia. So Prime Minister would be voting obviously for the BJP candidate from Sabarmati. Is it a secret ballot, Deepthi?
That's a wrong question to ask me today, but Abhishek, looking at these pictures, I'm, for a moment, it's so difficult. I mean, where else in India's political history, I think for a long, long time, have you seen people lining up for a neta? I mean, you hear and see so much, if I can use that word, organic love for the Prime Minister. Anyone that you speak to, I think the only thing that you come across is that nothing else is a factor, only Modi is a factor.
Oh yeah.
Modi is the only factor in this election. You see him, waving out to these crowds. The crowds who've been waiting for as long as at least 3 to 4 hours there. Abhishek, a lot of them are not even voters. And in fact, Priyanka and Madhurima both were speaking to people who said, "हम सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री को देखने आए हैं." 2017 में भी Abhishek, we had seen such pictures. We had seen that impromptu roadshow of the Prime Minister. And we shouldn't be surprised if, there is another surprise waiting for us.
Oh, has he stopped? Has he stopped?
Yes,
no, he's
he
coming
has
out.
stopped, yes.
Okay, he's coming out. No, he stopped actually to just, what is important is, Deepthi, that there is a reason why he's stopping. Because people know him there. He has, walked around on these roads and streets on a scooter maybe. Now he gets down. Okay, so that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the pictures. He would prefer to walk down the road to the school. That's about 100-150 meters distance. Yes, Prime Minister there coming out of the car has stopped the carcade and prefers to walk down to the school.
And it's
taking
a long
in
walk.
Greetings.
Is it a long walk, Abhishek?
Yeah, seems like about 200 meters. And since there are so many people on both the sides, and you mentioned something about organic love, there is a mass connect.
Yes.
And as it happens with the people, they like their leader. The leader also wants to engage with his supporters, with his fan base, with his constituents. And that's what we are seeing. So typical of a mass leader, unless you engage with the people, the relationship does not, continue to grow. And conversely, it continues to grow so long as you are engaging. You're not disconnecting yourself. You're not going behind a glass shield. And that's what I think the Prime Minister is doing. He's walking, waving to the crowd, engaging with them, obviously, taking their greetings, accepting their greetings. And that in itself, this connect underscores the popularity of Narendra Modi as a mass leader, the popularity of Narendra Modi with his people. I mean, when was the last time we have seen this kind of... All right, Modi chants, let's listen into them.
So the Prime Minister over there going in to cast his ballot. This is a school in Runup in Ahmedabad, and of course a large number of people only there to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. And as Abhishek and Deepthi were talking about, that's the kind of personal connect and the personal popularity that the Prime Minister enjoys. It has been a while since we've seen a leader like that emerge from India's political class. So in that sense, yes, the Prime Minister's personal popularity is always something that holds sway in elections. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from inside the polling booth. Of course, the Prime Minister meeting all those officials who worked so hard to put together these elections for our huge country. And that, of course, is also something that needs to be acknowledged today as we see, huge preparations that are put in place for people to be able to vote today. I think I'm also trying to go across to our correspondents who were reporting to give us a sense of the enthusiasm that we see on the streets as people, wave to the Prime Minister. They're just gathered there to catch a glimpse of him. Priyanka has been tracking the Gujarat elections for us. She's our Gujarat Bureau Chief. If she can hear me, Priyanka, of course, live visuals that we are playing out is of the Prime Minister, and he's standing in queue as well, for waiting his chance very patiently for him to be able to cast his vote. And of course, Abhishek also staying with us. So Abhishek, the Prime Minister very humbly over there waiting in queue to cast his ballot. But it is a factor that cannot be ignored, is it, Abhishek? His personal popularity has been at an all-time high, and we often see people essentially just, line the streets to catch a glimpse of their leader. And Ahmedabad and Gujarat is his home turf. So, more of those people just turning up today.
About his popularity, yes, it keeps growing. I don't think it's stagnating. And every time you get these pictures, and wherever he has traveled during the campaign and wherever he travels across the country, the kind of greetings he gets from the people, the kind of engagement he gets from the people, that really underscores how popular a mass leader he is. And in the pictures we can see when these election officials got up, Prime Minister said, please sit down. Though of course they are still continuing to stand, and because Prime Minister is in queue, obviously there are few people ahead of him. And now the moment when he's collecting his ballot, no, it's not collecting his ballot, it's just marking his
slip.
voting slip, and marking his presence so that it's checked in the electoral roll. And then of course he has to get his finger inked, and then he goes inside, and then there in the booth, exact booth, he has to press the button. Deepthi, can we guess whom he will vote for?
You always end up asking the wrong question, Abhishek. And I'm just wondering how far can the cameras go, because they're obviously very strict, guidelines about how far you will have cameras and media persons. But very interesting is, I think, these last few minutes that you have seen. And as I said, in today's day and time, when the moment you mention a neta, you talk of a politician, you think about corruption, you think about, tons of other issues. In today's day and time, if you have a neta who is loved as much as the Prime Minister, that itself is a statement. But another thing that we should be thinking is, what will the BJP do without Modi? Because again and again and again, it's reiterated that brand Modi is the biggest factor that the BJP today is banking on.
Oh, absolutely. And why not? If you have a leader who really connects. For example, this campaign, you were mentioning about people loving him. This campaign, he has really taken it upon himself, addressed 33 rallies and conducted
moving out, Abhishek.
about half a dozen road shows. He's already cast his vote, yes. It was quick. There was not a very long queue. There was just about half a dozen people ahead of him. He waited for them. And I can see some familiar faces. All right, Prime Minister walking out. Is he going to speak? Is he going to address the media? Is he going to address people through media? He's walking. And again, back to the road and the people. He's to walk to his carcade. He's showing his finger that he has voted. It's inked. And now, would he go to the people? Would he go to the media? Would he speak to them? Would he speak to people? In this crowd, there might be dozens of people who he would know personally, because this is the area where he's been for the longest period of time, from his very early days. Now, of course, in the pictures, walking, showing his finger that he has voted. We have to see whether he's going to come and meet the press. He's walking, obviously, making a point that he's a commoner. He would not, get down from his car just at the booth. And you were mentioning about the love for people. The manner in which he communicates, Deepthi. Every day he's addressing so many events, programs. Take Mann Ki Baat, for example, almost 100 episodes now, would be 100 episodes in 4 or 5 more months. Every month he has engaged in this passion on non-political issues, political rallies, events, inaugurations, development projects. He's there speaking to people non-stop. He's there speaking to constituents constantly. He's there addressing his own party cadre. For example, today, the moment he finishes this, he's heading straight to the airport, coming to Delhi, and after landing at the airport in Delhi, he goes straight to the BJP headquarters where he's doing a review meeting with office bearers about the campaign. So that's the kind of engagement he has at all levels. And that gets reflected in the kind of connect people feel with him. Because obviously he's talking to them, he's engaging with them. And now he's walking. It's been about 300 meters. Is he going to walk down to somebody who lives there? Going to meet somebody who's there? Just seems like he's walking a long distance. Then takes a left turn.
Because you're saying, of course, that Priyanka did mention that he was going to go meet his brother after casting his ballot. I don't know if that's what's happening. But, Abhishek, you touched upon the point of the hard work. And that is something that the BJP is, the very machinery of the BJP as such, the amount of work they put in is admirable. They never stop at any election. Whether they've been defeated over there, they still continue to work. And that is essentially, I think, what sets them apart from, other political parties, the sheer, hard work, the sheer tenacity that all of their top leaders put in. Of course, leading from the front, the Prime Minister always, he's always got a hectic schedule. He's always making sure that he's able to reach out to voters.
Oh, absolutely. So the point of hard work is what I was emphasizing when I said that he finishes this job and, it's not a job for him, he lives it, and then he goes to Delhi, engages with the party office bearers, meets them. This is Prime Minister with his brother. All right, this is Prime Minister with his brother going to meet her. That's the reason why he votes there, his brother Somabhai Modi stays there and he has gone inside. He was received by his brother.
So I think we are back to a few more images, and as the Prime Minister Abhishek is meeting with his brother and his family, look at what people are doing, the fans. Priyanka is also, I think, very close to where the Prime Minister is right now. Priyanka, if you can hear me, what is it that you see around? The Prime Minister right now at his brother's residence there, he's going to be spending some time.
Well, he will be, is what we're being told. As far as the itinerary was concerned, we were being told that he will be going to meet his brother, and those are the images that we are getting. Let's pan our cameras as to where we are as well, because this is a part of the entire route from where the Prime Minister had gone from, and he will be returning from this particular area as well. And of course, we had seen those images of the Prime Minister getting down from the cavalcade and then meeting with the BJP party workers, speaking to the ground level cadre as well, and then of course going to meet with his brother, and we will see him coming out, and then perhaps we're being told once again he will be speaking to the party cadre on the ground, and we can see that the cadre, the supporters, in fact a throng of supporters that have come here. In fact, we have been seeing them since at least 6 a.m. that all of them had been standing here to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as well. Apart from that, of course, when we spoke to the voters, when we spoke to the supporters, as you had also mentioned, Deepthi, the point that most of them had also raised was that of that this is not about the party, this is in fact about the leader, this is about specifically the Prime Minister himself, who had been doing most of the heavy lifting when it comes to the campaign for the BJP in the state of Gujarat. And once again we see that connect that the Prime Minister also has with the people of Gujarat, with the party cadres in Gujarat, the ground level workers in Gujarat, because time and time again in most of the rallies he had time and time again mentioned about how to remind the people, to remind the party cadre that this is not your Prime Minister, this is your own Narendra Bhai who has come here. So these are the kind of the rallies, the speeches that we had seen of the Prime Minister. That of course that of course is also with respect to the road shows that had also been carried out by the Prime Minister in the state of Gujarat, then be it Ahmedabad, then be it Gandhinagar, then be it Surat, and the kind of massive rallies that had been addressed by the Prime Minister himself, and how we had also seen the Prime Minister coming to these rally points and stumping for the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, and time again saying that this time the BJP cadre needs to work so that they can break all records of Narendra Modi and then make Bhupendra Patel the Chief Minister with the maximum majority as well. So those are the kind of ambitions, those are the kind of goal setting that we saw the BJP doing this time, not really playing on the defensive, in fact fighting this entire election on the offensive, looking at the strategies that the BJP had been making, then be it several parts of Gujarat where they had thought that the loyal vote banks of the opposition will be making quite a damage to the party, but they have of course also decided, in fact the strategy had also been decided to target those constituencies as well. So this is not just about making the government in the state of Gujarat, but also the number of seats that they will be able to get and safeguard this time. And this time, as I had mentioned earlier as well, that the Prime Minister had been talking about breaking all records of him as the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat, and that Bhupendra Patel should be getting the majority of the constituencies as well. And that has been the entire strategy of the BJP when it comes to this particular election. Of course, they had mentioned that the kind of the issues that they had been facing in 2017 are not a cause of concern for them in 2022. Then be it the anti-incumbency wave that they had been facing on the ground, the Patidar agitation that had been adding to that anti-incumbency, and then of course not to mention the fact that it was the first election that Narendra Modi was in Delhi as the Prime Minister and not as an incumbent Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. And we saw the kind of anti-incumbency that in 2017 the BJP had been facing was not an issue according to them in this election, and that is why they are claiming that this is going to be a very predictable election for them, because they are winning with thumping majority, is something that the BJP claims. And they also believe that the opposition, including the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party, are in a race for the second place, and that has been the entire narrative of the party in the entire campaigning of the election that we had covered on the ground. And we had seen that
Hello.
Hello, check mic, check.
All right, we stick to these pictures of Ranip area. Prime Minister has gone inside meeting his brother, and that's how he has this Ahmedabad address, Deepthi, where he votes, and we have to wait for a while. But this issue that we were discussing about PM being so popular, and for that reason being such a big asset for the BJP. Obviously, when you have a leader like this with such huge popularity and this kind of mass connect, where people are willing to wait for hours, and whether to listen to him, whether to see him on the road during a road show, to attend his rallies, and all the sound bites that we were getting, the vox pops we were getting, clearly suggested that they are there beyond their affiliations. They were not party workers. They were general voters, people at large who had come, who are there, in fact, and waiting to have a glimpse of the Prime Minister, and he, of course, obliging. And that those small things, not treating himself as a VIP, walking down about 200 meters when he got down from the car, and then walking back about 300 meters back to the residence of his brother. And he seems to be closeted. We are not getting pictures live, which means the cameras have not been taken inside. But it's likely once he comes out, we might have a possibility of him speaking to the media. Only if media reaches there, because remember, the school is about 300 meters from where the Prime Minister is as of now, and we were earlier having Priyanka speaking to some people. Priyanka, we can go to Priyanka if she has some people around and give us some idea. This campaign has been about Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, really taking it upon himself for his home state, the responsibility to make sure that the party does well. Of course, in a bipolar politics that Gujarat has been for the last 3 decades and more, it has been Congress versus BJP, with the BJP always having an edge in every election, except for the last time when things looked a little wobbly, and that really reflected in the numbers, with BJP getting reduced to 99, their worst ever tally. There were headwinds of the Patidar movement, there were headwinds of the GST teething troubles, there were headwinds of Prime Minister himself not being there for the first time after a gap of almost 14 years, having been Chief Minister in the state. So in that sense, I think this time it looks a little different. All the Patidar leaders have, in fact, Hardik Patel is with the BJP, others are with the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress Party, clearly, Deepthi, was missing in action during the campaign. Rahul Gandhi came only once, almost in a symbolic gesture, and addressed 2 rallies and went away, against which we have seen a very committed Aam Aadmi Party to Gujarat, where Arvind Kejriwal addressed 22 rallies, did 10 road shows, covered about 4,000 kilometers on the ground, and had Punjab Chief Minister in tow. So there was this projection of the Delhi model and the Punjab model so far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Yes. Governance-wise Delhi model, and electoral politics-wise Punjab model. So obviously the Aam Aadmi Party is only looking at making some inroads in terms of vote share, and maybe they might surprise us with a couple of seats perhaps. But essentially it was about Narendra Modi making sure that the bad performance that happened in 2017 does not get repeated in any manner, despite the headwinds not being there. Things having calmed down really on those fronts. GST, India is giving the best of the numbers. And by the time that the Prime Minister comes out, let's again try to get a sense of the ground there in Ranip. Madhurima and Priyanka continue to be there, and of course our Hindi teams are also there, and if there are more people there, we can get to our Hindi correspondents also. But let's go to Madhurima first. Madhurima, over to you. I believe you have changed your location or you are still there. Just give us a sense of what's happening. Where is the Prime Minister? By when we should be expecting that he would be out, and any likelihood of us, any likelihood that he would speak, or he will just go away in the carcade? Madhurima, over to you.
I think we just lost that phone line, but we also have Priyanka, I'm told, and we'll quickly recap, Abhishek, these images that we are looking at on our screens. The image on the right, Priyanka, is the moment where the Prime Minister earlier was casting his vote. It was pretty quick. I don't think it took more than 5 minutes for the entire procedure. That's how smooth this process was. On the left now are people still eagerly waiting for another glimpse of the Prime Minister. What the Prime Minister has done is that after he cast his ballot, he's actually gone ahead. He walked down that entire road to reach and meet with his brother right now. And he's still at his brother's residence. Priyanka, how far is that residence from where you are? I still, see that top angle shot of people still waiting there, people hoping that they'll get to hear something from the Prime Minister. Is that a possibility? Will he speak to the media?
Well, it definitely is a possibility that he will be speaking to the media, because as you also pointed out, we had been looking at those images of the Prime Minister getting out of his cavalcade and then having a conversation with the ground level cadre as well. We are at a different vantage point of this entire route where the Prime Minister had been going towards the booth in the school to cast his vote, and we have now gotten several of the BJP workers as well who have been standing here since about 6 a.m. that we have at least seen that people have been standing here to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as well. We'll try to get in a word from several of them, because most of them, in fact, who have been here and they have been standing here since 6 a.m. about, and we will get in a word from them and speak to them. यहाँ पे आप लोग प्रधानमंत्री को देखने के लिए खड़े हुए हो, क्या यहाँ पे इश्यूज हैं? और यहाँ पे निकल के उन्होंने कई सारे अपने कार्डर से बात किया, आपके जो बूथ लेवल वर्कर्स हैं उनसे बात किया, किस तरह से कैंपेनिंग पूरी रही है?
बीजेपी है तो सब है। ये मोदी साहब की सुबह 8 बजे सब लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे और मोदी साहब आ गए। अभी सब पब्लिक ऐसे ही खड़ी है कि जब तक मोदी साहब नहीं जाएंगे तब तक इधर का इधर उनका माहौल बना रहेगा।
जो मोदी हैं उन्होंने अपनी बात की है बूथ लेवल वर्कर्स को, कई बार डायरेक्टली बात की है, उनसे बोला है कि हर बूथ पे 100% वोटिंग तो एटलीस्ट होनी चाहिए, लोगों को बाहर निकल के वोट करना चाहिए। क्या किस तरह से काम हुआ है ग्राउंड पे, किस तरह से आप लोग भी बूथ लेवल पे भी काम?
नहीं, अभी मोदी साहब ने सबको वोट देने का लिए बोले ही है कि सब लोग वोट देंगे और जितना ज़्यादा वोटिंग होगा उतना सबके लिए, मोदी साहब के लिए भी और अपने सरकार के लिए भी अच्छा है।
तो अब कुछ इलेक्शन जब खत्म हुआ, कैंपेनिंग अब खत्म हुई, तो कुछ राहत जरूर है जब मोदी जी यहाँ पर भी आएंगे, आप लोगों से भी मुलाकात करेंगे।
हाँ, सही बात है।
So what we see are essentially supporters of the BJP. This is the ground level cadre that in fact the Prime Minister had also spoken to several of the times in his rallies, had directly addressed these workers, these booth level workers as well, to make them understand the importance of the voter turnout and of course the work that needs to be done at the booth level worker. And such has been the micro level management of the BJP as it runs usually in an election. And we have seen that the Prime Minister himself talking about the booth level workers and talking about how the door-to-door campaign is also important, and we have seen this on the ground, what we feel with when we talk to the candidates as well, and they themselves say that the organization is bigger than the candidate, and that is the kind of philosophy that the BJP really follows on the ground, is something that the candidates had also seen. And what we see essentially are a lot of workers, a lot of BJP workers, in fact now that we are a little further away from the polling station, we do see several of the flags of the BJP as well that have been put forward, and this is the entire route where the Prime Minister will be passing by, and of course he will be speaking to the media, is what we're being told. He might be standing here, he might be stopping here and addressing the media as he usually does when he casts his vote. He did so in the 2017 election, then he also did so in the 2019 election, Lok Sabha election, when he had come here to cast his vote and then had also addressed to the media directly. And what we also see right now today today is, since we see today, Deepti Abhishek, that the campaigning, of course, has ended. The hard part of the election, in fact, so to speak, has ended. The voting has already commenced for the second phase, and the voting will be, the election, in fact, will be ending today itself. And of course, the result will be out on the 8th of December. And that is when we will be able to find out how exactly the performance of all of the parties on the ground have also been, because there are a lot of predictions, and the BJP, in fact, maintaining that they will be getting a thumping majority and that they will be breaking all records and they will be getting more than 127 seats in this particular election as well. And that is the kind of objective and that is the kind of goal setting that we saw from the BJP this time around when it comes to the entire strategy making, the kind of meetings that were being carried out, being headed by personally the Prime Minister himself so many times that he had come down. And in the BJP headquarters, Kamalam as well had a meeting with the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, with the BJP Chief of Gujarat C.R. Patil, with Harsh Sanghvi as well, as several other state leaders who had been the key players in designing the strategy of the BJP, so to speak, on the ground, and how the campaigning was also being carried out by the state level leadership. And also what we saw during the entire campaigning was how many times that the Prime Minister had also come down here to his home state and had also had that personal connect with the people, the voters, the BJP cadre, time and time again, speaking to them directly, and also interestingly also mentioning, reiterating the points and the kind of policy decisions that had been made by the government of Gujarat, both during the time that he was the Chief Minister and after 2014 as well, since the kind of developmental push that he has been talking about in his campaigning as well. Apart from that, of course, we have seen a majority of the road shows that were being carried out by the Prime Minister, then be it in Surat, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. These are the constituencies that he had also covered. And what we see at every level of the kind of campaigning that was being done by the BJP, that was being done by the Prime Minister, the kind of work that was being done by the booth level worker, the ground level cadre of the BJP, and those are the cadre. That's the cadre that we see right now here, Deepti Abhishek, along the lines of the entire route of the Prime Minister that he will be passing by. We are at a vantage point. We're being told that he might be stopping here and addressing the media directly. He might be stopping here and speaking to the ground level cadre here exactly, in fact, directly as well, and speaking to them. In fact, we were also being told the kind of conversations and the kind of goal setting that he has also done for the party here, at least in the state of Gujarat, of breaking all records and breaking records of not just himself in 2002, but also of Madhav Singh Solanki. Those are the kind of goal setting, that is the kind of strategy that we saw of the BJP on the ground. And of course, we will see today the Prime Minister coming in here to this school, Nishan School in Ranip, not as a politician but as a part of the electorate to cast his vote, and then of course coming out of the polling booth and speaking to the ground level cadre, and then of course expected to be speaking to the media as well. Of course, as of now we are waiting as far as Prime Minister is concerned, since he had also gone and visited his brother as well, and in a few minutes from now that we can expect that he will be coming here at this particular vantage point. This is a little further away from the polling booth where he had gone in and cast his vote. And of course, as we wait, as we bring all of the updates on the ground, as of now, back to you in the studios to understand exactly how this entire voting, the second phase of voting really has already commenced in the state of Gujarat, in central, in North Gujarat, and the kind of issues that the people have also been talking about or keeping in mind, keeping in their conscience as they go into vote. Abhishek. Keeping their conscience as they go into vote. Abhishek.
All right, Priyanka there reporting from Ranip area where Prime Minister voted just a while back. In fact, after voting, Prime Minister has walked down to his brother's residence. We are getting these pictures. I believe he would be coming out any time now. And escorted by the SPG, he in fact preferred to walk down that 300-meter distance. And Priyanka was mentioning, Deepti, about the numbers. I remember Prime Minister began this campaign officially after the announcement by the Election Commission and the Model Code of Conduct came in from Kaparada in South Gujarat. And it's almost like the border of Maharashtra, border with Maharashtra. And Prime Minister there began by saying that this time, please give Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, better numbers than you gave me ever. And the best tally the BJP got was in 2002, which was 127 seats. So I think that really gives you an idea of the psychological mark that the BJP leadership has on so far as numbers go in this election. So out of 182 seats, if the tally of 127 has to be improved, and if you look at these,
the doors are opened. The Prime Minister stepped out. Yeah, the Prime Minister just stepped out. Abhishek, he's met with his brother. He spent the last 15-20 minutes at his brother's residence. People are still, waiting there. They want to wave out to him. Let's see if he's, going to be speaking to the media at all. If he can go back to Madhurima, Priyanka, both remember are on ground zero. Abhishek, what are the chances he will be speaking to the media? We see a lot of movement there. He's still, I think, standing there. The entire family there of the brother is also out.
I don't know if media reaches there. It seems there's some cameras, obviously, and this is well past the 200-meter mark, after which you are allowed to speak to the media. And the reason why Prime Minister votes there is because of this address, where Prime Minister's brother lives, and this has been there for the longest period of time. And he's got into the car, is it?
We'll just check if these are live images right now. Is the Prime Minister heading back? Yes, we see that movement.
Yeah, Prime Minister. Yeah, these are live pictures. These are live pictures. Prime Minister heading out after having met his brother. Spent good about 15 minutes. But there does not seem to be any possibility of him speaking, it seems. He's just come out of the residence. And the SPG taking him away. Now it does not seem likely that he would be speaking. Okay, so
it's very rare. It's very rare that you don't have the Prime Minister speaking, considering so many people there have been waiting for so long, Abhishek.
Yeah, people are waiting. He has been, greeting them, taking their greetings and waving at them. But it seems he decided not to speak to them. He's gone.
लोगों को एक साथ में क्या बोलता बताऊंगा। बारी बारी से आप आइए। बार
टाइम लगेगा आगे।
कोई बात नहीं,
चलो
Prime Minister makes way out of his residence and onto the roads in the carcade. So Prime Minister deciding not to speak, but the brother can. I think it must be the ingenuity of the reporter there who said, okay, fine, if not the Prime Minister, let's get the brother. Right?
But the Prime Minister's tweeted, I was just looking at his Twitter handle. We'll try and see if we can put out those tweets on our screens. He's put out 2 tweets in the last, I think, just about 5 minutes since he's exited his brother's residence. And I'm just requesting our team to actually try and put those tweets also on our screens. One of the tweets there, you see it now on the left of your screens, the Prime Minister showing his inked finger, and he's saying, today I voted in Ahmedabad. The other image again is the same one, but it has a message urging all voters, Abhishek, to come out in good numbers and cast their vote. That has been the underlying message, at least for the last few days, by all political parties saying, please come out and vote.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Has the Prime Minister stopped, Abhishek? Because we're again looking at these images live on the right of our screens.
it seems so. But he's got down, is it? It seems he's still in the car. But there are
I think he's
around.
walking, is he?
He's walking.
Yes, he's walking.
Is he walking?
Yes, he's walking, Abhishek.
Okay, he's walking, yes. He's going down again. Okay, now does he come to the cameras? Okay, he does come to the cameras. So he's speaking to the media. He's speaking to the media. This is a good 400 meters, I believe, 300 meters away from the polling booth. That means I think we're on next All right, there was a reporter saying come to the center, but Prime Minister obviously is on the bit of right.
लोकतंत्र का ये गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। હું ગુજરાતના મતદારોનો પણ હૃદયથી ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનું છું કે એમણે આ લોકતંત્રના ઉત્સવને આન બાન શાન સાથે ઉજવ્યો। ખૂબ ઉત્તમ પ્રકારે ચર્ચાઓ કરી। ગુજરાતની જનતામાં નીર ક્ષીર વિવેક છે, એ સાંભળે બધાનું અને જે સત્ય છે તેને સ્વીકારવાનો ગુજરાતનો સ્વભાવ છે અને સ્વભાવના અનુસાર આજે ભારી માત્રામાં બધા મતદાન પણ કરી રહ્યા છે। હું ગુજરાતના મતદાતાઓનો પણ હૃદયથી ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનું છું અને આપ સૌને પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ। નમસ્કાર।
Gujarati, where he said that I thank the Election Commission for organizing this smooth election in Gujarat, and then he thanked the people of Gujarat. He said the wisdom of people always amazes him, and then he thanked all those present there, waved to the crowd, now getting inside the car. In all, Prime Minister has spent about 45 minutes in Ranip after having come from Gandhinagar.
Yes.
He got down from the car about 200 meters away and from the polling booth and walked down, taking the greeting to the crowd. Now the Prime Minister putting on the seat belt. Follows the rules before starting, and he has rolled down the windows just so that he can wave at the crowd.
Just look at the crowds, Abhishek. Just look at the crowds.
It's huge. I don't remember this kind of. I have covered the Prime Minister voting there since 2012 at least, and like I have been present there 2012, 2014, 2017, 2019, and this is huge. The number of people that have come. The Prime Minister there finally ending his visit to Ranip area where he voted, met with his brother, spent some time there. Hopefully we will get to speak to his brother. Some people there, I believe we saw in the pictures, getting inside and trying to speak to him. Obviously there would be some soundbite coming in. Not often that Prime Minister, brings in that personal element whenever he travels, except for perhaps meeting his mother. All right, we in fact have the soundbite. Let's play it. Let's go to the soundbite.
लोग यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं। मुद्दों के बारे में अगर हम बात करें तो कई सारे मुद्दों
हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं तो उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं तो उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
All right.
Okay, we just heard the Prime Minister there again who lauds the Election Commission, and Abhishek is also telling us that he says this in Gujarati that the Gujaratis listen to everyone, but they accept only what is right. So I think that's an interesting take.
Yeah.
We'll just talk about that in a bit. I do see Priyanka there.
at the polling station and is going to be meeting with the ground level cadre. He is addressing ground level cadre and meeting with the party workers. घरे जाइए सोमा।
Okay, I think we'll just get that feedback. That was Priyanka. I think she's again, very close to that entire cavalcade that's passing through, Abhishek. And we've been, talking about the fact that how after casting his vote, the Prime Minister is directly headed to Delhi. He's got back-to-back meetings. So, all this is in a day's work. And I think for people also, a lot of people there who've been standing there since morning to be able to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister realizes the kind of support, the kind of trust he has, and I think that is that responsibility that he shoulders, where he says that Gujarat today is celebrating the Lok Parv. He's congratulated the people in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. Nupur also joining us from our Mumbai studios to take this coverage ahead. Nupur, fascinating pictures that we've seen at least over the last hour or so. I don't recall the last time that you had seen a leader so popular. People just turning out to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, Nupur. And that is why we say that Modi is the only factor in these Gujarat elections.
And in that sense, Deepthi, obviously, this is also perhaps setting the ball rolling for 2024 because the Gujarat election, largely people are voting for Modi, and that is something, we've been talking about since morning. But just look at those pictures, Deepthi, since the morning, people lining up. In fact, when we began broadcasting at 7 o'clock, I think Priyanka was speaking to a large number of people on the ground, and they said, we are not from here. We've come here only to see the Prime Minister. So that is something, which essentially puts out for people how the Prime Minister is so popular in his home state. I think I just saw Madhurima over there waving her hand, probably wanting to join in. Let me go across to her. Yes, Madhurima.
Well, you can see that the Prime Minister here has just left and the people here continue to stay as they are here to exercise their franchise. And now we'll move forward and speak to some of them as to how did they feel after looking at the Prime Minister, after having that glimpse that they were waiting for. आज आप सब लोग मोदी जी से मिलने आए, कैसा लगा उनको देख?
बहुत बढ़िया लगा और
हमारा नेता हमारे पास है, ये देखकर हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा।
हर साल देखते हैं,
हर साल देखते हैं। आपने वोट यहाँ पे डाल दिया है?
नहीं, भी बाकी है डालना।
बाकी है।
हाँ जी।
तो इस बार अभी मोदी जी आए, सबसे बात भी की, पूरा यहाँ से चला, तो कैसा लगा आपको कि वो गाड़ी से उतर के प्रधानमंत्री होने के बावजूद पूरा उन्होंने 300-400 मीटर चले?
वो तो दुनिया के भी नेता भी है, हमारे लिए तो हमारे तो नेता है, वो हमारे घर पे आएंगे, इनका पूरा एरिया है तो
घर के पास से गए, हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। चलते थे।
इस बार काफी कंपटीशन सामने आ रहा है, केजरीवाल जी भी आए हैं गुजरात, क्या लगता है लेकिन मोदी का माहौल?
हमको फ्री में कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए। वी आर गुजराती, हम बहुत मेहनत करने वाले लोग हैं और पूरे इंडिया के जो स्टेट में लोग रहते हैं वो भी गुजरात में कमाने के लिए आते हैं। वी आर वेरी हैप्पी कि मोदी जी अगर आ जाए तो वी आर वेरी हैप्पी। मोदी 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 मोदी।
केजरीवाल का कल्चर तो बिल्कुल चलेगा नहीं, इनके सबकी डिपॉजिट जमानत जब्त होनी चाहिए और इनका लोकल नेताओं को सीखना चाहिए कि
औरतें क्या चाहती हैं?
औरतें चाहती है वैसे भी हिंदुत्व बोलबाला हो और वो मोदी साहब भी कर सकते हैं।
मैडम एक और बात कहना चाहूँगा कि बागों में फूल तो बहुत है मगर कमल जैसा कोई नहीं। दुनिया में नेता और लीडर तो बहुत है मगर मोदी जैसा कोई नहीं।
You can see the fandom, the Prime Minister holds over here, Deepthi. It is unprecedented how the people here are showering love on the Honorable Prime Minister. They are outrightly rejecting the competition and they are saying that all they want is the Prime Minister. Back to you.
Right, absolutely. Madhurima, this is Nupur here. I'm also going to try and go across to Harsha. I think, Harsha, we are, of course, standing by. I don't know if we've got Harsha yet. Right, so the producers tell us they're just going to get her back in a bit. But Harsha, of course, is covering the constituency where the Home Minister Amit Shah will be voting. Now, Harsha, 10:30 is the time that we were given that he will come there to cast his ballot. So give us a sense of what you see around you. Of course, it's been about 2 hours, 12 minutes since polling began. Has it begun, in a sense, to pick up now?
Exactly, Deepthi will show you Nupur will show you the visuals because the alert has been done. Heavy security deployment has also been done. Traffic is being cleared right now. As we can see, the supporters and BJP cadres are here waiting for HM Amit Shah to arrive any moment because the time was 10:30. Therefore, all the cadres and the supporters have been waiting here. As we all know, this has been the constituency and the baton of BJP, this entire constituency, Narangpura. As we see here, Prime Minister Modi has already casted his vote, but now HM to cast his vote vote from 97 till 2017. HM himself was contesting from this very constituency from where I am reporting right now. In 2017, the seat was given to Kaushik Bhai Patel when HM Amit Shah moved to Rajya Sabha, and this time the ticket has not been repeated but given to Jitendra Bhai Patel. And if we talk about Aam Aadmi Party candidate Pankaj Patel, so they are expecting that they could perform well here in this seat. But right now showing you the visuals, a lot of BJP supporters, cadres have all come here to see Amit Shah and are waiting for them. Sir, आप सब लोग अमित शाह का वेट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि सुना है कभी भी आ सकते हैं यहाँ पे वोट डालने के लिए।
आदरणीय अमित भाई हमारे विस्तार से है, आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में वो बहुत बड़े नेता के रूप से जाने जाते हैं, तो इसलिए हम उनके बूथ में ही रहते हैं, तो उनके लिए वेट कर रहे हैं।
तो आप
बहुत क्रेजी है, वो कब आए और उससे मुलाकात हो।
मोदी जी का क्रेज हमने देखा रनीप में, एक यहाँ पे अमित भाई का क्रेज हम लोग को देखने को मिल रहा है। ये कह सकते हैं कि ये जो सीट है कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी की हमेशा से ही बहुत ही मजबूत सीट रही है।
ये बीजेपी का बहुत बड़ा गढ़ है, ये सीट में कोई प्रत्याशी ही नहीं है। ये सीट में बीजेपी का जो प्रत्याशी है जीतू भाई पटेल, वो मिनिमम 1 लाख वोट से जीतने वाले हैं, इसलिए ये अमित शाह का बूथ है, ये अमित शाह का कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है, तो उसने इतनी मजबूत बनाई है कि यहाँ कोई प्रत्याशी मिलता ही नहीं है।
एक और बात हमने देखा है, चाहे रोड शो हो चाहे कैंपेन हो, हमें हर जगह देखने को चीज़ मिली है, जो उत्साह देखा है लोगों का मोदी को देखने के लिए, अमित भाई को देखने के लिए, वही हम यहाँ पे अभी भी देख पा रहे हैं।
देखिए, नारायणपुरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है, जितने भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी होगी ना, घाटलोड़िया और नारायणपुरा में सबसे ज़्यादा बहुमत आने वाली है, आप लिखवा के ले लीजिए मेरे से, और 140+ बीजेपी इस चुनाव जीत रही है, आप लिखवा के ले लीजिए।
These are the supporters and cadres of BJP. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned for a short break. As on the other side of the break, we'll give you more voices from this Narayanpura constituency. As PM Modi has already casted his vote, we are waiting for HM Amit Shah to reach here. Stay tuned. We are slipping into a short break.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की, कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा, शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus post to post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big?
It is the second phase of voting that is taking place in Gujarat today. The Prime Minister has already voted. Senior leaders of the BJP also making their way. We just had, I think, Anandiben Patel also voting a short while ago. But the Prime Minister was in Ahmedabad for a while. He met his brother as well after casting his ballot. Pictures on your screen right now, of course, Anandiben Patel also voting over there. But we have, of course, been focusing on the star voters since the very morning. The Prime Minister first, now Anandiben Patel. We are expecting the Home Minister Amit Shah also to make his way soon to a polling booth in Gandhinagar to cast his vote. And as we, of course, continue to talk, bring to you these visuals, let's just quickly also play out a reaction that we got from the Prime Minister's brother, whom he spent about 15-20 minutes with before heading out of the polling. After rather voting, he spent about 15-20 minutes with his brother. Let's listen into what his brother said.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने बड़े भाई से मिलने पहुंचे और सोमा भाई हमारे साथ हैं। ये मुलाकात 23 मिनट तक चली। कैसा लगा छोटे भाई से मिलकर?
बहुत बढ़िया लगा।
कितनी देर तक थे? क्या बात हुई? चाय पानी पिया? क्या
चाय पानी पिया और परिवार में सब कैसे है, ऐसी बात है, और कुछ नहीं।
आपकी तबीयत पूछी?
हाँ, तबीयत तो पूछते हैं ना।
अच्छा, कितने वक्त बाद मुलाकात हुई है आपकी?
5-6 साल हो गए शायद।
5-6 साल हो गए थे। अपने भाई को जब इस तरह का इस कद का नेता बनते देखते हैं तो कैसा लगता है? गर्व होता है? छोटे भाई हैं, आप बड़े हैं।
बुरा लगता है, ऐसा नहीं कह सकता हूँ मैं।
हाँ? ये भी कह सकते हैं जो इच्छा।
नहीं कह सकता हूँ मैं। जिस तरह से वो काम कर रहे हैं, ये तो पूरे हमारे लिए तो नाज है।
अच्छा, आपने वोट कर दिया है? वोट कर दिया आपने? अब जाएंगे?
जाना है ना। आपके
लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं सर वोट के?
अभी वोट देने के लिए जाना है।
आपके लिए मुद्दे क्या हैं? सरकार से संतुष्ट हैं?
बहुत संतुष्ट है।
बहुत संतुष्ट है।
हाँ।
परिवार से जुड़े रहते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी? बातचीत होती रहती है आपकी?
नहीं जुड़े रहते हैं।
काम में व्यस्त रहते हैं, जनता के लिए काम करते हैं।
और राष्ट्र के लिए है।
राष्ट्र के लिए है, ऐसा लगता है आपको? आप भावुक हो रहे हैं थोड़ा? आपके लिए ये वक्त ऐसा है कि आपके भाई इतनी बड़े कद पर पहुंच गए हैं। इमोशनली मैं बस समझना चाह रही थी आपसे कि आपके लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो देखिए, थोड़े भावुक हो गए हैं और एक गर्व का भाव सम्मिलित होता है जब कोई नेता इतने बड़े कद का हो जाए, तो ये समझ में आता है। और एक बड़े भाई कैसे भावुक होकर अपनी बात कहते नजर आए कि देश के लिए समर्पित कर दिया है अपने भाई को।
You're watching Republic TV here on Republic. You are hearing all the voices who are coming to polling station. Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi has already casted his vote. We are waiting for HM Amit Shah to cast his vote. Keep watching Republic TV. We are slipping into a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila's Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहां पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहां पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned. You're watching Republic TV. We are showing you various colors from the Festival of Democracy, where from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Bhupen Patel to Anandiben Patel all have voted and used their exercise of rights for in the Festival of Democracy. We are showing you visuals as any time now HM Amit Shah to reach at his polling station in Narangpura. These are the visuals where the supporters, scatters, BJP Karyakartas, Netas and the commoners who are living in this area are waiting for HM to reach here at this place at the polling station Narangpura. There's a very strong baton of Bharatiya Janata Party, this place, and we are showing you in the Republic. You're watching Republic TV. We have to slip into a short break. We'll be right back after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ड्रीम लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last coast to coast live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see. 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
We're right here at the polling station where the Prime Minister was just a few minutes ago and has cast his vote as well. And we had seen, we were speaking to several of the people. In fact, as far as the issues of the people are concerned in the state of Gujarat, as to what is in their conscience when they go in and vote. And these are the images that we are seeing on the ground. The festival of democracy underway. We are getting you each and every breaking update from the ground. We're tracking each and every political leader, getting you all those voices on the ground. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be back after a very short break.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila's Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus post to post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big?
Welcome back. You are watching our special broadcast on the second phase of assembly elections that are taking place in Gujarat. We have seen the Prime Minister as well as other senior leaders of the BJP casting their ballots. Pictures on your screen are of Anandiben Patel. But we're also standing by for the Home Minister to soon be there and to cast his ballot. He's going to be voting at about 10:30. That at least was the time given to us, but we're not really sure if that happens. And good morning to you as well, Shivangi, joining us from our Delhi studios. I'm going to come to you, Shivangi, in just a bit, but let me quickly go across to Harsha, I think, who's reporting from the area where we are expecting the Home Minister to cast his ballot. That is the Narayanpura constituency, the locality in the city. So we are waiting for the Home Minister, Harsha, and he hasn't still made his way. So what are you hearing? And also, you know, if you can talk to people around you, a large crowd over there gathering already.
The visual, because these are the visuals where Amit Shah is exactly coming to vote at the polling station as any time soon, because now security is asking media people to just go and stand in the side. As we are seeing, these are the commoners, the supporters, the BJP cadre, the locals who live in this area. Let me speak to some of the people who are here. Sir, आप लोग आज अमित भाई के लिए खड़े हैं, अमित भाई यहाँ पे वोट करने वाले हैं। हम लोग को वो यहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री जहाँ वोट करने आए थे वहाँ भी इतने सपोर्टर नजर आए, यहाँ भी इतने सपोर्टर हैं आप।
हमारे गुजरात के पनौते पुत्र नरेंद्र भाई मोदी और अमित भाई शाह जो पूरे देश की चिंता करते हैं, और नरेंद्र भाई मोदी और अमित भाई जब भी गुजरात में अहमदाबाद में वोटिंग करने के लिए आते हैं तो कार्यकर्ताओं में एक उत्साह बढ़ जाता है, उनसे एक प्रेरणा मिलती है और मतदान भी ज़्यादा हो उसके लिए कार्यकर्ता घर हाउस टू हाउस जाके मैक्सिमम मतदान हो उसकी कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
मैम एक क्रेज देखने को मिलता है, हम लोगों ने मोदी और अमित भाई का एक क्रेज देखा है गुजरात में। अभी मोदी आए थे वोट करने, इतने सपोर्टर, अभी अमित भाई आने वाले वोट करने, उसके लिए इतने सपोर्टर। एक क्रेज कहा जा सकता है, मोदी फैक्टर अमित भाई फैक्टर है यहाँ पे।
નરેન્દ્રભાઈ અને અમિતભાઈનો ક્રેઝ આપ તો જુઓ જ છો અને મીડિયામાં બી અમે જોઈએ છીએ. પ્રજાને એવું છે કે जनप्रतिनिधि होने के नाते मैं ये बोल रही हूँ कि ये पब्लिक है उसको अमित भाई और नरेंद्र भाई को देखने का खूब मन कर रहा है ने वो गुजराती है और गुजरात से वो दिल्ली पहुँचे हैं इसलिए.
And as we show you, Nupur, these are the visuals that the rope has already been imposed here by the Delhi police officials so that no one crosses this rope because this will be the entire route from where the cavalcade of HM will be going inside at the polling station. आप सब लोग अमित भाई को देखने के लिए पहुंचे हैं?
हाँ जी हाँ, अमित भाई को देखने पहुंचे हम लोग नारंगपुरा यहाँ पे.
तो आप सब लोग नारंगपुरा के रहने वाले यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं?
या नारंगपुरा के रहने वाले हम लोग हैं.
कहा जाता था कि ये जो पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है ये बीजेपी का गढ़ मानी जाती थी, लग रहा है यहाँ पे इस बार वोटर बढ़कर निकल के आ रहा है बाहर.
या इस बार मोर देन 100% सब लोग निकल रहे हैं.
मोर देन 100%.
आप सब लोगों में देखने को मिल रहा है वो पीएम मोदी और अमित भाई का जो फैक्टर है वो यहाँ पे लग रहा है कि जादू चलेगा.
बिल्कुल चलेगा, अहमदाबाद के नहीं पूरे गुजरात के लिए जादू चलेगा जो आज तक मतलब कभी भी ऐसा इतिहास में इतिहास रचेगा, इतना जादू चलेगा.
आप सब लोग लगभग कितने बजे से वेट कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमने रनीप में देखा मोदी जी को देखने के लिए सुबह से लोग खड़े थे, यहाँ पे अमित भाई आने वाले तो भी सपोर्टर खड़े थे.
करीबन आधे घंटे से हम राह देख रहे हैं सर की, और हम हमारा बहुत प्यारा है अमित भाई, बहुत वो देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सब कुछ कर रहे हैं और इससे भारत बढ़ेगा आगे तो दुनिया में भी उसका नाम ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
And Nupur, let me take you to this place, to this area because we are seeing females standing over here and we are seeing here. अम्मा आपकी उम्र कितनी होगी? 85 और आप फूल लेके खड़ी, अमित भाई को फूल देंगी आप आज?
हाँ आपा.
तो अच्छा एक बात बताइए, अमित भाई यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं वोट डालने के लिए तो उनको देखने के लिए खड़ी हैं आप?
हाँ देखने
स्वागत करने के लिए खड़ा है. हाँ
स्वागत करने के लिए.
स्वागत करने के लिए.
तो यार नारायणपुरम की जो जनता है वो कैसे अपने आप को कनेक्ट करती है अमित भाई से?
अच्छी तरह स्वागत करते हैं हम.
तो क्रेज है यहाँ पूरा मोदी जी का, अमित भाई का?
हाँ क्रेज है, पूरा क्रेज है.
हम देख रहे हैं महिलाएं भी बढ़ चढ़ के सुबह से वोट करने पहुंची हैं. आप लोग के लिए नारायणपुरा की बात करें, नारायणपुरा की जनता क्या मांगती है?
ये माता जी जीतू भाई की वो मदर है.
So we have been told Nupur that the Jitendra Bhai Patel who has been contesting from this Narangpura seat, she is the mother of the candidate. तो बेटा जीतेगा इस बार?
जीतेगा. हाँ
पूरा बेटे को आशीर्वाद दिया है, जीतू भाई को आशीर्वाद दिया है?
हाँ आशीर्वाद आपे.
हाँ. और एक बात बताइए, कितनी उम्मीद लग रही है कि बेटा एकदम निकाल लेगा ये सीट?
अच्छी तरह काम करते हैं इसलिए उसको.
We are seeing here there's a line, the queue of people who are waiting here to get a glimpse of HM Amit Shah. As we see here, these are locals who have already voted. You can clearly see these are the females who have come after casting their vote. आप लोग तो युवा हैं, महिलाएं हैं, तो एक बात बताइए, आज जब वोट कास्ट करके आई हैं तो आप लोग के जहन में क्या था? नारायणपुरा में विकास हुआ है?
यस ऑफ कोर्स हुआ है.
किन किन मुद्दों को ध्यान में रख के आज आपने वोट डाला?
फर्स्ट विकास, अभी यहाँ पे स्पोर्ट्स संकुल होने वाला है.
त्रिशंकु, आपको लग रहा है त्रिशंकु है?
या
अच्छा त्रिशंकु लगता है आम आदमी पार्टी एक फैक्टर है?
नहीं, जरा भी नहीं है, जरा भी नहीं है. एक ही फैक्टर है, नहीं एक ही है.
So these are the visuals which are showing you Nupur, as we have been continuously being asked by the security people to move to a different place because lot of security has been deployed here ahead of Amit Shah's visit here at the polling ground. We see a lot of locals standing just to meet Amit Shah. Sir, आप यहाँ नारंगपुरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से
नारायणपुरा मत विस्तार से हूँ। यहाँ पर अमित शाह का ये गढ़ है और यहाँ पर जो अभी हमारा उम्मीदवार है जीतू भाई पटेल, वो हाईएस्ट से हाईएस्ट वोट पे पूरी विधानसभा में 182 सीट से ज़्यादा सीटों पे वो हाईएस्ट वोटिंग पे वो लीड मारेंगे, ये हमारी उम्मीद है। और यहाँ की जागरूक प्रजा।
You are watching Republic TV. It's time for a short break. We are slipping into a short break. We'll right back after a short break.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना, कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये ना
Viewers, it's the second phase of polling in Gujarat. After the first phase, we are seeing the second phase of polling in Gujarat. And joining me is our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, who knows Gujarat extremely well. And Abhishek, you know, when we were in the first phase of election, I was in Rajkot. A lot of issues people were speaking about. Now, number one, it was that corruption was one issue as well. And I also spoke to the former CM Vijay Rupani, who said that he's confident the BJP will come back to power. Aam Aadmi Party, again, not being seen much of a threat right now as well, because they have a plank of freebie politics that had come up as well. And Vijay Rupani was saying that the people of Gujarat are very aware and they will vote wisely. This time, Abhishek, what are the key issues that will come up as well? And number one, PM Modi has, of course, he's cast his vote early in the morning and he showed his inked finger to the camera. This phase of elections is very important as well. Abhishek, if you could tell our viewers more about it.
Well, obviously, so the Prime Minister voted a while back, Shivangi, and we saw him meeting his brother, spending some time there, and then while coming out, he addressed the media, and through media, of course, the people. He thanked the Election Commission, the people of Gujarat, and one interesting aspect of his comment that I found, I thought was, let's go to pictures of Narayanpura also. There is some activity. Okay, now it seems an advance car has come and Union Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived. Okay, that seems like he has arrived. Yes. So we'll come back to our discussion later, Shivangi, but as of now, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives to vote at Narayanpura. This is also the area which is his.
रिपब्लिक भारत पर सबसे पहले एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर देख रहे हैं आप। गाड़ी से उतर चुके हैं अमित शाह और यहाँ के प्रतिनिधि हैं, वो स्वागत कर रहे हैं अमित शाह का। सबसे पहली तस्वीरें रिपब्लिक भारत पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं। अंदर भी हमारी टीम मौजूद है, जब पोलिंग करने पहुंचेंगे तो वो तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखाएंगे। गाड़ी से उतर चुके हैं, स्वागत के लिए तमाम लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। आगे बढ़ते हुए मतदान के लिए आते जा रहे हैं। आप तस्वीरें लगातार देख रहे हैं और देखिए, भारत माता की जय के नारे यहाँ पर लगते नजर आ है। लगातार ये तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं। सबसे पहले तस्वीरें लोगों की भीड़ के बीच।
आइए इधर आइए। So these are the visuals we are getting from the polling booth as Amit Shah is walking towards the polling booth, and a huge shift supporters and cadres can clearly be seen. These are the visuals of Amit Shah walking towards the polling booth, and the chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Jai Shri Ram could clearly be heard as Amit Shah is walking. And we have got to know that since the campaign ended, Amit Shah was here in Gujarat only. He didn't go to Delhi. He was here after campaigning as well. The internal meeting of BJP was going on, and here you see Amit Shah in your frame along with the candidate Jeetu Bhai Patel. The candidate who is walking here is Jeetu Bhai Patel, who is the candidate from Narangpura Assembly constituency. And Amit Shah, after getting down from his car, he's walking towards the polling booth. These are the exclusive visuals on your screen from Republic, where we are showing you 10:30 was the time which was given by Amit Shah to reach the polling booth. Is 10:43, and Amit Shah meeting supporters and cadres, waving to supporters and cadres, and now he'll be going inside the polling booth. We see lot of public here as well, and he is meeting the locals here, as you also know many of the locals here of the Narangpura, because he have been contesting election from here in Narangpura. These are the visuals. Now Amit Shah going inside. We also see his son along with him, and these are the visuals of Amit Shah on your screen. As this election becomes very important, this Narangpura seats become very important, and Amit Shah entering the polling booth. All the locals are standing here. He waved, met the local supporters, cadres, and in fact joined hands and met them, because he know many of the people here in Narangpura, as he has contested in election from 97 till 2017 from this place Narangpura. And right now lot of chaos and media deployment and security deployment also outside this Narangpura polling booth, as right now Amit Shah has gone inside, and we all waiting for him to come outside the polling booth. We are standing here. We'll wait for Amit Shah to come out, because after casting his vote, Amit Shah will be coming out from this very door only, where we are expecting him to talk to media at least, because we are expecting if he talks and speaks to media, we'll try. But right now, a lot of security can clearly be seen. We'll ask my camera person Anup to show you the visuals from the polling booth till the gate, till where the visuals could be seen. We are seeing the huge crowd of supporters, locals, BJP workers, कार्यकर्ताs here to meet and greet Amit Shah. सर, आप लोग मिलने आए हैं अमित शाह?
जी
आपने अपना वोट डाल दिया? तो एक बात बताइए, इतना क्रेज देखने को मिल रहा है हमें अमित भाई का, प्रधानमंत्री का, क्या लग रहा है जादू चलेगा इस बार चुनाव?
चलेगा, पक्का चलेगा। 2024-29 तक चलेगा। 29 जी चलेगा।
यहाँ पे विकास हुआ है। जीतू भाई इस बार कैंडिडेट है, लग रहा है आपको जीत जाएंगे
पक्का। 1 लाख के ऊपर।
अच्छा
जी, लीड।
कि भारी टर्नआउट होगा यहाँ पे वोटरों का। अभी हम देख रहे हैं सुबह से वोटर पहुँच रहे हैं, भारी टर्नआउट हो गया।
जी पक्का। अभी तक 30-35 तक तो हो गया वोटिंग।
अच्छा
हाँ।
तो यहाँ 5 साल में विकास हुआ है?
बहुत विकास हुआ है। आप देखो, रिवर फ्रंट देखो, मेट्रो देखो, ये सब देखो, विकास भी हुआ और एज ए ह्यूमन भी काम हुआ है बीजेपी की ओर से।
So as we are speaking to so many locals who are standing here, who have come here since.
All right, we can see in the pictures Prime Minister there with his family. Beg your pardon, Home Minister with his family, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the master strategist, the Chanakya of the party. If Prime Minister is the leader, mass leader, Amit Shah happens to be the nuts and bolts man who takes care of the party strategy. And he stopped being the party president for a while, but he has a decisive say, obviously, in party matters, in so far as strategizing for the party is concerned. So in that sense, I think these are important pictures. Again, Amit Shah is the person who has really led the campaign in Gujarat. So Prime Minister has addressed 31 rallies. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has addressed 33 rallies, 2 more actually, and that gives you an idea of how much he has been physically present during the campaign, overseeing the party campaign, not just overseeing it, but really getting into the nuts and bolts of it, strategizing and getting himself involved. Now in the pictures we are seeing Amit Shah, his wife, his son, and it happens every time during elections that comes out with his family and votes. Earlier we had the Prime Minister voting in Ranip. Before that we had Anandiben Patel voting, the UP Governor, former Chief Minister of Gujarat. And in the pictures now we are seeing Union Home Minister Amit Shah with his wife, and one picture for the cameras. As I was mentioning, Amit Shah has been present, Union Home Minister has been present in Gujarat, decisively overseeing the campaign. He has crisscrossed the state, done rallies, road shows, taken strategy meetings, in fact sat through the media center, engaged with the journalists, given interviews, and spoken about issues. Many were setting the agenda so far as national security is concerned. He has spoken about terror-free Gujarat and of course terror-free country and whatever the BJP government is doing on that. He has spoken about how Gujarat has remained without curfews over the last 2 decades. There was this controversy around his remarks, whether when he said that after the 2002 episode, the rioters and those who disturbed communal peace have been taught a lesson. And
Abhishek, I just wanted to...
Amit Shah essentially is seen as...
Abhishek, I just wanted to...
Yes, you were saying something.
Yes, I just wanted to ask you a question over there, even as we look at these pictures of Amit Shah and his family voting over there. You spoke about the fact that the riots have been an issue in these polls, and a large number of the voters that are correspondent. Let's quickly dip in to listen to what the Home Minister is saying. I'll come back to you, Abhishek.
चलिए आप जाने दीजिए, यहाँ नहीं बोल सकते, आपको मालूम है।
So these are the visuals of HM Amit Shah leaving from the polling booth. Here we are showing you the visuals. Amit Shah after he cast his vote, and this is Narangpur Assembly constituency, and Amit Shah showing his inked finger after he cast his vote. This is a very important assembly constituency for Amit Shah, as he himself has won this constituency from 1997 till 2017. Kaushik Bhai Patel was fielded from this constituency, and this time Jitendra Bhai Patel has been contesting from this constituency. And we also saw Amit Shah when Jitendra Bhai Patel filed his nomination. He was there with him, and right now Amit Shah walking out towards his cavalry, towards his car after he cast his vote. And this election in all the way becomes very, very, very much important, as we are trying to get visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah after he cast his vote. He has told us that he will speak to media. And this time BJP has said that it will break its own record of 2002. BJP will break its record of 2002, and it will get more than 135 seats, 135 plus, they have been stating. And right now we are hearing the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. We are hearing the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai here outside. We have been hearing the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The chants could clearly be heard, and these are the visuals. And Amit Shah walks, and he now moves towards this temple. We are showing after he cast his vote. These are the visuals of temple after he cast his vote. We are showing you visuals from here. The chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai can again be heard. and our other colleague Priyanka is also standing here where HM Amit Shah has gone to the temple inside to seek blessing. Priyanka, over to you as we see many beautiful, colorful visuals. Our supporters are here with garlands in their hands, waving, chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Priyanka, over to you.
Well, that's right, Harsha. You have been tracking the Home Minister Amit Shah since morning, and you've been getting us the voices from his booth as well. And right now what we are seeing is the Home Minister has just cast his vote. Amit Shah has just cast his vote and in fact has come to a temple right next to the polling booth as well. And he is right now also carrying out several of his puja rituals as well in this temple. And as we see is that the majority of the BJP supporters, the BJP cadre, the BJP state level leadership in fact that has also accompanied the Home Minister to this temple that we are seeing the visuals of, where he is in fact carrying out as he usually does. We had seen these similar visuals in 2019 elections as well, the last time that he had been here at the same polling booth casting his vote in the Lok Sabha elections, and now we are seeing in 2022 once again him casting his vote. And of course the kind of campaigning, the kind of strategy making Amit Shah has really done on the ground, how he has been having meetings with the state leadership, how he has been also coordinating the entire campaign for the Gujarat BJP as well. He had been the one who had been camping out in Ahmedabad and to the run-up to the elections, various strategic meetings as well that had been chaired by Amit Shah himself and had also given the guidance to the state leadership as far as the campaign strategy also goes. Chanakya is what they call Amit Shah, and that's what we see the responsibility that he was in fact also executing on the ground in the state of Gujarat in the run-up to the elections as well. I remember myself that Amit Shah in the late midnight meetings that he had chaired in Kavalam, the BJP headquarters at Koba, and he had also spoken to the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. He had been having various meetings with the state chief C.R. Patil as well, and he was the one who was in fact executing the plan and the strategy that had been made by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and he had been also been at the helm of affairs for campaigning, for strategy meet, and for also executing the plans that had been made as far as the campaign strategy of the BJP is concerned. And we had also seen the kind of decisions that had been taken by the state leadership under the guidance of Amit Shah. First, on focusing on the constituencies that the BJP had lost in 2017 with a margin less than 5,000 votes. That was a part of the discussion, the part of the strategy that was being formed by Amit Shah himself. And then, of course, focusing on the seats where the BJP had a threat perception of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party, and how to use that in their own favor. So these are the kind of things that we had seen in the run-up to the elections.
Absolutely,
and what we see
Priyanka.
right now is a little more lighter mood today as far as at least Amit Shah is concerned, right behind me, carrying out that puja and those rituals in that temple right next to the polling booth. Yes, Nupur.
Priyanka, just very, very quickly, even as we track the frame of the Home Minister visiting the temple with his family, you were talking about, how Amit Shah has been so keenly involved in these particular elections. He's worked on the strategy very largely, and we are told that each of the candidates who actually got a ticket had to be approved by both. So in that sense, very, very connected to the ground.
Well, that's exactly right. That's how you would describe him as well, because he's still a leader of the ground. He's still somebody who's been here, as I was mentioning, camped out in Ahmedabad, camped out in Gandhinagar, having various meetings with the candidates, with the state leadership. In fact, it was Amit Shah. Let's pan our cameras as he's coming out, and I believe our colleague Harsha will also be able to capture if Amit Shah will be speaking to the media, because we saw the Prime Minister also speaking to the media. We also see the family members of Amit Shah. We see Jai Shah with him. We had also seen the entire family of Amit Shah with him as well for voting, and they had come together as they usually do. And talking about your question, Nupur, if Amit Shah in fact is a leader of the ground, which it seems as though he is, the way that he had been working for the elections, the way that he had been strategizing
for the elections as well, and how he had been camped out in Gandhinagar, he had been camped out in Ahmedabad, camped out in the BJP office, having a micro level discussion with not just the state level leadership but also with the candidates themselves. In fact, he was camped out in the south of Gujarat before the first phase of the assembly elections. He had been in Valsad, he had been in Surat, he had been in North Gujarat, he had been in Himmatnagar, he had been in Mehsana, Patan, all of these constituencies, all of these districts, in fact, where he has already gone to, and he has also taken note of the kind of performances of the candidates. So in that manner, we do see that there was never a disconnect with the ground that we see, at least of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, as far as Gujarat is at least concerned, that he has been here and at a micro level has been also maintaining and managing the entire election strategy of the BJP as well, as we had seen in the case of the Prime Minister as well, when he addressed to the booth level workers, when he addressed to the ground level cadre, and once again had also spoken about the first time voters as well. And as of now,
well, we are just standing by, Priyanka, as you're pointing out, to see whether he's going to speak to the media or not. We're going to dip into Harsha, I think. Well, it does appear that he's now sitting down and could perhaps speak to the media, take some questions. But dipping into Harsha right now, Harsha, we can see the Home Minister showing.
આજે ગુજરાતના 2022 વિધાનસભાની ચૂંટણીના બીજા તબક્કાનો મતદાનનો દિવસ છે. સવારથી જ ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક ગુજરાતની જનતા અઢી દાયકાથી વધુ ગુજરાતની વિકાસ યાત્રાના સમર્થનમાં વોટ આપવા માટે ખૂબ ઉમળકાભેર નીકળી છે. હું ગુજરાતના
For the last 2.5 decades, people of Gujarat have been witness and partners in the development journey.
પહેલી વાર મતાધિકાર પ્રાપ્ત થયો છે. એ સૌ યુવક યુવતીઓને વિનંતી કરું છું કે આપનો મત જરૂર આપો.
I particularly request the first time voters, the youngsters who would be voting for the first time, come out and vote in large numbers.
એ ફક્ત ગુજરાતનો વિકાસ નથી, ગુજરાતના વિકાસના માધ્યમથી દેશના વિકાસ કરવાની ગુજરાતની પરંપરાને આપણે જાળવી રાખવાની છે. અને સમગ્ર
Gujarat's development not just for the state but for the rest of the country, and let's keep that tradition alive.
વિકાસ હોઈ શકે. ઔદ્યોગિક મૂડીરોકાણ,
Gujarat's development is at the base
100% enrollment
or the bedrock of India's development.
0% dropout ratio, ગરીબી ઉન્મૂલનના સમગ્ર કાર્યક્રમ અને સર્વસ્પર્શીય સર્વસમાવેશક વિકાસનું મોડેલ સમગ્ર દેશને આકર્ષી રહ્યું છે. એ વખતે ગુજરાતના સૌ મતદાતાઓને હું વિનંતી કરું છું.
Gujarat's model of poverty alleviation, its focus on schools and health is attracting attention all over.
તમારો મત જરૂર આપો અને 5 વાગ્યા પહેલા
We'll make it even better, and for that we need your vote.
ગુજરાતના વિકાસમાં સહભાગી થાઓ. ધન્યવાદ.
To make come out and vote in record numbers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah asking the people of Gujarat in the second phase of polling, which is happening today, to come out and vote in large numbers. That was in Gujarati. I translated over to Shivangi. Shivangi, you can speak to Priyanka and Harsha. Both are there in Naranpura, where Home Minister Amit Shah voted along with his family just a while back.
Right, Abhishek. Well, we just saw Amit Shah casting his vote, and I'm also being joined by Harsha and Priyanka. Now, Harsha and Priyanka, I was also in Rajkot when the first phase was there, and you were also reporting there, Harsha and Priyanka. Right now, as the BJP, of course, has made its plank very clear. Amit Shah himself has been talking about UCC as well, anti-radicalization cell, very important points being raised many months before the elections, and this is also now part of BJP's manifesto. Priyanka, I want to come across to you right now.
Well, that's right, Shivangi, and important that we are speaking about this as well because it's a part of the manifesto. Let's pan our cameras as the Union Minister Amit Shah is in fact passing by from here. You can see him waving at the crowd, you can see him waving at the cadre, you can see him waving at the voters. So you can see him passing by from here. We are a little away from the polling booth, of course, and we see his family as well, who is sitting here, and we are looking at his entire family that had come out and voted. We are walking alongside of the cavalcade of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah right now, and we're getting you all the latest updates as far as the ground updates are concerned. But let's talk about the UCC issue that you've just mentioned, Shivangi, as it is, of course, a part of the BJP's manifesto, and that in fact had also created a lot of controversy as far as the BJP state government is also concerned, since the opposition had raised those points and had stated that this is being done as a poll gimmick, as an election gimmick, and that the UCC cannot actually be implemented so soon without the kind of illegal hiccups that they have been facing. And of course, we had seen Amit Shah himself speaking about UCC in that exclusive interview to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, as well. If we remember, he had also spoken about the implementation of UCC and had said that there needs to be a dialogue about it. And of course, we had also seen how the BJP manifesto itself had also stated that the UCC will be implemented in this term. So of course, these are some of the points that the BJP had also been campaigning upon. This was a part of the narrative as far as the campaign strategy of the BJP is also concerned. Speaking about UCC, speaking about the infrastructure push, speaking about several other issues that have struck a line with the voters, at least on the ground as well. And those are some of the issues that we also see the voters keeping in mind when we speak to them on the ground. We speak to them outside of the polling stations as well. And they remember these points, and they remember this in their conscience when they go to vote is something that they also tell us, at least today that we had been speaking to these voters were conveying this. So right now what we have just seen is the Union Minister Amit Shah in fact leaving from here after casting his vote, speaking and appealing to the people of Gujarat, imploring them to come out in large numbers and cast their votes as well, because since yesterday we had seen that document as well that the Election Commission had also shared and had stated about the urban apathy and the kind of low voter turnout that they had also seen in the first phase and also in the elections of Himachal, and that is why they had been imploring upon the people of Gujarat to come out in large numbers and cast their votes, and that was reiterated today by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And we had seen that being also spoken by the Prime Minister when he addressed the media right after casting his vote in the Ranip area of Sabarmati constituency, and he had also talked about how people in Gujarat in fact should come out and cast their votes as well. But of course the ground updates as of now, the movements of the two major leaders, the son of the soil element that we usually see of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister as well, they both have cast their votes. They had come out and have also spoken and implored the people of Gujarat to cast their votes as well. We're tracking all the movement on the ground as of now. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Abhishek, like Priyanka is getting us those details from ground. Abhishek, very, very important to notice there was this BJP core committee meeting just before the Gujarat elections. And what the BJP is really trying there is to feel fresh faces as well. In fact, in Rajkot itself, 4 fresh faces, at least 30 plus fresh faces in this election. Really talks about also how the core committee, which included PM Modi, which included Amit Shah in that meeting, which included JP Nadda in the meeting, how they want to also beat out anti-incumbency this time around, Abhishek.
Well, yes, 41 to be precise. As part of a strategy, BJP did not give tickets or did not repeat 41 sitting MLAs out of 99 it won. Remember, so that's almost 50%. That gives you an idea of how clinically the BJP takes its election campaign, that if there is anti-incumbency against an individual, if the constituents of that area do not want the MLA to be repeated. Based on that feedback, it ruthlessly goes after it. In fact, this time it led to an element of rebellion also. 19 of former sitting or expecting BJP leaders in constituencies, in as many constituencies, filing their independent nominations and thus getting suspended from the party. 19 of them getting suspended. I believe 18 seats are those where BJP rebels are in fact contesting. So this is the first time I am seeing in my memory that BJP is facing a problem of rebellion in Gujarat. But that also gives you an idea. It's not just about not letting sitting MLAs contest again. But for example, when there was feedback, the BJP decided to change the entire cabinet, lock, stock and barrel, with the chief minister at that time, Vijay Rupani, making way for Bhupendra Patel, and with him the entire cabinet. Obviously the imprint of Prime Minister there, I have seen this since at least 1995, that alternately, whenever the BJP is in power and goes into an election as an incumbent, it changes all those leaders, be it the corporators when it comes to municipal corporations or the councillors in municipalities, and MLAs, sitting MLAs, if there is an element of anti-incumbency against those individuals. So that's how the party really tackles anti-incumbency, limits the damage, and keeps on getting a repeat mandate, as we have seen in Gujarat for the last 5 times in the last 27
so Abhishek,
years.
Very interesting point there. Ear to the ground, that's something that the BJP has managed to do. As you said, they changed the entire cabinet essentially just about a year ago, and we were covering all of that as well very, very closely. But Harsha, coming to you, there was a lot of hustle bustle where you were reporting from, but I think, the Home Minister and his family have now gone away. But you've been speaking to a host of voters over there. And how important is the fact that the BJP is trying to deal with anti-incumbency even before, it can show any results in elections? They have their ear to the ground, they listen to the people, and in that manner only is it that they replace the entire cabinet almost about with 1 year to go for elections. It's not something that's often done in states where a party has been in a position of power for about 27 years.
Exactly, Nupur rightly stated, because anti-incumbency was an issue for BJP, and opposition has already been targeting BJP leaders regarding anti-incumbency. They clearly stated that there were candidates who have not worked in this span of 5 years. But yes, talking about the family of Amit Shah who visited here, they cast their vote here. Right now also we are seeing so many supporters here, because we have seen the way Amit Shah was waving at them, he shake hands with them. Jay Shah was seen along with Amit Shah, and Amit Shah's entire family with joining hands said came to the entire the voters of this place, Narangpura Assembly constituency. So there are so many voters who have met Amit Shah. Ma'am, आप लोग को मौका मिला, मैं देख रही थी आप लोग हाथ वेव कर रहे थे, उनसे हाथ मिलाने का मौका मिला. कैसा लगा, माहौल कैसा है आप लोग के जगह का कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा हमें.
आज वो क्रेज भी देखने को मिल रहा है जो हमें जब मोदी वोट कास्ट करने जाते हैं वो देखने को मिलता है. अब अमित भाई जा रहे थे, वो भी देखने को मिल रहा था. नारंगपुरा की जनता क्या कह रही है नारंगपुरा के बारे में?
बहुत अच्छा काम किया है अमित शाह, इसलिए अच्छा ही हम कहते हैं कि अच्छा है.
अच्छा, अमित शाह तो यहाँ पे 97 से लेकर 2017 तक रहे. उसके बाद जो कैंडिडेट आए, क्या उन्होंने वहाँ पे काम किया, यहाँ पर काम किया है उन्होंने?
નારણપુરા વિસ્તાર અમારો ભાજપનો પહેલેથી ગઢ જ છે. અમિતભાઈ શાહ હતા ત્યાર પછી જેટલા બી કોર્પોરેટર અહીંયા આગળ ઊભા થયા અને જે વિધાનસભાના સભ્યો ઊભા થયા એ લોકો બી બધા એની પબ્લિક ભાજપ તરફી જ मतदान करते हैं. हमें सोसाइटी ना चेयरमैन सेक्रेटरी.
सर, आपको लगता है कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी एक मुद्दा रहा है गुजरात में, जिसकी बात विपक्ष भी सबसे ज्यादा करता रहा है कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी?
कोई भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. जो मोदी है, शाह साहब है, अमित शाह है. मोदी के नाम से सब कुछ है. पूरी दुनिया के अंदर मोदी ने जो नाम किया जो कोई नहीं कर सकता. पूरी दुनिया अपने सामने देखती है.
तो ये कहते हैं कि सर, ये कहा जाता है मोदी शाह का जादू, क्या लगता है कि बरकरार रहेगा इस बार गुजरात चुनाव या परिवर्तन देखने को मिलेगा?
नहीं, परिवर्तन का तो कोई चांस ही नहीं है मैडम. यहाँ अमित शाह और मोदी साहब का इतना वर्चस्व है और उनके पीछे पब्लिक इतनी प्यारी लगती है, इसलिए वही आगे आएंगे और बहुत मार्जिन से जीतेंगे. और आप कांग्रेस का तो कोई ठिकाना ही नहीं रहेगा और पूरे देश में भाजपा का ही नाम रहेगा.
मैम, एक एक चीज हम लोगों ने देखी, जब अमित भाई आए तो हाथ हिला रहे थे, ऐसा लगा था कई सारे चेहरों को पहचानते हैं, वो यहाँ पे रहे हैं, यहाँ से चुनाव लड़ा है।
चुनाव लड़ा है उसने,
और यहाँ के आदमी हैं तो वही उसको सब सपोर्ट करेंगे।
Yes, Abhishek.
All right, Harsha, you know, we have to listen to the Prime Minister again. You be there and keep getting those voices for us. Those are important to understand what's happening on the ground, what's the mood on the ground. But let's for once again listen to the Prime Minister because he made a very important political point. I'll come back to discuss that, but let's listen into him once.
गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
All right, that was Prime Minister, but that chunk was the Hindi bite. In fact, continuing with that, in Gujarati, Prime Minister had not only thanked the people of Gujarat, he had commended them for their wisdom and the sense of differentiating between water and milk. That's typically said about the Indian crane, but that's a different context. I'll come to that later. What is important is perhaps Prime Minister was making a political point that Gujarat citizens should be discerning enough to differentiate between what they have already tried and tested in the form of BJP and then the new aspirants. Obviously, his reference perhaps most indirectly, most obliquely to the Aam Aadmi Party, which is contesting at a certain scale for the first time in Gujarat. That was Prime Minister after having voted in Ranip area of Ahmedabad, after which, of course, he also spent some time at his brother's residence, which is a few meters away, just about 300 odd meters. Prime Minister walked down to his brother's residence, in fact, Somabhai Modi and his elder brother, and then when he came out, he spoke to the media. That's when the soundbite happened, Shivangi, and Prime Minister thanking the Election Commission of India. Also people of Delhi, because there were MCD elections yesterday. On that note, we have to take a short break and we continue with our rolling coverage of second phase of polling in Gujarat.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Gujarat Post to Post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padiyatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padiyatra. Maharashtra's Palghar district.
Viewers, getting in breaking news information from UP right now where bypolls are underway. Akhilesh Yadav, who has just cast his vote, has made some very big allegations against UP police and said that cops are not allowing people to cast their vote. And that's the big news we're getting for you right now as bypolls are right now underway. Voting is underway in the Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat and also 6 assembly constituencies in 5 other states as well. But in this information that Republic TV is getting for you is that Akhilesh Yadav has cast his vote and he has gone ahead making very, very big allegations against the Uttar Pradesh police, saying that the cops are not allowing people to cast their vote. That's the allegation coming in by Akhilesh Yadav at this point of time. That's what we're breaking for you right now. While the UP bypolls are on right now, viewers, couple of UP itself, direct contest between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, Rashtriya Lok Dal alliance is on the cards in the bypolls. And as the bypolls are underway, we're getting some more details coming in. In fact, let's hear that sound bite of Akhilesh Yadav and what he said, the big allegation that he has made.
सबसे तगड़े लंबे पुलिस अफसर को सामने लगाया और जैसे फिल्मों में नहीं कोई गाड़ी रोकी जाती है उस तरीके से गाड़ी रोकने का प्रयास किया गया था नॉमिनेशन के दिन। क्या ब्रीफिंग की गई है पुलिस को उसका अंदाजा अंदर ही पता लग गया। जो पुलिस को ब्रीफिंग है वो ये है कि समाजवादी पार्टी को वोट ना पड़ने दिया जाए। अभी सुबह से लगातार शिकायतें आ रही हैं। केवल मैनपुरी लोकसभा की शिकायतें नहीं हैं, बल्कि रामपुर विधानसभा में जिस दिन से हम लोग वोट मांग करके आए हैं, जिस दिन से शुरुआत हुई है, उस दिन से प्रशासन लगा हुआ है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। वोट ना पड़ने के सब तरीके अपनाए जा रहे हैं। मैं जब वहां रामपुर गया, हर चौराहे पर, हर सड़क पर पुलिस बड़ी संख्या में खड़ी थी। मुझे लगा कि ये पुलिस इसलिए खड़ी है कि सुरक्षा का इंतजाम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जब सभा स्थल पे हम लोग पहुंचे हैं तब ये पता लगा कि वहां पर लोग ना आ जाए सभा में, इसलिए पुलिस लगी हुई है। कल रात को प्रत्याशी को खुद बैठना पड़ा धरने पर और ये मांग करनी पड़ी कि यहाँ की पुलिस फेयर इलेक्शन नहीं करा सकती है, फौज को लगा देना चाहिए। अगर ये अविश्वास पुलिस पर आएगा, प्रशासन पे आएगा, तो आप क्या उम्मीद करोगे लोकतंत्र कैसे बच पाएगा? क्योंकि जो बाहर की फोर्स आती है उसको गाइड करने वाले तो प्रशासन के लोग होते हैं। आप कहीं भी देखेंगे जो बाहर की फोर्स आई है उसके साथ लोकल फोर्स रहती है, और लोकल फोर्स का इंतजाम है रास्ता दिखाना, कहाँ जाना है। बाहर की पुलिस को कैसे पता है ये समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन का मोहल्ला है, समर्थित लोगों का गांव है? तो रामपुर में फौज तक की मांग करनी पड़ गई। रामपुर में पहले तो वोट नहीं डालने दिया जा रहा है, कहीं भी किसी को निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। जो वीडियो आ रहे हैं उसमें पुलिस चेक कर रही है। मुझे ये बताएं गाइडलाइन क्या है इलेक्शन कमीशन की? इलेक्शन कमीशन गाइडलाइन ये नहीं है कि आप पुलिस को ये आजादी दे दें कि आपका चेक करेंगे। जो उनके पास आईडी हैं, जो निर्धारित आईडी होते हैं उनके तहत जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें वोट के लिए वापस किया जा रहा है।
All right, Vivek is joining us live. Vivek, as the voting has begun, we are seeing that allegation has come. Take us through exactly what Akhilesh Yadav is saying. He is saying the police is not allowing people to cast their vote.
बिल्कुल निश्चित तौर पर अखिलेश यादव ने ये बात कहने की कोशिश की है कि प्रशासन सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है और प्रशासन जो है लोगों को वोट करने नहीं दे रहा। ये सारी बातें उनके रामपुर को लेकर थी। रामपुर में इस तरह की कुछ जानकारी निकलकर सामने आई है जहां पर कुछ लोगों को वोट करने से रोका गया, ऐसा दावा है अखिलेश यादव का। मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र में भी उपचुनाव हो रहे हैं। हम इस वक्त सैफई में मौजूद हैं। अभी अखिलेश यादव यहां से वोट कास्ट करने के बाद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस उन्होंने की और तमाम तरह की बातें जो निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं, कई सारे आरोप उन्होंने लगाए हैं। उन्होंने कहा है कि चुनाव आयोग नियमों को नहीं देख रहा, प्रशासन जो है लगातार समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है। अखिलेश यादव और उनका पूरा परिवार, शिवपाल यादव, रामगोपाल यादव, डिंपल यादव और तमाम जो उनके परिवार के लोग हैं, वोट कास्ट करने के बाद यहां से वो जा चुके हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ये जो गढ़ है मैनपुरी का, ये गढ़ है समाजवादी का। जब से समाजवादी पार्टी बनी है तब से लगातार यहां पर समाजवादी पार्टी की जीत होती रही, लेकिन यहां पर मुकाबला सीधे डिंपल यादव के साथ मुकाबला है। अखिलेश यादव देखिए यहां से अब जा चुके हैं और यहां पर डिंपल यादव के सामने रघुराज शाक्य है जो कि कभी मुलायम सिंह यादव के साथ थे, उनके साथ मिलकर समाजवादी पार्टी बनाई, लेकिन उनके शिष्य और बहू के बीच अब विरासत किसको मिलती है यही देखने वाली बात होगी। 8 दिसंबर को नतीजे सामने आएंगे। लेकिन जो आरोप अखिलेश यादव लगा रहे हैं कि प्रशासन समाजवादी पार्टियों और समाजवादी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, लोगों को वोट करने से रोका जा रहा है। रामपुर की घटना का उन्होंने जिक्र किया। फिलहाल वोट चल रहे हैं, सुबह 7 बजे से लेकर शाम 6 बजे तक लगातार वोट चलते रहेंगे और 3 उपचुनाव उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहे हैं। छोटा सा ब्रेक है यहाँ पर, हम लौटते हैं और आप देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक टीवी।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padiyatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padiyatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus post to post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Lashkar releases a Kashmiri Pandit, hitless Kashmiri Pandits protest in Jammu, demanding transfer out of Kashmir. And right there is Gursimran at the protest spot. Gursimran, what's happening on ground?
We want justice. We want justice.
Yes, right now we are in Jammu, the Resident Commissioner office, where the Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest, and this protest is against the threats that have been issued by the terror group, the Resistance Front. The terror group has issued a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits because this Kashmiri Pandit community has been on the target of the terror group for a long, and yesterday itself they have issued another threat to these Kashmiri Pandit employees. Yogesh, how do you see it? Time and again threats being issued to the Kashmiri Pandit community.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate part that we are receiving threat letters from last 1 year continuously, and specifically they are mentioning that PM package employees and Hindus are on the target of these terrorist groups, and time to time they have proven it right. So many killings have been witnessed during these times, target killings. They killed us into the office, they killed us in gardens, they killed us into the houses, and still the government is in a sleeping mode, which is very unfortunate part. From last 206 days we are protesting that please relocate us from Kashmir till the conditions in Valley become conducive for us, but government is denying this. Unfortunately, government has stopped the salaries of these hapless employees, and our parents are facing hardship of this. We are dying from the both end. One, we are dying from the gun, we are dying from the pen. Our children are suffering because of this. It's a very unfortunate part.
How do you see these kind of threats coming time and again to the Kashmiri Pandit community? Do you think that they want to push the Kashmiris, they want to instill fear among the Pandits?
Sir, as you can see that it's been 208 day today. We are constantly demanding that our lives are not safe in Valley, and the threat letters are an important proof for that. It justifies our demand, and our lives are at stake in Valley, and we are still requesting the administration as well as the Home Ministry and PMO to kindly relocate us to Jammu, as we are not safe. These threat letters are the evident proofs for our demands which are justified from day.
Madam, you are also concerned about how that transfer letters got into the hand of the terror groups. You have been raising this demand.
Sir, we are saying this since from 208 days. This is 208 day. We are only saying government that we are not safe in Kashmir. We want our relocation. We want to safeguard our lives in this Jammu. Please safeguard us. us. Please save our lives. We also matter. Our lives also matter.
So this is what the Kashmiri Pandit community is saying, that our lives also matter. Sir, time and again, day before yesterday when we spoke, you said that we have been demanding, but no heed is being paid to our demand.
Absolutely, sir. You are quite right that we are demanding for right to live from since May this year, but our demands are not being heard. In respect, the government has stopped our salaries, giving a respite to our views. The government has stopped our salaries, and now a recent list of 57 employees of our community has been issued by TRF, and they are threatened to be killed. So this is the breach of security in respect of administration, and we demand the administration to take a quick action regarding our demands and relocate us to Jammu as soon as possible.
So this is the Kashmiri Pandit community that have come here in the Relief Commissioner office demanding that don't rehabilitate us on the cost of our blood, don't orphanage our childs, and they are being punished because they are the nationalist voices. They say that the only solution they have is the relocation of the Kashmiri Pandit community, and this has been their demand for quite a while, that they are sitting on a protest for over 200 days, and the new threats from the terror groups have made a sense of fear among them. This has increased a sense of fear. Yes.
Absolutely, Gursimran. So the Kashmiri Pandits are very, very clearly saying that there's already a sense of fear among the employees, Kashmiri Pandit employees there in the valley, and such a threat is increasing that fear. Now, the big question is also coming up is that who leaked the information about his 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target? Many, many big questions coming up as well, right now, Gursimran.
Yes, see, this is one of the biggest questions, that how these official letters managed to reach the terror groups, the TRF, how this terror group got the access to this. We'll try to speak to some more Kashmiri Pandits because, sir, you have also seen 90s time, and now the threat letters reaching the terror groups. How do you see to it?
This is very unfortunate that the letter, that the transfer, this was actually a transfer order issued by the Director of School Education to the employees. How this transfer letter goes in the hands of these terrorists. Now we got a letter from the TRF that these 57 employees are in a hit list. This is very unfortunate on the part of the government. All the documents which has been issued in favor of we people has been circulated to TRF also.
So this is what the Kashmiri Pandit community is asking, that they are on the protest for 208 days, but now how these letters, the sensitive letters, transfer letters that are internal communication, have managed to reach the terror group, and terror groups are issuing the threats to the community. Yes.
All right, thank you, Gursimran, for getting us all the details. Gursimran, at the protest side, the Kashmiri Pandits are asking for safety as more fear is prevalent among them, as Lashkar has released a list with 56 Kashmiri Pandits' names in their target list. Let's move ahead to what's happening today. Big day today. It's polling day in Gujarat. That's one of our top stories today as well, viewers. Polling for second phase is on in the assembly elections in Gujarat, and the Gujarat Assembly has 182 seats. Now over 93 seats are up for polls right now. 93 seats are up for polls today. The first phase voting was held for 89 seats in the Saurashtra and Kutch region. Let's go to Priyanka. Priyanka, just a short while back we saw Amit Shah casting his vote as well. And what is happening on ground right now? Because the second phase of elections are very, very important as well for the people of Gujarat. Gujaratis and the people in Gujarat, the citizens of Gujarat, have clearly said that they do want a better administration, and some of them have even listed the top issues that they want to be addressed in Gujarat. What are they saying on ground, Priyanka?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. You put it very rightly when it comes to the people of Gujarat, the electorate of Gujarat, and that's what we see right now even behind me. I'm at one of the Yuva polling booths now, essentially where there are several sections that have been made for the younger generation, the youth of the Gujarat as well, who have been, in fact, who will be the first-time voters as well. So that's a different section of the booth that has also been given for these particular voters as well. We'll try to get in a word from several several of them. So as we track some of the known faces of Gujarat that have just cast their vote, starting from the Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ranip, and then the Home Minister Amit Shah in Naranpura, and of course Anandiben Patel, Bhupendra Patel, all of them that have cast their votes in Ghatlodia. Ghatlodia is exactly where we are right now as well, and we will be speaking to some of the people as well, the voters, the electorate of the country of the Gujarat, state of Gujarat, and understand as to what is on their mind when it comes to the polling today. We'll keep panning our cameras as we show you the visuals of the people that have come here and numbers to actually cast their votes as well. And we are looking at the youngsters as well. We see a lot of them, in fact, talking about, as you pointed out, the issues of security, talking about the issues of law and order, of employment, of inflation, all of these things that are in the minds of the voters as well. Let's get in a word from them. And in fact, before we get in a word from them, we are in fact getting all of the updates as far as the voters are concerned. And let's get in a word. सर, आप बताइए, आप यहाँ पे वोट करने के लिए खड़े हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं जो दिमाग में आते हैं जिसके ऊपर आप वोट करेंगे? क्या इश्यूज आपको लगता है जो गुजरात के लोग हैं उनके दिमाग में?
विकास पर वोट करने के।
आप बताइए।
विकास पे ही वोट करना है।
Alright, so another very interesting thing, Shivangi, what we also see in terms of the voters and what's on their conscience when they are going to vote, most of them talking about that the developmental push is something that is on their minds as well. We will be bringing you all the updates on the ground. We are at one of such polling stations. The second phase of voting is underway. We are at the election news headquarters here at Republic. We'll be back after a very short break with all the updates. Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila's Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की, कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus, post to post live coverage. 93
will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage only on Republic TV.
All right, viewers, it's polling day today in Gujarat, and our reporters are on ground right now. We have Madhurima, we have Priyanka, and the phase 2 of polling in Gujarat, and 93 seats are up for grabs. Very, very important phase of the elections. After the first phase, we've seen the second phase happen there. Amit Shah has cast his vote as well. Amit Shah saying very, very clearly, Priyanka, this is very important because you've been speaking to voters entire day, and you also, Madhurima, you've been speaking to reporters entire day, speaking to the voters entire day. In fact, Amit Shah has said, Priyanka, very, very clearly, I appeal to all, especially first-time voters, to vote and take forward the decades-old reform journey of the state. And on ground, we have seen a lot of elderly citizens come, senior citizens come in wheelchairs, seeing them in wheelchairs, coming, even though they have some issues, they have forgotten about everything, whether it be the heat, whether it be the cold, whether it was the cold in MCD elections or in Gujarat as well, when they came out at 7 a.m. in the morning almost, sitting there waiting outside the voter stations to vote. Priyanka, and this really talks about why it's very important also for the young of the nation, especially in Gujarat today, to come out and vote in large numbers. The same sentiment has been shared by Amit Shah and also PM Modi. Priyanka.
Oh, and not for the first time, Shivangi, because through the entire campaigning, we have been seeing that the Prime Minister has been having a direct conversation, a direct communication to the first-time voters, to the first youngsters, in fact, as well. And time again, in various rallies that I have also noticed when we have attended those rallies, he has said that he wants to now speak directly to the first-time voters. And then he directly, in fact, speaks to them and says that you should come out and vote as well. Because what we see essentially from 2017, in fact, from 2012 as well, if we look at the statistics of the voter turnout, that has been in fact taking a dip as well. In 2017 it was 71% and we had also seen now it had fallen to 68% as well. And now we are also looking at the second phase of the elections, where we are looking at the Prime Minister himself going out and casting his vote, and post which he once again says that the first time voters in fact should come out and cast their votes as well. Apart from him, the Home Minister Amit Shah had also said this, and what we essentially see on the ground is that the BJP making way for the another time, in fact, for making the government here in the state of Gujarat, and we do see that they want more and more people, the voter turnout, in fact, to go up, since this is something that is going to affect the vote share of the BJP as well, and perhaps that's why we see this kind of a push this time as well, that we usually see in all elections, but this time as well we see that the Prime Minister, Home Minister, and some of the known faces of the BJP as well, who themselves are going and casting their votes and imploring to the people to come out in large numbers and cast their votes as well. Shivangi, we in fact have the initial figures of the voter turnout as well till at least 11 a.m. and we are looking at the voter turnout also taking a dip in the first phase. We will have to wait and watch as to the percentage that is calculated by evening today, Shivangi.
Right, so the voter turnout right now, Priyanka and Madhurima and all our viewers are watching right now, the voter turnout in phase 2, 11 a.m. is 19.17%. The figure you can see in the bottom of your screen, viewers, as well, 19.17%. That is a voter turnout overall. Ahmedabad, and let's go to Madhurima as well. Ahmedabad is approximately around 16.95%. Madhurima, take us through what is happening on ground where you are.
Well, Shivangi, as far as Ahmedabad is concerned, let me tell you, the love for the Prime Minister is unprecedented. Even earlier today in the morning, we saw that how people poured in front of that school in the Ranip location just to have a glimpse of the Prime Minister. It was unprecedented and people echoed their sentiment. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break to keep you ahead of all the updates in these high-stakes Gujarat elections.
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to polls, live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं।
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है।
Dear viewers, starting 5 p.m. this evening, Republic TV will be broadcasting the exit poll and the poll of polls. The Republic PMark exit poll is the only poll that got 5 state elections spot on in every state. And as Gujarat completes voting today in the phase 2 of elections, stay tuned to get the closest number to the real result this evening on Republic. Stay with the number 1 election team as Arnab takes you through the projections as elections come to an end. Once again, starting 5 p.m. this evening, do not miss it. It's going to be a special broadcast led by our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to post, live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ के सारे नंबर से ये चुनाव भी हम जीते।
मतदान करना हमारा अधिकार है। सब मतदारों को मतदान करना चाहिए। जब हमें अधिकार प्राप्त हुआ है तो अधिकार का उपयोग करके भारत को अव्वल नंबर पर पहुंचाना चाहिए।
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना। कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
States will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last goes to polls, live coverage only on Republic TV.
It is the final fight as voting is underway for the second phase of the Gujarat elections. 19.17% voter turnout till 11 in the morning.
देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Amid the Modi chants, Prime Minister casts his vote in Ahmedabad, lauds the Election Commission for conducting peaceful polls. Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his family members, casts his vote in Ahmedabad, appeals to first-time voters to step out and vote. It's the prestige battle in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri, the seat vacant after Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise.
जो पुलिस को ब्रीचिंग है वो ये है कि समाजवादी पार्टी को वोट ना पड़ने दिया जाए।
Workers stage protest. Party chief Akhilesh Yadav alleges police stopping voters from casting their vote. And don't forget to catch the biggest and most accurate exit polls on Republic TV with India's #1 news team. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Well, it is a big day politically today. The polling for the second phase of the assembly elections in Gujarat is taking place even as we speak for 93 assembly seats that are spread across Ahmedabad, Vadodara and other central and northern Gujarat regions. Voting has been brisk so far and the percentage hovers at about 19.17%. That's till about 11 o'clock this morning. Big wigs, of course, leading the way. Pictures in your screens are of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, both of whom have already cast their ballots in Ahmedabad. We are also, of course, standing by to play for that big exit poll result that's going to be aired at 5 p.m. this evening. So do stay with us for that one. But let's begin by listening in to what the Prime Minister said earlier. He, of course, urged people to come out and vote in large numbers.
गुजरात के, हिमाचल के और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने बड़े भाई से मिलने पहुंचे और सोमा भाई हमारे साथ हैं। ये मुलाकात 23 मिनट तक चली, कैसा लगा छोटे भाई से मिलकर?
बहुत बढ़िया लगा।
कितनी देर तक थे, क्या बात हुई, चाय पानी पिया? क्या
चाय पानी पिया और परिवार में सब कैसे हैं, ऐसी बात है और कुछ नहीं।
आपकी तबीयत पूछी?
हाँ, तबीयत तो पूछते हैं ना।
अच्छा, कितने वक्त बाद मुलाकात हुई है आपकी?
5-6 साल हो गए शायद।
5-6 साल हो गए थे। अपने भाई को जब इस तरह का इस कद का नेता बनते देखते हैं तो कैसा लगता है, गर्व होता है? छोटे भाई हैं आप, बड़े हैं।
बुरा लगता है, ऐसा नहीं कह सकता हूँ मैं। हाँ?
ये भी कह सकते हैं जो इच्छा।
नहीं कह सकता हूँ मैं। जिस तरह से वो काम कर रहे हैं ये तो पूरे हमारे लिए तो नाज है।
अच्छा, आपने वोट कर दिया है? वोट कर दिया आपने? अब जाएंगे?
जाना है ना।
आपके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं सर वोट के?
अभी वोट देने के लिए जाना है।
आपके लिए मुद्दे क्या हैं? सरकार से संतुष्ट हैं?
बहुत संतुष्ट है।
बहुत संतुष्ट है।
हाँ।
परिवार से जुड़े रहते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी? बातचीत होती रहती है आपकी?
नहीं जुड़े रहते हैं,
काम में व्यस्त रहते हैं, जनता के लिए काम करते हैं।
वो राष्ट्र के लिए है।
राष्ट्र के लिए है, ऐसा लगता है आपको? आप भावुक हो रहे हैं थोड़ा? आपके लिए ये वक्त ऐसा है कि आपके भाई इतनी बड़े कद पर पहुंच गए हैं। इमोशनली मैं बस समझना चाह रही थी आपसे कि आपके लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो देखिए, थोड़े भावुक हो गए हैं और एक गर्व का भाव सम्मिलित होता है जब कोई नेता इतने बड़े कद का हो जाए, तो ये समझ में आता है। और एक बड़े भाई कैसे भावुक होकर अपनी बात कहते नजर आए कि देश के लिए समर्पित कर दिया है अपने भाई को।
सबसे पहले तो गुजरात के इस विधानसभा चुनाव में पूरे गुजरात के दूसरे फेज के सभी वोटरों को अपील करता हूँ कि मतदान जरूर करें और इस लोकशाही के सुंदर पर्व को मनाया जाए, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में चुनाव ही एक ऐसी शक्ति है जहाँ पर आप अपने आप को शक्तिशाली प्रूव कर सकते हैं। तो मेरी तो सबसे अपील भी है और साथ ही साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो शासन और जो शक्ति और सुशासन जो राज्य में रहा है और गुजरात की अस्मिता और गौरव के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो काम किया है, तो मैं सभी गुजरातियों को अपील करता हूँ कि सब साथ मिलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की शक्ति को बढ़ाए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोटदान करें।
All right, so that of course was Hardik Patel over there asking people to come out in big numbers. Now, just to tell our viewers, Hardik Patel was seen largely as someone who brought out the anti-incumbency factor against the BJP in 2017. But after that, of course, he's shifted sides. He's now running on a BJP ticket. Also, essentially, it does seem that the Patidar issue that was so prominent in Gujarat in 2017 almost seems to have now become dormant. It seems to have been tackled with the three big leaders of that Patidar Andolan, as it was called at that time, was of course have all gone their three separate ways. One of them joined the BJP, one joined the Congress party, and another of course also joined another political outfit. So in that sense, that is something that seems to have been dissipated in these elections. And just to tell our viewers that starting about 5 this evening, Republic TV will be broadcasting the exit polls and the poll of polls. The Republic P-Mark exit poll is the only poll that got all the 5 state elections on spot in every state. And as Gujarat, of course, completes its voting, stay tuned to get the closest numbers to the real result this evening on Republic TV. Do stay with the #1 election team as our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami takes you through the projections as elections come to an end. And once again, that of course is scheduled for about 5 p.m. this evening. Do stay with us. Let's go across across to our correspondents on the ground now. Priyanka is reporting from Ghatlodia. Madhurima will stay with us from Ahmedabad, and also Harsha live from Naranpura. Priyanka, to you first. You are reporting from Ghatlodia, which is, of course, the constituency of the Chief Minister. And he was, in fact, Priyanka, made the Chief Minister only about a year ago, and he has seen a solid backing from the top leadership of the BJP. In fact, just looking at the number of rallies that we have seen, where both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have endorsed him, gone on to ask people to vote in large numbers. In fact, I think even Prime Minister Modi saying that vote for him in a larger number than you voted for me as well. So in that sense, do you think that he does enjoy a very solid support base?
Very rightly put, Nupur. When it comes to Bhupendra Patel, who of course has been the Chief Minister for merely a year, but we have seen the kind of stumping that is being done by the union leaders as well, who have come down to Gujarat and have carried out several joint rallies with Bhupendra Patel over the last 2 months at least that we have been seeing, especially over the last 2 to 3 weeks, where we had seen those road shows that were being carried out of Bhupendra Patel. And not just that, we had also seen Bhupendra Patel along with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, then along with the BJP Chief C.R. Patil, and of course with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well. In fact, that very first rally that had been flagged off of Bhupendra Patel in Ghatlodia had been that with the Union Minister Amit Shah as well. So we kind of do see the kind of support that Bhupendra Patel has also garnered from the top brass of the BJP, and of course him being from Ghatlodia, this is interestingly also Anandiben Patel's, used to be Anandiben Patel's constituency, and it is said how Bhupendra Patel and Anandiben Patel are also quite close. In fact, both of them were together earlier in the morning when they had gone out to cast their votes as well. But we also see the kind of reasons that the BJP had been hoping for this government change, and the kind of effect that the BJP was hoping that it would have on the ground as well. And it seems as though it has succeeded, because what we saw in the last term of the BJP government, Nupur, the Vijay Rupani tenure as the Chief Minister, and that in fact tenure had also seen the first and the second waves of the COVID-19 pandemic, because of which we had seen a level of anti-incumbency that the government of Gujarat at that time had also been facing, post which we see, of course, as you pointed out, how the government change had taken place, how Vijay Rupani in fact had passed the baton to Bhupendra Patel and he had become the Chief Minister, post which we do see that a level of anti-incumbency that the BJP thought that they will be facing has pacified, according to them. And that is why we see over the last 1 year that the BJP's campaign strategy has been that of the offensive and not of that defensive, because they have been saying that the winning for them in this state, of course, is not a problem. This is about the numbers, as to how many numbers that they can get. And as you also pointed out, and taking that point further, as far as the number of constituencies are concerned, and how Narendra Modi himself had been stumping for Bhupendra Patel and had said that Bhupendra Patel's numbers should also break all records of Narendra Modi that had been set in 2002, the highest seats that the BJP had gotten as when Narendra Modi had become the Chief Minister at that time for the first time as well. So of course all of those things are something that the ground level cadre is also sensing. That is the message that is coming from the top brass of the BJP, because even in these rallies the Prime Minister had been stating to each and every booth level worker, to each and every ground level cadre, that this is the kind of agenda, this is the goal setting of the BJP that they have this time, to make sure that Bhupendra Patel wins and breaks all records of Narendra Modi as well. So that is the kind of agenda that the BJP had been working with, the strategy that they had been also designing as far as the campaign is concerned. And of course now we see Bhupendra Patel becoming in fact had become the Chief Minister last year, and will be repeated if in case the BJP will be forming the government in Gujarat as well. And of course the cabinet as well will be decided upon, something that had been touched upon in a closed door meeting yesterday with Narendra Modi, with C.R. Patil, with Amit Shah, with Harsh Sanghvi and Bhupendra Patel as well, that had been present there in Kamalam. Very quickly to wrap up, that essentially tells us how confident the BJP has been about the state of Gujarat, and especially in these elections, that they are already talking about the governance ahead and not just talking about poll strategy anymore.
So essentially, Priyanka, what you're saying?
All right, we are getting pictures of Prime Minister's mother, Hiraba, going out to vote, accompanied by the youngest brother of the Prime Minister, younger to him, Pankaj Modi. This is in Gandhinagar. I believe the family votes in Gandhinagar South constituency, from where Alpesh Thakur is contesting on BJP ticket this time. Remember, Alpesh Thakur was BJP's bane in the last election in 2017, along with Hardik Patel and Jignesh Mewani. Hardik Patel also happens to be in the BJP now, contesting from Viramgam, and Alpesh Thakur on BJP ticket from Gandhinagar South. But in the pictures,
लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व में, इस त्योहार में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, और ये इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण होता है क्योंकि आप जब चुनाव मैदान में उतरते हैं तो आप चाहते हैं कि जनता आपको चुने, आपके काम को चुने। और हीराबा एक ऐसी तस्वीर चुनाव दर चुनाव हमें बताती रहती हैं। व्हीलचेयर को जो है ऐश्वर्य ऊपर लेकर जाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि 2 मतदान केंद्र यहाँ पर बनाए गए हैं, 1 और 2 इस जो वार्ड की संख्या है उसके हिसाब से बनाया गया है। और हीराबा आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रही होंगी। तस्वीर देखिए, जो परिवार के सदस्य हैं और जो उनके साथ सिक्योरिटी है वो उनके अंदर लेकर गई है। अब वो अपना वोट कास्ट करेंगे, यानी मतदान करेंगे। उसके बाद वो बाहर आकर लोकतंत्र की इस खूबसूरत तस्वीर को और ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से दिखा पाएंगी, क्योंकि वोट कास्ट करने के बाद हो सकता है कि वो यहाँ पर बाहर आए और जो तस्वीर है वो दिखाएं। तो हीराबा अंदर जा चुकी हैं, अपना मतदान ऐश्वर्य कर रही हैं, थोड़ी देर बाद बाहर निकलेंगी। लेकिन बार बार जैसा हम कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि बड़ी संख्या में ऐसे गुजरात में वोटर्स हैं जिनकी उम्र ज्यादा है, और हीराबेन बार बार इस तस्वीर को दिखाती रही हैं, इस लोकतंत्र के महापर्व में हिस्सा लेकर बताती रही हैं कि आप भी घर से निकलिए, ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, इसका निर्वहन करना बहुत जरूरी है। और यहाँ पर हीराबेन अंदर मतदान कर रही हैं, थोड़ी देर बाद बाहर निकलेंगी। लगातार हमारी नजर वहां पर बनी हुई है। मैं मुकेश चाहूंगा कि एक बार आप वहीं पर फ्रेम रखिए। अंदर मतदान चल रहा है, पुलिस प्रशासन जो है वो सख्ती बरत रहा है, एक पूरा का पूरा एरिया बना दिया गया है ताकि कोई दिक्कत ना हो। उम्र को की बहुत ज्यादा है, और ऐश्वर्य जैसे आप लोग भी बात कर रहे थे कि वोट परसेंटेज जो है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है इन चुनावों में, लेकिन वोट परसेंटेज कैसे बढ़ेगा? इसी तस्वीर को देखकर बढ़ेगा। इन्हीं तस्वीरों को देखकर लोगों के मन में भी ये जिज्ञासा होनी चाहिए, ये क्यूरियोसिटी होनी चाहिए कि आप भी मतदान के लिए पहुंचिए, क्योंकि नए वोटर्स जो हैं उनकी संख्या भी लाखों में है, लेकिन उम्रदराज वोटर्स की बात की जाए तो हजारों में उनकी संख्या है। और सबसे अधिक अगर बात की जाए तो अहमदाबाद के क्षेत्र में ही है, 5000 से ज्यादा इनकी संख्या बताई गई है। और हीराबेन जब यहाँ पर पहुंचती है तो जो साथी वोटर्स हैं, जो आसपास की विधानसभा के वोटर्स हैं, जो इन तस्वीरों को देख रहे हैं, उनके मन में भी ये बात आती है कि हाँ, हमको भी मतदान के लिए पहुंचना चाहिए, लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व में हिस्सा लेना चाहिए। और अहमदाबाद के बाद नंबर आता है सूरत का, जहां 4000 से ज्यादा मतदाता हैं जिनकी उम्र 100 वर्ष से ज्यादा है। लेकिन हीराबेन के साथ साथ वो मतदाता भी इस तस्वीर को देखें जो अभी तक घर से नहीं निकले हैं। हम भी यही अपील करेंगे रिपब्लिक भारत की तरफ से कि आप भी घर से निकलिए। कुछ ही देर बाद हीराबा जो हैं वो बाहर आने वाली हैं। आपको ये जानकारी दे दें कि पीठासीन अधिकारी अंदर जो मौजूद हैं, उन्होंने जो आमतौर पर प्रक्रिया होती है, पर्ची आपकी देखी जाती है, उसके बाद आप अंदर जाते हैं और बीप के बाद वोट कास्ट करते हैं। तो वो अंदर जो प्रक्रिया है वो हम दूर से जरूर देख पा रहे हैं, कैमरे की निगाह नहीं है, लेकिन हम आप तक वो जानकारी पहुंचा रहे हैं कि पीठासीन अधिकारी अंदर मौजूद हैं, और वो तस्वीरें भी आप तक पहुंचाएंगे। वो तस्वीरें भी हम आप तक पहुंचाएंगे जब हीराबा तुरंत वोट करके बाहर निकलेंगी, क्योंकि अभी जो अंदर इस समय मैं तस्वीर देख पा रहा हूं, 1 से 2 मिनट का और वक्त लगेगा। हीराबा तुरंत यहां से बाहर निकलेंगी। तो ये तस्वीर हम इस समय दिखा रहे हैं, हम मौजूद हैं। बार बार हम दर्शकों को बता दें कि हम मौजूद हैं गांधीनगर दक्षिण विधानसभा में, जहां अल्पेश ठाकुर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से मैदान में उतरे हुए हैं। यहां पर भी फाइट बहुत कड़ी है और मतदान करने के लिए।
all right, that's a beautiful narration coming in from Mradul, our anchor from Republic Bharat. But then I have to give you viewers the pictures of the polling booth from where Prime Minister's mother Hiraba is voting, and at 100 plus years, that's a tremendous amount of spirit, Deepthi, to be going and voting, accompanied by family, of course. The youngest brother of Prime Minister there accompanying his mother. And she is now getting inside the polling chamber, in the polling booth, where she has to press the button. And yesterday we had pictures of Prime Minister having tea, sitting next to her after having taken her blessings. And this is now a regular feature that we get Prime Minister's mother going out and voting even at this age. And that should be an inspiration really, Deepthi, for people who find excuses not to go out and vote. I saw one excuse, for example, that it's Monday, they have to be in office, that's why they're not going to vote. And excuses like that get reflected in the voting percentages, which is not good. If you look at democratic exercise, it gets strengthened if people exercise their franchise. And what better picture of commitment to democracy than this? Prime Minister's mother at that age, coming out of her residence, even on a wheelchair, and going out to vote, cast her ballot and exercise her right, exercise her franchise. Isn't it amazing, Deepthi, that these kind of examples really underscore the strength of our democracy?
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is the reason why we must play out these images again and again, because whoever's looking at these images has a vote in the second phase must be out there today voting, because if you do not vote, you have no business of even complaining later. And this is where I think that equal participation, Abhishek, has been reiterated by almost everyone, whether that's the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the Congress Party, the Aam Aadmi Party. They all want you to come out and vote. So again and again, remember, Republic also is requesting it's in fact appealing to all its viewers who today have a vote in the second phase. Do not sit at home. Do not look for an excuse. If Hira Ba at the age of 100, and wish her a good health, Abhishek. If she can come out and cast her vote. There can be absolutely no excuse for anyone else to not do the same. The turnout, in fact, we were reflecting the numbers on the bottom of our screens, is still pretty low, Abhishek, and this is in spite the fact that you have seen again and again appeals also going out from the Election Commission of India. There is Hira Ba with her folded hands.
Oh, absolutely. She could be, in fact, the brand ambassador for the Election Commission, concerned as it was about people not coming out and voting. Remember, there was an Election Commission statement day before yesterday, in fact, asking people to come out and vote because in the first phase, the polling has not been up to the mark, about 6 to 7% less than 2017. Now in the pictures, of course, Prime Minister's mother accompanied by her family posing with their inked fingers. And I saw those pictures yesterday of Prime Minister engaging with her, talking to her.
Yes.
And there was some comment she made which made the Prime Minister have a bit of a light moment, a laugh. He was amused, or I don't know. We don't know
so what was
exactly.
the mother telling the son? And let's see if we can also, take it, put out that picture, because I think it's important. It's important to have those two windows on our screen if possible. We'll request our producers to do that. Abhishek, what was the mother telling the son?
I mean, it can be anybody's guess till the Prime Minister tells somebody. And I don't think he would have, except for perhaps the family members who were present there, Deepthi, and maybe some message on G20, what he should be doing, what he should not be doing.
Or he needs to work more. He needs to work harder.
I mean, mothers can, give any message, and the sons have to take it. And in those pictures, clearly, Prime Minister was the son, nothing else. So I think, but let's focus on these pictures. It's amazing. I mean, I'm just left wondering that this is the spirit of democracy that permeates at all levels in the country.
जाता है, सरकारें बदल जाती हैं और हीरा बा इस समय तस्वीरों में नजर आ रही हैं। हम लगातार तस्वीरें बता रहे हैं। उनके परिवार के सदस्य उन्हें लेकर आगे बढ़ते हुए जिस रास्ते से आए हैं उसी रास्ते से वापस लेकर जा रहे हैं। टीवी स्क्रीन पर आप हीरा बा की तस्वीर देख रहे हैं और बार बार उनसे यही तस्वीर दिखाने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि आपने वोट कास्ट कर दिया है। सबसे अहम तस्वीर इस समय रिपब्लिक भारत पर हम दर्शकों को बता रहे हैं। देखिए, साथ में खड़े हुए हैं परिवार के सदस्य। परिवार के सदस्य साथ में खड़े हुए हैं और उन्होंने बता दिया है कि वोट कास्ट कर दिया है हमने, आप भी घर से निकलिए। हीराबा अब आगे बढ़ते हुए और उनको सुरक्षा का जो घेरा है वो भी देखिए, आम जनता है, जनता देखने के लिए भी आती है, बड़ी संख्या में मीडिया कर्मी भी मौजूद हैं, तो कोई दिक्कत ना हो क्योंकि उम्र का ऐसा ही पड़ाव है। लेकिन हाँ, मतदान के बाद अब वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ रही हैं और एक तस्वीर, ये सीधी तस्वीर इस समय हम दिखा रहे हैं, आप तस्वीर देखिए। मतदान के बाद हीरा बहन जो हैं वो अपने परिवार के सदस्यों के साथ आगे बढ़ रही हैं और आगे बढ़ते हुए वापस अपने गंतव्य की ओर, जहां से गाड़ी में उनको बैठाया गया था, वहां पर जा रही हैं। आपको ये भी जानकारी दे दें कि हीराबेन ने और पूरे परिवार ने अपने मतदान को अंजाम दे दिया, यानी मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल किया है और अब अपने घर की ओर जा रही हैं। तो ये तस्वीर वाकई लोकतंत्र की सबसे खूबसूरत तस्वीर है और हीराबेन ने अपने उम्र के जो लोग हैं उन्हें भी संदेश दिया है, आप भी बाहर निकलिए। युवाओं को संदेश दिया है, आप भी बाहर निकलिए। और जैसा हम पहले चरण के मतदान प्रतिशत को देखते हैं, ये पूरे गुजरात को संदेश दिया है कि मतदान प्रतिशत को बढ़ाना चाहिए। मतदान प्रतिशत अगर बढ़ता है तो ये लोकतंत्र की बहुत खूबसूरत तस्वीर नजर आती है। इसलिए मतदान प्रतिशत बढ़ गया है और मतदान प्रतिशत तभी बढ़ेगा जब आप घरों से निकलेंगे, वोट कास्ट करने के लिए पहुंचेंगे। ये हीराबेन ने बता दिया है। तो सीधी तस्वीर इस समय हम बता रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने मतदान किया है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के भाई ने मतदान किया है और अब प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी हीराबेन ने भी अपना मतदान कर दिया है और उनके परिवार के जो सदस्य हैं उन्होंने भी अपना अधिकार जान लिया है और अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करते हुए अब घर की ओर जा रही हैं। हीराबेन को व्हील चेयर से उतारकर बहुत आराम से जो उनके परिवार के सदस्य हैं उनकी मदद से वापस कार में बैठाकर ले जाया जा रहा है। आपको ये जानकारी दे दें कि हीराबेन जो हैं वो मतदान करने के लिए पहुंची थी, उसके बाद उनके परिवार के सदस्यों ने मतदान करवाया और अब उन्हें यहाँ पर वापस ले जाया जा रहा है। ये सीधी तस्वीर
All right, so that was the Prime Minister's mother over there, of course, voting, and as Deepti was pointing out, it's a lesson for everybody who's much younger than her to come out and cast your ballots. It's also very, very essential in a democracy. Let's go across now to Priyanka. She's at Ghatlodia. Priyanka, we were earlier talking about this constituency and how important it is in the picture of things right now. But also, Priyanka, I wanted to ask you about the AIMIM. Now, the AIM, all right, first, of course, we're continuing to stay with those pictures, I think. So let's talk about the constituency, Priyanka, that you're reporting from, Ghatlodia. It's extremely important. That, of course, is also the constituency that the Chief Minister, the incumbent Chief Minister, is fighting on.
Well, that's right. Of course, this is one of the booths in that constituency of Ghatlodia, and Bhupendra Patel, of course, contesting this election against Congress's Ami Yagnik, and she has also been somebody who's been a very renowned face of the Congress party here on the ground in Gujarat, and also had been a Rajya Sabha member as well for the Congress party. And of course, we have seen the kind of campaign of at least the incumbent Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. But we have seen that the Congress, in fact, had been missing in action. There had been a level of slower kind of a campaign, in fact, that we have seen of the Congress party. Then if we talk about the Rahul Gandhi factor, which was completely missing in action as compared to the 2017 campaign that we had seen of the Congress party, where at least 4 to 5 rallies in a day that were being carried out of Rahul Gandhi in 2017. But this time around, only 3 to 4 rallies in the entire campaigning that we have seen in Surat, in Rajkot, in Ahmedabad, and in Vadodara as well. So this is the kind of, we have seen the campaign that had been carried out on the ground. And more particularly now, of course, Bhupendra Patel had been here for only 1 year. He had become the Chief Minister, post which, of course, he had been campaigning along with the Prime Minister, along with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well. And we have seen how Bhupendra Patel, in fact, had also, talked about development. They had also talked about how the entire agenda of the BJP has been that of the infrastructure push, has been that of the development, and has been always that of development is something that was reiterated by the BJP as well. And this time was no different, because this time again they had also spoken about the double engine Sarkar, the double engine government of Bhupendra Patel and Narendra Modi, as specifically when Narendra Modi had spoken about his tenure as the Chief Minister. Minister, and had spoken about the time that the then Union government used to stop several developmental projects, several developmental policies to be made and implemented in the state of Gujarat. He has reiterated those points in the campaign speeches as well. He has time and time again mentioned about how when he was the Chief Minister, he had to fight tooth and nail to get these kind of developmental projects, get a push from the Union government, and that they were the ones who impeded upon the people of Gujarat getting that developmental push as well. So this is something that had been stated by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, talking about his tenure as the Chief Minister. But then he also talks about how this time around, now the time is different, since he is the one sitting in Delhi, and that Bhupendra Patel has his full support. He's the one working for the people of Gujarat from Gandhinagar, and that is why this entire slogan of the double engine Sarkar, as we had seen in the UP elections, also being said in the Gujarat elections as well. Now Nupur talking about how this is the double engine Sarkar that is working for the developmental push. So that is the entire narrative of the campaigning from the BJP that we had been speaking about, specifically about Bhupendra Patel.
All right, thank you, Priyanka, giving us a lowdown from Ghatloria, which is the constituency of the incumbent Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, and before that of Anandiben Patel, of course. In the pictures, we are also seeing the visuals from earlier when Prime Minister voted. That was in Ranip area, from where Priyanka was there, and now also just before that, just a while back, Prime Minister's mother Hiraba, along with son Pankaj, of course, the youngest brother of Prime Minister, and the family voting at 100 plus. That's really some spirit of democracy, and we are continuing to get pictures from across those areas of Gujarat which are voting today as part of the second phase of polling in the state. Not very exciting numbers. We come back after a short break to discuss that deeply.
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka, now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to post, live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल के मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the
Welcome back. You are watching our continuous broadcast of the second phase of polling in Gujarat. The voting percentage rather has picked up. It was about 19.17% till 11 a.m. We'll get out the latest numbers in just a bit. But pictures on your screen are of prominent BJP leaders casting their ballots. We, of course, had the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, as well as the incumbent Chief Minister of Gujarat. All three of them casting their vote earlier this morning. Now, we are also joined on the broadcast by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor and our senior editor Deepti Sachdeva, both of them from the Delhi studios. We've got Harsha also joining us from Battleground Gujarat. Abhishek, you know, we were earlier talking about the AI-MIM factor, and I wanted to bring that up because it's not been talked enough, but the fact is that in the local body polls, they did do rather well. So how do you see this going forward now?
Okay, so far as AI-MIM is concerned, Nupur, this is the first time they are contesting on these many seats. They are in fact contesting on 13 seats in Gujarat. Before this, they have not contested in assembly elections. And last year, in the municipal elections that were held in Gujarat, they did manage, I believe, about 20 odd seats in 3 municipalities, including, I believe, 4 seats in Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. And it so happens that there are pockets in Ahmedabad where they have some influence because of those corporators being there. Having said that, so far as the vote bank of AI-MIM, which is the minority community, the Muslim community is concerned, they have seen AI-MIM doing what it does in a state like Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh. Essentially, whatever vote it gets split insofar as the anti-BJP vote is concerned. So with that understanding, perhaps there is a limited appeal that the AI-MIM would have. But having said that, it's a fact that this is the first time they are a player in 13 seats, and in some seats they would have some influence because they have contested municipal elections last year and they have some corporators. And if I can give you more details, since you mentioned about AI-MIM, 13 seats on which AI-MIM has fielded candidates, 8 belong to the Congress party and 5 to the BJP. So that gives you an idea. If they get some votes, we don't know how much they will get, how many votes they will get. But whatever votes they get, if you look at it, they are fishing in the same pond as the anti-BJP parties, including the Congress. And if 8 of the 13 seats where their candidates are contesting were held by the Congress, then obviously whatever votes they take away from the Congress party. To that extent, AI-MIM, whatever it gets, is going to be disadvantaged Congress party insofar as these elections are concerned.
I think, you know, because Abhishek, you've touched a very important point about the opposition here. The AI-MIM is just one of the opposition parties, the others being the Congress, Nupur, and obviously the Aam Aadmi Party this time around. And a lot of important insights into, Abhishek, how the Congress has operated this election season and the Aam Aadmi Party. And you know, there are regions, there are pockets, especially in Saurashtra, some also in central Gujarat, where there are reports that there is anti-incumbency against sitting Congress MLAs. And a lot of the people there, Nupur, actually believe that the Congress itself has not done work. So I do not know whether, you know, you will still have people voting for the Congress, considering that there is that voter disconnect. The Congress has said we've kept our campaign low-key, but what does that mean? That's again something will be reflected only on the 8th. But let's see if we can also get in Harsha quickly. Because Harsha, remember, also has been covering a lot of these rallies. She's been speaking to a lot of these opposition netas. Harsha, when you talk of the opposition, why is the opposition completely absent? It's extremely difficult to take on a party that has been in the saddle for 27 years. Because this is the BJP, and the BJP fights that there is, like, you know, there is no tomorrow. They put everything on it. But the Congress only had to gain, the Aam Aadmi Party only had to gain. What have we seen them doing?
See, in most of the part of the campaigns and rallies, we have seen the Congress being absent, and we have seen Aam Aadmi Party, the kind of election wave we saw amongst the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, which they projected when coming from Delhi to Gujarat. We saw senior leaders like Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh, Raghav Chatta. They did a lot of door-to-door campaigns in Gujarat. And initial wave we saw, they were the only ones. They were saying that there's election wave, and Aam Aadmi Party is creating a difference here in Gujarat. But in many pockets, if I talk about opposition by AI-MIM, fielding its candidate in the 13 assembly
जी ईशुदान जी, आप आज वोट करने आए, क्या लगता है आपको?
अभी क्यों થઈ ગયું अभी 200 मीटर नहीं हुआ अभी 200 मीटर नहीं हुआ बाहर पट्टो मार्यो છે आई
सर एकदम गेट के बाहर से लेफ्ट साइड
ईशुदान जी
अब हो गया कर
इसलिए कि नहीं
सर हो गया
All right, those are pictures we are getting of Isudan Gadvi. Those were pictures of Isudan Gadvi. Now, of course, on air is Prime Minister's mother Hiraba, and she has voted just about 15 minutes back in Gandhinagar. And Isudan Gadvi, of course, is also the Aam Aadmi Party's chief ministerial face. So to say, he's contesting from Jam Khambalia in Jamnagar district in Saurashtra, because that's his home constituency. He might not gain much traction given the fact that it's an Ahir dominated seat and Isudan Gadvi does not come from that community. Aam Aadmi Party had carried out a Twitter poll to decide their chief minister candidate, and Isudan Gadvi won that. Between him and Gopal Italia, who happens to be the state convener, is contesting from Surat to Qatargam seat. In the pictures now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he had voted about an hour back in Naranpura area. That's his home constituency. That's from where he was an MLA in Gujarat. All right, let's listening to Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
આપ માંગી શકશો કારણ કે આપણે જો ઘરમાં બેઠા રહેશું તો પછી એવું થશે કે સજ્જન લોકો ચૂંટાયા કરતાં દુર્જનો વધારે આવી જશે અને પછી આપણે અપેક્ષા રાખીશું ભ્રષ્ટાચાર મુક્ત ગુજરાતની પછી આપણે અપેક્ષા રાખીશું શિક્ષણ ફી ઘટાડવાની પછી આપણે અપેક્ષા રાખીશું આરોગ્યની સારી સુવિધાની સારા રસ્તાની સારી સ્કૂલોની એ બહુ જ કઠિન રહેશે.
We'll work on health, we'll work on good roads. I have to appeal to people of Gujarat that come out and vote in good numbers.
કે મારો બાળકને હું સારી સ્કૂલમાં ભણાવીશ એને સારું બનાવીશ તો એના માટે તમારે વિચાર કરવું પડશે કે તમારે આપણી ભારતની જરૂરિયાત શું છે ભારત કેમ નંબર 1 નથી બની શક્યો અત્યાર સુધી 75 વર્ષની આઝાદી
You will have to think
75 વર્ષની
what the nation
આઝાદીમાં
needs.
શું જોયું છે 75 વર્ષની આઝાદી જાપાન
After 75 years of independence, what do we need?
કારણ કે આપણા બાળકને સારું શિક્ષણ મળ્યું નથી આપણા
If America has gone ahead, what has taken it ahead?
બધાને તક નથી મળતી અંગ્રેજી
Our people are talented, our children are talented.
તો આ બધી વ્યવસ્થાઓ પરિવર્તનની માટે શિક્ષણ ખૂબ જરૂરી છે તો શિક્ષણ માટે કોઈ પણ બીમાર માણસ બને છે ગમે ત્યારે અકસ્માત થાય છે તો પહેલા એને હેલ્થની તકલીફ પડે છે ખિસ્સા ધોવાય
Education is needed.
તો સરકારોની જવાબદારી હોય છે કે
And then you need to
આરોગ્ય સેવા
focus on health.
સંપૂર્ણ જગ્યાએ પ્રાઇવેટમાં પણ ફ્રી હોવી જોઈએ તો એ એટલા માટે કારણ કે તમારી બચત એમાંથી ખર્ચાઈ જાય
Complete health,
મોંઘવારી
free
આસમાન
health.
છે મોંઘવારીમાં રાહત મળવી જોઈએ આ બધાને લઈને મારી અપીલ છે
Health services, that
બહાર
is.
નીકળીને મતદાન કરો મતદાન સ્વયંભૂ સમજી વિચારીને કરો કોણે શું કહે છે ભાઈબંધ દોસ્તાર એનાથી મતદાન નહીં કરતા મતદાન તમે પોતે શું અનુભવો છો આજે હું અને મારી પત્ની ધર્મપત્ની બંને મતદાન કર્યું છે એમને પણ અધિકાર છે કોને મત આપવો છે મને પણ અધિકાર છે કોને મત આપવો છે તમે કોઈ એક વાતને લઈને કે એક પક્ષને લઈને એવી રીતે મતદાન નથી થતા હોતા મતદાન સ્વયંભૂ તમારા સંશોધન કરીને તમે પોતે સમજી વિચારીને તમારા બાળકનું ભવિષ્ય સમજી વિચારીને મતદાન કરજો નહીં તો પછી 5 વર્ષ સુધી એ જે શાસકો મતદાન કરીને ચૂંટીને મોકલ્યા છે એ તમારી ઉપર રાજ કરે છે સેવા કરે છે એના ઉપર જઈને મતદાન કરો
ભાજપ કોંગ્રેસ અને આમ આદમી પાર્ટીની કેટલી સીટો આવશે
આમ આદમી પાર્ટી મને ભાજપ કોંગ્રેસમાં હું એટલા માટે નથી પડતો કે એની પાર્ટીઓ છે એ એને વિચારવાનું છે અમારો રસ્તો અમને ખબર છે પહેલા તબક્કામાં આમ આદમી પાર્ટીની 89માંથી 51+ સીટ આવી રહી છે બીજા તબક્કામાં પણ અમે અપેક્ષા રાખી રહ્યા છીએ કે મિનિમમ 52થી વધુ સીટો આમ આદમી પાર્ટીની આવી શકે એવી સ્થિતિમાં અમે છીએ પછી તો જનતા જનાર્દન છે જનતા જનાર્દન મુદ્દાને આધારિત બાળકોને આધારિત આ પહેલી વખત કામની રાજનીતિ થઈ છે અને આધારિત મતદાન કરે છે તો અમને અપેક્ષા છે કે આટલું થશે
People are God.
આજ
Whatever
आज
BJP
मैं
has to
और
do,
मेरी
BJP will do.
धर्मपत्नी
Whatever we have to do, we'll do.
अहमदाबाद के घाटलोडिया में
हमारा जो मतदान का अधिकार मिला है उसका उपयोग किया है, हमने मतदान किया है। लोग भी बहुत उत्साहित दिख रहे हैं, लोग भी उम्मीद के साथ मतदान कर रहे हैं। मैं लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि आप घर से बाहर निकलिए, वोटिंग बूथ तक जाइए, मतदान करिए। मतदान लोकतंत्र का सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो हमें मिला है अधिकार वो है। हम अगर लोकतंत्र में राजाशाही और अभी तक जो चला आया उससे और लोकशाही में फ़र्क ये है कि हमको मतदान करने का अधिकार मिला है। हम अपने नेता को चुन सकते हैं, आप चुनिए जिसको भी आपको लगे, हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं, लेकिन आप मतदान करने जाइए। अगर करने जाओगे तो आप जवाब मांग पाओगे नेताओं का। अगर आप बैठे रहोगे तो हो सकता है कि दुर्जन लोग बैठ जाएं सत्ता पर, और दुर्जन लोग बैठेंगे तो आपके लिए स्वाभाविक तौर पर अच्छी शिक्षा के लिए करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे, अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे। इसलिए उम्मीद के साथ मतदान जाइए। और दूसरा मैं अपील ये करता हूँ कि मतदान जाने से पहले एक बार आप हम फोड़िए कि हमारे बच्चों के लिए अच्छी शिक्षा कौन कर पाता है, अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की सुविधा है कि नहीं, करप्शन फ्री हमें चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए गुजरात, हमें कौन क्या कहता है, किस तरह से भाषण देता है, उससे वोटिंग नहीं। आज कितने देश आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। जापान जैसा देश जो कि हिरोशिमा नागासाकी पर हमला हुआ और ख़त्म हो गए थे, फिर भी खड़े हो गए।
आप बोल रहे हैं
तो मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि वोटिंग उस तरीके से करिए। हमारे देश में अच्छी शिक्षा होनी चाहिए, हर बच्चे को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए। हर अच्छी शिक्षा का अधिकार है, और अच्छी शिक्षा तभी मिल पाएगी जब हमारे नेताओं में विज़न होगा, हमारे नेता कुछ करने के लिए सक्षम होंगे। दूसरा है आरोग्य। कभी भी कहीं पे भी अकस्मात होता है, एक्सीडेंट होता है, तो जब एक्सीडेंट होता है तो हमें ज़रूरी नहीं कि सभी के पास पैसे होंगे, तो फ्री आरोग्य सेवा भी होनी चाहिए। उस हिसाब से आप पढ़कर देखिए और वोटिंग करने निकलिए।
At the memorial that has been erected for Jayalalitha, a large crowd over there, so that's very interesting to see. AIADMK leaders, of course, have paid their respects as well earlier. The pictures on your screen are of Sasikala at the memorial that has been erected for Jayalalitha. Varshini joining us live from Chennai. Varshini, it is quite a big group of people over there that, of course, are behind Sasikala. So give us an overall sense of what we are witnessing.
See, this is the death anniversary of the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha, and now that the AIADMK party is broken into several factions, one being the EPS Edapadi Palaniswamy's faction, another being the O Pannirselvam faction, and the other one being TTV Dinakaran and VK Shashikala's faction. Each faction, along with their cadres, the party members and the leaders, are coming in huge numbers to the memorial to pay respects on her death anniversary, to commemorate her memorial day. Therefore, we can see huge crowds of people thronging here to the memorial at Marina Beach, and where she has been laid to rest here. Now, all the leaders are also coming one by one. First, it was Edapadi Palaniswamy with his cadres, then it was O Pannirselvam. Now, we can see that VK Shashikala, along with her cadres, have gathered here to pay respects to the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and this is definitely intensifying as this battle for the ownership, the leadership of the AIADMK party is still going on, and there are so many hints here and there where these leaders give about forming teams yet again, whereas OPS, who spoke to Republic Today, also mentioned about how he hinted about his intentions to reunite with the Edapadi Palaniswamy faction once again, though Edapadi Palaniswamy has been giving his stand time and again about how he will not get back with OPS. OPS gave us a hint about how he wants to reunite so that they can work in the party back together. Though it is also notable that tomorrow in the Supreme Court we also have a hearing of the OPS case that is coming, and there will be very important arguments in the Supreme Court tomorrow. Therefore, it's a very intensified day for the party members and the leaders of the AIADMK party today.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, This is what has happened to the AIADMK, three separate leaders, in a sense, emerging out of that party, which was led by Jayalalitha. Today, of course, is the 6th death anniversary of the former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, Jayalalitha. And as Varshini was pointing out earlier, of course, we had Edapadi Palaniswamy pay his respects to the former Chief Minister. Thereafter, of course, now we are seeing these pictures play out on our screens of her close confidant and someone who was by her deathbed, in a sense, Sasikala, also paying her respects to Jayalalitha. A huge number of crowds over there. Jayalalitha, of course, was someone who had an unprecedented following in Tamil Nadu politics. She was one of the stalwarts, the big names of Tamil Nadu politics, the numbers, of course, of the AIADMK cadres behind her. But now that seems to have split three ways, in a sense, isn't it, Varshini? You know, we've seen all these warring factions that emerged out of the AIADMK come in and pay their respects. But nevertheless, Jayalalitha remains a figure who had All right, we are now getting a big news break, in fact, even as these warring factions have been coming out to pay their respects to Jayalalitha. We are now hearing that OPS has hinted at reuniting with EPS. So that's a big breaking news that's coming in. And the timing of it is interesting as well. It is the 6th death anniversary of Jayalalitha. Let's go across to Varshini later, but let's play out this reaction first.
எங்களை பொறுத்தவரையில் அப்படியே ஒன்றுபட்டாதான் உண்டு வாழ்வு.
So Selvam says that according to his faction of people, they have decided that only if they reunite, come together, we can live peacefully. So he says that ondru pattaldan undu valvum, which means coming together is the only best option for AIADMK, which is left, which he indirectly tells us about his intention to reunite with Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and work as under one leadership once again, under the DO leadership once again. So that is exactly what O. Pannirselvam is trying to say, which means he is ready to get back with Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and we'll have to see. Vicky Shashikala is currently paying her homage, paying her respects to the former Chief Minister Jayalalitha. We are at the memorial. There we can see huge number of cadres and supporters of Vicky Shashikala gathered to pay respects to the former Chief Minister Jayalalitha. We know that Shashikala and Jayalalitha had a very, very close relationship, and now that Vicky Shashikala is also into politics, trying to take over the control of the AIADMK party, get back with O. Pannirselvam or Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and bring back a very important united front that the AIADMK party could put up is what Shashikala wants, and even she's been speaking about it time and again, and she's also been talking about how under her leadership she can bring back all the ways that AIADMK was previously with the leadership of Jayalalitha. Therefore, it is very important to note that Vicky Shashikala has also come down here just after Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam to the memorial to pay her respects. And now that O. Pannirselvam has hinted at coming back together, it is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And tomorrow there is a hearing in the Supreme Court as well in the case that OPS had appealed for. Therefore, the next course of action from these leaders will be much awaited to see. It will be very interesting to see if at all any leaders are ready to unite again and work together under the dual leadership or single leadership, which will bring back the AIADMK together. Right now, though it is the main opposition party in the state, the strong front that it used to be is not still, still be able to see is what the people of the state feel. Therefore, these leaders coming back together would be the, biggest, strongest front that the AIADMK party could put up. And now, VK Shashikala is representing the Amma Makkal Munnetra Kazhagam party, the AMMK party, and TTV Dinakaran will also be here to pay his respects very soon. And we will also be trying to speak to VK Shashikala on what her thoughts are about, coming back together as a united front.
Everybody will be asking then is that will they be able to set aside their political differences even if they were to come together? Because look at the rancor we've seen between all these leaders, from going to court to essentially, we remember that day when both the factions, so to say, almost came to blows at the AIADMK office. So is that something that's even possible after there's been so much animosity between all these people?
Well, definitely, yes, Nupur, it's not just in the top layer of the leadership now. It has definitely moved throughout the party. Even the cadre at the lowest level has, gone into separate ways. They have taken sides. And now, putting aside all the political differences and coming back together and working under one leadership or working together is going to be definitely difficult. But at the same time, to provide a strong opposition to the DMK government currently, a good leadership in AIADMK, some sort of a unity in the AIADMK is necessary. That is what the party is currently lacking, being the leading opposition party in the state. And since, even recently in the last assembly session when the EPS faction made a walkout, several decisions were made by the OPS faction. Therefore, it is not what a opposition party has to look like in a state. Therefore, coming back together or proving their majority is the only way that this party can gain back its lost strength and lost name is what we, the people of Tamil Nadu feel. And definitely this party, particularly AIADMK, is a party which has always thrived with a face, with a big leadership, with a very prominent leader, be it former Chief Minister MGR or Jayalalitha. So having another big face, big name is what this party needs right now, and that could be by the leaders coming back together or one leader trying to prove the majority or whatever the Supreme Court decides in the case hearing as well.
Oh yes, absolutely. But politics does make for strange bedfellows, and we don't know whether, all these factions can actually unite. That's going to be extremely interesting. But as you pointed out, Varshini, one of the key things is to have a credible opposition. And that's something, that the DMK does not have in Tamil Nadu. So in a sense, do you think it's essentially necessity rather than choice that is driving these political choices that are now being made by EPS, OPS, and of course, Sasikala? Varshini, if you can hear me, I think there was some audio trouble over there, but I'm going to put that question to you again. I was saying, do you think it's necessity rather than political choices that are making these three people come back together? Because the fact of the matter is that the DMK does not really have a credible opposition in Tamil Nadu anymore.
Definitely, yes, Nupur. Not having a strong opposition in the state is definitely lacking in very important decision that has to be taken, in the state assembly. Though there are a lot of bills being passed, a lot of decisions being made, which lack of a strong opposition is definitely, making things difficult for the state of Tamil Nadu. As AIADMK party coming back together strong is the only way. And now we will be bringing you more updates and more details from the Jayalalitha's memorial about what is going to happen in AIADMK after a short commercial break.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padiyatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padiyatra. Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election.
On the action-packed day in battleground Gujarat, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel casted his vote. A confident Gujarat Chief Minister said that Bharatiya Janata Party will certainly come back to power with thumping majority.
आज दूसरे चरण का मतदान शुरू हुआ है। सब गुजरात के मतदार आज दूसरे चरण में भी शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सब इसमें भाग लेंगे और भारी मतदान करेंगे। ये दफ़ा हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ के सारे नंबर से ये चुनाव भी हम जीते।
He added that BJP will break previous records and form a government again in Gujarat. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padiyatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padiyatra. Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहां पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहां पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic P-Mark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Viewers, it's a final fight as the voting is underway for the second phase of Gujarat elections. 19.17% voter turnout till 11 a.m.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Amid the Modi chants, PM cast his vote in Ahmedabad, the Lord's Election Commission for conducting peaceful poll. Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his family members, cast votes in Ahmedabad, appeals to first-time voters to step out to vote. It's a prestige battle in UP's Mainpuri, the seat vacant after Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise.
जो ब्रीफिंग है वो ये है कि समाजवादी पार्टी को वोट ना पड़ने दिया जाए।
Worker Stage Protest Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav alleges police stopping voters from casting their vote. And viewers, catch the biggest and the most accurate exit polls on Republic with India's #1 news team. Viewers, it's the battle for Gujarat, second phase of polling today, and extremely important phase as well. And Nupur is also joining us from our Mumbai studios. Nupur, today, in fact, is the second phase, and in the first phase, we saw a lot of voters on the ground. They had come out in quite large numbers. This time, again, appealing to all the voters in Gujarat to come out in large numbers to cast their vote. Nupur.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Shivangi, and good afternoon to all our viewers as well as our reporters who are joining us. We've been on it non-stop since 7 a.m. this morning, and I think we've got our reporters on the ground, Priyanka and Harsha, both of them still with us. Priyanka, coming to you first. Priyanka, we've been talking since the morning about the key issues that voters are facing. But I just wanted to ask you, is the polling percentage now picking up? It's nearly 1 o'clock. It's just about 4 hours to go before the polls now shut. Are you seeing people now queuing up more?
Nupur, I'll directly bring in some of the first-time voters that are joining me right now. This is the constituency of the Chief Minister, Bhupendra Patel. And we're being told that we're right outside, in fact, one of the booths where he will be passing by from as well, which is why we're standing here. But we do have some of the first-time voters, some of the normal, voters as well who are joining me right now. You voted for the first time today. What has been your experience? But also talking about the kind of push that the politicians have also been giving for youngsters to come out and cast their votes. How important is it?
It is very important. We are voting for only leaders that work for us. So it's good to, experience was really good. But honestly speaking, the leaders that work for us, we are going to vote them only.
And what were some of the issues that concerned you as a first-time voter? What was something that was going on in your mind, in your conscience when you went out and voted? What were some of the issues that concerned you?
As I live in Ahmedabad, we know that one party is working for a long period of time and is working very well. Safety and all issues are very fluently solved. So I'm not afraid of waiting on another leader.
But ऐसा भी होता है कि कहीं ना कहीं there are other issues like employment, like inflation, like job opportunities. Is that something that concerns you? Is that something that you were keeping in?
Yeah, sometimes they concern me, but I can see that Ahmedabad future is very high, where they bring up very much industry in here, and so it's not so concerning about us, because I think in 5-4 years the industry is going to very big and employment is going to increase.
I see a couple of your friends also with you. Both are first-time voters. Show your finger that you've gotten in. So you can see the first-time voters. In fact, jubilant faces that we see, youngsters. These are the youngsters. In fact, the Prime Minister had also been, directly talking to as well, to imploring them to go out and vote. You are also a first-time voter. आप भी यहाँ पर आए थे वोट डालने. What were some of the issues that concerned you? Some of the things that you were thinking while going out to vote? क्या इस पूरे इलेक्शन में लगा कि किस मुद्दे को ध्यान में रख के यू वोट?
Yes, sure. I was thinking that it is important to build a strong opposition party for the ruling party to work properly, right? So if the ruling party is out there with the maximum vote, I think they would do the work with the efforts. But if the opposition party is also putting a pressure on the ruling party, it would be better that the ruling party will work better.
Essential for democracy. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking to us. So Nupur, Shivangi, some of the first-time voters that have just joined us, in fact, from the Ghatlodia constituency. This is the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel's constituency. He will, in fact, be passing by from here in his convoy, is what we've been given to understand. He's taking a round of the entire city as well and making sure that also that people are going out and voting, because he also spoke to the media right after he cast his vote and had also implored to the people to come out in large numbers and vote, because Nupur, we had been seeing how the voting percentage had been taking a dip, and we had seen how since till noon, in fact, 19% voter turnout that had also been registered, and of course Ahmedabad ranking a lot lower in the voter turnout as compared to some of the other cities that are seeing a higher voter turnout as well. Of course, we are on the ground tracking all of the movements of some of the renowned faces, politically speaking, as well. As of now, back to you in the studio.
Right. Well, Priyanka, you're getting us all the details. Harsha is there with us as well. And viewers, do not forget to tune in after 6 p.m. We have the Republic PMARC exit poll, where we get the numbers right every time with our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami. Many reactions coming in today as well. Let's play them out, and then I'll go across to our correspondent Harsha, who's also there on ground.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ के सारे नंबर से ये चुनाव भी हम जीते।
मतदान करना हमारा अधिकार है। सब मतदारों को मतदान करना चाहिए। जब हमें अधिकार प्राप्त हुआ है तो अधिकार का उपयोग करके भारत को अव्वल नंबर पर पहुंचाना चाहिए।
All right, viewers, getting some update coming in. We'll go back to our coverage on Gujarat elections, but some breaking news is coming from the national capital this time around, where a 4-story building has collapsed in the Shastri Nagar area of North Delhi. Further details are still awaited on this breaking development we're getting. It's a wall collapse being reported in Delhi area, in the national capital region, specifically in the North Delhi area.
On your screen are of the Prime Minister coming back to Delhi. Do remember that even after he cast his ballot, there is a key meeting that the Prime Minister will be overseeing. It's a strategy meeting that's being held in the national capital for the BJP. Of course, they're looking at the rest of the assembly elections in 2023 as well as 24. So the Prime Minister over there arriving back in the national capital after casting his vote. Earlier this morning, of course, we did see the Prime Minister make his way to the polling booth where he votes. Thereafter, of course, also meeting his brother, now arriving back in the national capital. Now, just to tell our viewers that the BJP is also holding a very critical meeting today. That's the meeting that's going to be held in the BJP BJP headquarters, we are given to understand. So there, the Prime Minister with the BJP National Secretary, National President, I beg your pardon, JP Nadda, along with him. Now, this is a strategy meeting that is being held in the national capital. Piyush Mishra joins us. He has more details on this. Piyush, good afternoon. Tell us more about this particular meeting. The focus, we understand, is on the assembly elections that are to be held in 23 and thereafter, of course, the national elections of 24.
Well, absolutely. BJP is always in campaign mode, and that's the message which is once again being highlighted by the top leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party. Right now, as they're speaking, Prime Minister has arrived here at the BJP headquarters national capital to inaugurate the meeting of all office bearers of Bharatiya Janata Party from across the country. Not only the BJP chief of different states would be present in that meeting, but the organizational structure leaders will also be present in that particular meeting, and this is going to be a 2-day crucial meet.
Right, Piyush,
the BJP.
Your audio connections is dipping a bit. We're going to come back to you, but Aishwarya Kapoor, our political editor, also joining us right now on this one. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister as well as JP Nadda already heading for that meeting. We are given to understand that they're looking at strategizing for the 23 state elections and, of course, thereafter the 24 general elections.
Well, absolutely. This is a complete concentration and the re-strategization of the BJP as far as 2024 general elections are concerned. And you see, just sense the way BJP works and functions. Today is the second phase of elections. Gujarat campaign, Gujarat elections are over, and the Prime Minister is not even wasting a minute. That's how the BJP election machinery works. That's how BJP as a party works. They are on for the next election, that is the general elections. BJP is not wasting any minute, a moment, a second, because they understand that every election is a different fight and they have to win every one. And that's why you see Prime Minister, right after voting, lands in Delhi. The BJP National President is there. The complete top brass of the BJP waiting inside so that they can chalk out a future strategy for 24 general elections. They're not wasting any minute. And then the opposition, if they need to counter this machinery, this way of functioning, they would have to counter in the same way. And that's why we see that BJP, not only as a party, but is an election machinery of a point and of a level that they do not waste a second. And the man himself, Prime Minister Modi, after casting his vote, not even wasting, forget days, forget hours, not even a single minute, flies to Delhi. And in this meeting, there are 4 different reports being submitted from 4 different zones of the country to the BJP, that what are those states where BJP did good last time around in the last general elections, and what are they expecting today? So very, very clearly, BJP is now on the roadmap of 2024. And if the opposition needs to counter them in 24, they need to come on their level as far as the preparation for the elections are concerned. And it's also what we are being told that there are at least 24 schemes which were introduced in the last 12 to 14 months, of whose implementation there is going to be a parallel meeting of the government. We are being told in the next 48 hours. So the Prime Minister is also going to have a meeting with his cabinet ministers in this very regard. But at this point of time, it's the meeting of the party, BJP as an organization. You have the BJP National President, you have the Prime Minister arriving and chairing this meet, and the other top brass. Back to you in the studios.
All right, Aishwarya Kapoor reporting on that. Thank you for joining us for the moment. So as Aishwarya was pointing out, of course, the BJP already at work for the next elections, 23-24 on focus over there. Piyush Mishra reporting from the venue where this meeting is taking place. Now, Piyush, this is, of course, a 2-day meeting that sets into motion essentially what the BJP's game plan is going to be for not just the, all the states that go to polls in 23. Those, of course, include Madhya Pradesh as well as Karnataka, but also the elections that the general elections of 24. Now, give us more details into what is the process that the BJP is likely to adopt. Aishwarya was pointing out that, they do seek reports from various zones and thereafter perhaps look at those reports and then formulate a policy going forward. So is that what you're hearing as well, Aishwarya? Piyush, I beg your pardon, in terms of how this is going to work?
Well, certainly, like our political editor Aishwarya Kapoor also pointed out that yes, the BJP's focus is now on 2024 Lok Sabha election, and before that, a two-day strategy meet is underway here in the national capital at BJP headquarters. I would ask my video journalist CP Singh to once show you the pictures of that particular venue where this meeting is right now underway, and if he focuses on that particular board, it's written Bharatiya Janata Party Rashtriya Padadhikari Baitak. That's the meeting of all the office bearers of national office bearers of BJP. And as we are speaking, PM has just arrived and he has gone inside in few minutes from now. We will also see the pictures of PM inaugurating this entire meet. Now, BJP is planning to chalk out a strategy not only for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections but also upcoming state assembly elections. And this meeting is taking place on the day when the second phase of voting is already underway in Gujarat. Remember that Prime Minister has already cast his vote. He, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, they have already cast their vote in Gujarat. And after casting his vote, both the leaders are flying to Delhi. In fact, PM has reached here in few minutes from now. We will also see Home Minister Amit Shah also taking part in that particular meeting. And during these two-day meeting, BJP is going to chalk out a strategy as to how to focus on the upcoming state assembly elections and also 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Earlier, we have seen how many meetings have been chaired by top leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, where they have sought responses, sought feedbacks from the organization leaders, and after that, they are going to implement those feedbacks in this meeting, and then they will be focusing on people's outreach program. They will be focusing on the welfare schemes so that have been launched by Modi-led central government. And we have seen how PM Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has been the poster boy of BJP, and not only in the state assembly elections of Himachal and Gujarat, there was a massive demand of Prime Minister's rally, but also during the MC elections in Delhi, the unit here, the BJP unit here in Delhi also was banking on Prime Minister's face. So it's a very important strategy meet which is taking place in national capital. There will be a press conference also after this meeting comes to an end. Then only we will be able to know more about the BJP's strategy. But yes, this meet is basically focused on the upcoming state assembly elections. There are around 9 states, so they are going to go in polls in before 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and strategy would be focused on those elections only.
Absolutely, Piyush. Thank you for getting those details, and do keep us ahead on the story. The PM is there in the BJP headquarters right now, where they're having a two-day national office bearers meeting, which is starting right now from today. And last time it was very, very clear when the Prime Minister had gone for the meeting at BJP headquarters before the Gujarat elections. That time the decision was taken to field key faces which are going to be the next generation of leaders in Gujarat. And right now we're getting some visuals coming as well. The Prime Minister there, who has just arrived at the BJP headquarters while the meet is happening to plan the strategy for 2023 and 2024 as well. General elections coming up very soon, and so are state elections next year. The Prime Minister there at the BJP headquarters.
All right, so the Prime Minister as well as the BJP President JP Nadda, both of them paying homage to the leaders of the BJP, the founding members. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of the Prime Minister now going across to the dais. So we are expecting, of course, BJP to formulate its strategy for the next year's assembly elections. There are a large number of states that go to poll next year, and thereafter, of course, the big one in 2024. That's the general election. And it's very interesting to note that today is the second phase of elections in Gujarat, and the Prime Minister just got back to Delhi from after having cast his vote. I beg your pardon over there. But the BJP, of course, continuing to put its election machinery essentially continuing to work, and that's something that the tenacity that they work with is obviously very difficult for the opposition to match. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from inside this two-day meeting that's going to be held. Now, what we are learning is that there have been different committees that have been formed by the BJP, which will today or tomorrow, of course, be submitting their reports in terms of the work that has been done so far and the way forward. Aishwarya Kapoor, our political editor, continues to be with us on the phone line. Aishwarya, as we were talking about earlier as well, it is the tenacity of the BJP that's so difficult to beat from opposition parties. But also, Aishwarya, give us a sense of how this is going to go forward. We were earlier learning, of course, that the BJP has formed various committees that are looking into different zones, and they come back and report, and thereafter the strategy is formulated?
Well, absolutely. 4 zones, 4 main reports, then 4 sub-part reports of 4 different zones, so 16 reports which are going to be submitted. But as we just mentioned, there are 4 zones, 4 primary reports will be submitted. All the top brass of the BJP's organization is present in this meeting, which is being chaired in presence of the Prime Minister by the BJP National President, Jagat Prakash Nadda. And as you were just talking about the tenacity, this is something which not only makes them separate or make them apart, but it also makes them standing out, and it makes the opposition's work very, very difficult to take on a party which is working on a 24/7, 365 module. You just saw the Prime Minister, not even a couple of hours prior, voting in Ahmedabad, and now he's back in Delhi, completely concentrating on 2024. So anyone, for a Congress or an Aam Aadmi party who feel that they can give competition to this BJP's functionality, really need to understand how fast are they moving. When they got up, they were still thinking about Gujarat. Now, it's 1:20 and they're already chalking the strategy out for 2024 general elections. That's how fast things are moving for the BJP and their planning as far as the next general elections are concerned. And that's how important the BJP feels that the next elections are going to be, and the 4 zones. So very, very clearly at this point of time, things are being looked in a very, very minute way. As I just mentioned, country has been divided into 4 zones. Every zone has a 4th zone. So hence, 16 separate reports compiled into 4 major ones to be submitted to the BJP National President to be discussed in this very meet in presence of the Prime Minister at the BJP's headquarters at 6 Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Marg here in the national capital. And once again, I repeat, this is what makes them stand out and makes the opposition's job far more difficult. That much more difficult because the Congress leadership feels that just by taking out a Bharat Jodo Yatra, and that too in non-election state, they will be able to give BJP a run for their money competition in 2024 general elections. They need to understand that what are they taking on. They need to understand what are they fighting if they still haven't understood after losing 2 consecutive general elections. So the Congress and then the other opposition parties who are still planning to become a national party need to take on Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah's duo. They need to understand that they need to come to this level as far as their preparations are concerned. And the visuals are from the Delhi headquarters of the BJP on the right at 6 Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Marg, where the meeting has now begun. Back to you in the studio. No problem.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you very much for that. And Piyush Mishra, of course, continues to report from the venue that their meeting is taking place. And Piyush, also give us a sense of the other top leadership of the BJP that's making its way to this meeting. They do, of course, have a very concise plan in terms of how they're going to go forward, don't they?
Well, absolutely, they are chalking strategy for the upcoming state assembly elections, and for that, there are multiple committees. Those have already been formed, and there will be discussion as to how to do a massive outreach program. I remember that earlier also some similar sort of meetings have been chaired where it has been decided to work on the feedback which has been sought earlier by these committees. And today we are seeing the pictures coming in from national capital in BJP headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with BJP chief JP Nadda, they are on the dais, and a couple of minutes back we also saw those pictures coming in of PM Modi paying respects to the top leaders of BJP. After that we also saw he being felicitated by JP Nadda. Right now Prime Minister is there sitting on the dais, and all the office bearers who have come from different parts of country, they are here. Remember that Biplab Dev, who is former Chief Minister of Tripura, he is here. The other leaders from the states, those are going to go for polls. They are already here. Newly inducted spokesperson of BJP, Javier Shargil, was also seen. So that's the first meeting of him taking part in BJP's meeting. After that, we also saw the top leaders from different parts of the country who are not only in the state BJP chief, but also leaders of organization. They are taking part in that particular meeting. So that's a very crucial meeting which is right now underway. And through this meeting, BJP is going to chalk out a strategy as to how to focus on the upcoming state assembly elections. Let us also tell to our viewers that there are around 9 states where the assembly elections will take place. Next year in 2023, important elections will take place in the states like Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and other parts of the country. And these states are going to be very important for BJP because Congress has its government in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, and BJP is going to chalk out a strategy how to dethrone Congress from these states. After that, there are elections in few northeast states. Leaders from those states have also come here. So it's going to be a strategy meet which will go on till 5 p.m. today. After that, tomorrow it is again going to resume at 8 a.m. and will continue till 4 p.m. It is also important to highlight that soon after casting his vote, Prime Minister has landed in Delhi. He came here to inaugurate this joint strategy meet. I remember that this somewhere shows how BJP is always in 24/7 campaign mood, 24/7 strategy chalking out mode, and that's what the other political parties need to learn. Not only Prime Minister but also Union Home Minister Amit Shah is here to take part in that particular meeting. So this somewhere tells us as to how BJP is always involved in reaching out to people to strategize how to again form government in other states, and that's what is being done here. The strategy for that is being chalked out here as we are speaking. Prime Minister is inside the BJP headquarters. He is going to address the office bearers, and after this very short break we will be getting more and more details as the meeting continues to take place at BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in few minutes from now is going to address the BJP meet which is taking place at BJP headquarters in National Capital. Stay tuned for more updates.
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to post, live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest.
So yesterday there was a session on a range of our priority areas. For instance, inclusive, resilient and accelerated growth. There was focus on women leadership. There was a discussion on digital transformation and data for development. And there was also a discussion on climate finance and life movement. This was a preliminary discussion, a society event. But we have circulated issue notes around all our working groups. Close to about 14 issue notes have been circulated. These have been read by all the countries. All our priorities have been brought out. Many of them were spelt out by the Prime Minister in his Bali address. These will be subject to debate and discussion here.
Viewers, the top headlines at this point of time, it's a phase 2 of Gujarat elections as voting continues right now in Gujarat.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
All right, news just coming in. We are now understanding that the Congress party has decided to complain against the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. The Congress party, we are told, is complaining against the Prime Minister's walk. Now, just to tell our viewers, the Congress believes that this is a violation of the code of conduct that's in place. Do remember that the Prime Minister walked to the polling station that was about 200 meters or so from where he got off his vehicle. He travelled to the area in a cavalcade and thereafter got down and walked for about 200 meters to the polling booth, and thereafter, after casting his ballot, of course, he walked to his brother's residence. So I think that's what is being opposed by the Congress party. So the Prime Minister walking to the polling booth and then onwards from it has been contested by the Congress party. The Congress calls the walk a road show. Aishwarya Kapoor on the phone line with us now. Aishwarya, tell us more in terms of what the Congress complaint is all about.
Well, it's a state Congress party. Congress party claims that the Prime Minister and the Home Minister of the country walking after casting vote, they are comparing it to a road show. Congress is crying foul, calling walks a walking road show. So they're scared of Modi and Shah walking now. While they should be concentrating on how to take on their strategies that the Prime Minister has not only walked, he has moved to Delhi and then to plan for 2024 elections, they are still stuck on the point that he walked after casting his vote, and they are going to complain to the Election Commission, comparing walking to a road show of the Prime Minister and Shah. So it's not only about Prime Minister but also about Home Minister Amit Shah. Congress is basically crying foul, is calling walking a road show. Congress is unable to understand, that is what comes out of it, that how to take on Modi and Shah. Otherwise, they would not have been stuck on them moving after casting their vote, but would have been taking them on strategizing for 2024. But their state unit is going to complain against the Prime Minister and Amit Shah walking after casting their vote. They are calling their walking equivalent to a road show. It's calling the Prime Minister walk and the Home Minister's walk as a road show. As we speak, we are being told that the State Congress President is going to go to the State Election Commissioner and complain directly, naming the Prime Minister and the Home Minister that they walked after casting their vote. That's in the studio's number.
All right. So as Aishwarya is pointing out, of course, this has been contended by the Congress party. Now, Aishwarya, how do you see this going forward? Of course, we are given to understand that the Congress says that this walk is a road show. It's against the code of conduct. All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Aishwarya Kapoor, our political editor. We're going to get him back in just a bit. But here's what we know so far. The Gujarat Congress has decided to complain to the Election Commission against both, I think, the Prime Minister as well as the Home Minister is what we are learning now. We are told that the Congress party is very upset by the walk that the Prime Minister took to, it was about 200 meters or so. He decided to alight from his vehicle and thereafter walk to the polling booth. And thereafter, of course, after casting his ballot, he then went to his brother's home, which was another about 250 meters or so away from there. So the Congress party has taken exception to that. It has gone to the Election Commission. It says that they believe that this is a road show, and that is their complaint against him. Priyanka is joining us live as well. Now, Priyanka, we were reporting in the morning where the Prime Minister, of course, got down from his vehicle and then walked to the polling booth. Now, we are learning that the Congress party has claimed this as a violation of the poll code. They have in fact gone to the Election Commission, not just against the Prime Minister but also Amit Shah.
Well, yes, these are initial reports that we are picking up that the Congress has decided that they will be going to the Election Commission. They will be appealing to the Election Commission to take cognizance. They say that this is a violation in terms of the Prime Minister, in fact, walking to that polling booth, and coming out of that polling booth, he had walked the entire length of the route that he was going towards the booth with. And of course, apart from him, we had seen that Union Minister Amit Shah as well. But the Congress party maintaining that this is in fact a violation of the MCC and also a violation in terms of the law, in fact, that they are not allowed to in fact carry out any kind of campaigning a couple of meters away from the polling booth as well. Now we will have to see whether or not the Congress in fact goes forward and registers this complaint at the Election Commission. But as of now, they have said that they will be approaching the Election Commission to take cognizance of the walk that they claim is a violation both of the Prime Minister and of Amit Shah as well.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, just to show our viewers, this is what is being objected to. The Prime Minister, of course, was voting in Ahmedabad earlier this morning, and he decided to walk about for some distance at least, greeting people on either side. So this is what the Congress party is objecting to. They believe that this is essentially a road show, and they want the Election Commission to take notice of this, to take cognizance of this and act against them. But also, Priyanka, it's not just the Prime Minister. They've also objected, I think, to Amit Shah and his visit there after casting his ballot to a nearby temple. So can you tell us more about that? What are you picking up?
Well, what we have seen is that the Prime Minister, in fact, coming out of the polling booth and walking and of course talking to the cadre on the ground, talking to the media. But even while speaking to the media, Anupur, he has not spoken about anything except for imploring the people of Gujarat to come out and vote in huge numbers. And that's exactly what we saw the Union Home Minister Amit Shah also do. In fact, both of these interactions had taken place quite far away from the polling booth, their respective polling booths, one in Ranip, the other in Naranpura. And of course, we have seen both of them speaking about the voter turnout, speaking about the people of Gujarat to come out and exercise their rights to vote. And that's about it. There was no political hyperbole that we saw in these kind of interactions that came out right after both of them, in fact, had cast their vote as well. But of course, we will have to wait for that complaint copy as well for the logic that the Congress is really resorting to, saying that this is in fact a violation for both the Prime Minister to walk and for the Home Minister to also actually walk towards the polling booth. But that in itself is a very bizarre complaint as well that we're looking at, Nupur, because the Prime Minister in fact had been walking towards the polling booth. He had gone inside and had waited in line as well to cast his vote as well. So we'll have to see as to what the Congress is trying to say as far as this complaint is concerned, as far as the legalities of this complaint is also concerned. But as of now, they have said that they will be approaching the Election Commission to take cognizance of this. And we will have to see whether or not the Election Commission also does take cognizance of this or not. But as of now, the Gujarat level leadership, in fact, also not coming out in the open and talking about this particular issue. We will have
All right, so that is Sasikala, of course, at the memorial of Jay Jayalalitha. Do remember, it's been 6 years since Jay Jayalalitha passed away, and we have seen various factions of the AIADMK, or rather also the political outfits that have come out of the demise of the AIADMK, in a sense. The leaders, EPS, OPS and Sasikala, of course, paying their separate homages. But the big news point that everybody's been talking about is the fact that there seems to be hints now that the two factions at least of EPS and OPS could come together. But that's not all. Even Sasikala spoke about it. She said that she is the only one leader who can unite the AIADMK and essentially have a credible opposition to the DMK in Tamil Nadu. Also, pictures on your screen are testament to how big a leader Jayalalitha was. Thousands of people have thronged the memorial that has been erected for Jayalalitha. Let's go across to Varshini. I think she's joining us live. And Varshini, if you could just translate what Sasikala is saying.
Well, right now, Speaker Sasikala and her cadres are paying respect to the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha's memorial at the Marina Beach. And they are also raising slogans about how DK Sasikala is the, political heir, and she must be the next leader for the AIADMK party. Whereas we can also see that DK Sasikala
All right, viewers, we'll just connect back with our correspondent. But right now, visuals coming on your screen of Sasikala at the memorial of Jayalalitha. Tribute being paid by Sasikala as well. Sasikala is paying tribute on the 6th death anniversary, and this is also being seen as a show of strength by Sasikala.
ये भी सच है कि कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, हाँ, इट्स फैक्ट दैट कमल हमारा नेशनल फ्लावर भी है. तो जब नेशनल फ्लावर तो इलेक्शन कमीशन एक पार्टी को दे दिए जब, तो वो फ्लावर को यूज नहीं करके और भी नेशनल कितना चीज था. हमारा संभवतः नेशनल टाइगर था पहले, नेशनल जो चिन्ह था, अभी लायंस बना दिया. तो पिकॉक भी है, जो नेशनल एम्ब्लेम है, कितना चीज है. ये चीज को देखना चाहिए बिकॉज 20 कंट्रीज, इफ आई डोंट रेज अदर विल रेज. जैसे आप एक सांबादिक हमको पूछ रहा है, इसी के लिए मेरे को उत्तर देना पड़ रहा है. नहीं तो मैं देखते जा रहा है, दिख रहा है, लेकिन तब भी देश का बात है. इसी के लिए हम इसके इशू नहीं बनाया. But it is not a non-issue. It's an important issue, and I think they should think over the matter.
Didi, the Gujarat second phase election is on. Prime Minister had gone out to cast his vote, but it was more like a road show, which is in violation of the Election Commission's norms. The same Election Commission which had barred you from campaigning for a day is today quiet. He did a road show, reaching to the polling booth, and after he came out.
They are the special people. It is the Election Commission duty. As a political party, we abide by the Election Commission. But what Supreme Court said, I do agree, cent for cent. That Election Commission also, there should be some system for nomination of the Election Commission and all this.
He did a road show today.
Election day road show is banned. But for them, they may be excused. This is the basic difference. না না, আপনি সব জানেন না. ঘটনাটা আমি সকালেই হ্যান্ডেল করে দিয়েছি. তখন দুজন মাত্র ডাক্তার ছিল, দুজন জুনিয়র ডাক্তার, কোনো সিনিয়র ডাক্তার ছিল না. ঘটনাটা 4-5 দিন আগের একটা অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট কেস. যাই হোক, একটা ইয়াং ছেলে মারা গেলে বা অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হলে মানুষের তো একটা দুঃখ লাগে, কিন্তু তাদের এটা করা উচিত নয়. কারণ ডাক্তাররা দে ট্রাইড দেয়ার বেস্ট. আমাদের ট্রমা সেন্টার ইজ ওয়ান অফ দ্য বেস্ট সেন্টার, এবং 4-5 দিন ধরে দে কন্টিনিউয়াস দে ট্রাইড দেয়ার বেস্ট. রাতের বেলায় মারা গেছে বলে ওরা হঠাৎ ঢুকে গেছে. আমি কত কষ্ট করে, কত টাকা খরচ করে এই ট্রমা সেন্টার করেছি. দুজন জুনিয়র ডাক্তারকে ওরা হেকেল করেছে, ম্যান হ্যান্ডেল করেছে.
All right, so Mamata Banerjee speaking there. In fact, Mamata Banerjee will be in Delhi today to take part in the preparatory meeting for the G20 summit, which will be convened by PM Modi at Rashtrapati Bhavan. She's making a couple of points there as well. She will in fact will be here in Delhi very soon. Now remember, West Bengal will also be hosting the G20 tourism meeting in Darjeeling from April 3rd next year as well. Mamata is in fact questioning the lotus symbol of G20, and she also has commented on the Prime Minister's walk, saying that it is excused for them. It's excused for them. When she was questioned about the Prime Minister's walk, which the Congress is going to move the EC for. They have an issue with the Prime Minister's walk there while he went for voting. All right, let's go ahead and take a very short break right now, viewers. We continue getting the top updates as Gujarat also is going to polls today in the second phase.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbala's Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbala says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally in the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की, कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus post to post live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Viewers are getting some breaking news coming in. International breaking news now. Dramatic brawl breaks out in Senegal's parliament. Visuals of that you can see on your screen. It looks like it's extremely dramatic. People are punching each other and they're even picking up chairs. Soon I'll be joined by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who will take us through exactly what's happening there in the parliament at Senegal right now. Visuals of that on your screen as well. We can see that a brawl has broken out in Senegal's parliament, and in fact 2 days back too, Senegal parliament saw brawls after MP had hit a woman colleague. Once again, we are seeing more visuals come in and more details coming of a dramatic fight inside the Senegal parliament, and there are chaotic scenes there you can see in the parliament in Senegal. Now what we can see is a massive scuffle which has erupted between the lawmakers. You can see chairs being thrown. You can see that the parliamentarians as well stumbling and falling there. Massive brawl there inside the Senegal Parliament. It's time for a very short break, viewers. We continue to be live and breaking and getting to the top updates today. Here's the final fight as voting is underway for the second phase of Gujarat elections. 19.17% voter turnout till 11 a.m.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Amid the Modi chants, PM casts its vote in Ahmedabad Lord's Election Commission for conducting peaceful polls. Stay tuned.
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbala's Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbala says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Plus coast to coast live coverage.
Right now we are in Jammu, the Resident Commissioner office, where the Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest, and this protest is against the threats that have been issued by the terror group, the Resistance Front. The terror group has issued a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits because this Kashmiri Pandit community has been on the target of the terror group for a long, and yesterday itself they have issued another threat to these Kashmiri Pandit employees. Time and again, day before yesterday when we spoke, you said that we have been demanding, but no heed is being paid to our demand.
Absolutely, sir. You are quite right that we are demanding for right to live from since May this year, but our demands are not being heard. In respect, the government has stopped our salaries. giving a respite to our heroes. The government has stopped our salaries, and now a recent list of 57 employees of our community has been issued by TRF, and they are threatened to be killed. So this is the breach of security.
அதிமுக தொண்டர்கள் முடிவு பண்றதுதான் நடக்கும். அது நிச்சயம் தனிப்பட்ட ஒருத்தர் முடிவு பண்ற முடியாது. அது வேற கட்சியில முடிவு பண்ணலாம். எங்க அனைத்து இந்த அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்துல அது மாதிரி செய்ய முடியாது. ஏன்னா எங்க புரட்சி தலைவர் கட்சி ஆரம்பிச்சதுல இருந்து அவர் அந்த பொறுப்பை தொண்டர்கள் கையில தான்.
நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தல்ல ஒவ்வொரு தரப்பும் மெகா கூட்டணின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கோம். யார் தலைமையில மெகா கூட்டணி அமையும் நினைக்கிறீங்க? ஏடிஎம்கேல
விடுங்கப்பா.
ஓகே மேடம். ஓகே, தேங்க் யூ மேடம். தேங்க் யூ மேடம். மேடம் தேங்க் யூ மேடம்.
Hello. So we just heard that reaction from Sasikala, who in fact was at the Jaya Memorial, and she spent the last an hour or so there, and many say that this is possibly a show of strength by her. But what is it that she has on her mind? What is it that she can do, considering that you have seen the ADMK that is fractured right now? Remember, there were reports that she could actually join hands with a particular faction, and this is how she plans to take on the DMK in the state. Would that happen or not? We'll also try to get in Varshini to help us understand verbatim what exactly we've heard from Sasikala. But there is a churn in Tamil Nadu politics as far as the DMK, the ADMK is concerned. The BJP, remember, also trying to get a foothold right now into states politics. Varshini, Sasikala there paying tribute to Jayalalitha. What have we heard from her specifically? What does she say about what's on her mind?
Well, when Republic tried asking her about how, this AIADMK party is planning to move forward, because there are three factions right now, and also OPS before a few minutes spoke to Republic saying that coming back together, reuniting is the only way. She says that even she stands by that. The only way to AIADMK party to come back together stronger is to reunite, to put out all the political differences aside and to come back together and work. And she also mentioned something very interesting. She says that one person cannot decide what the party's future is, and by that one person she means that Edappadi K Palaniswamy cannot decide on how the party's future is going to be. It's about everybody, including OPS, including herself, including TTV Dinakar and other important leaders who have also been terminated by the current interim General Secretary Edappadi K Palaniswamy from the party during their General Council meet. So therefore, VK Shashikala is also standing strongly on her point where she wants all the leaders to come back, put aside their political differences and to be put forth a front, a very strong front.
So will that happen or not,
party.
Varshini? I think that's something that we'll keep our eyes on, only for what if time. Apologies, I'm just interrupting you here, but we'll track that story also when we come back on the other side of this quick break. And remember, we are also keeping our focus and the spotlight on the all-important Gujarat elections. We are in the second phase of that election, and the Prime Minister voted earlier. Now he's back in Delhi. He's now chairing a mega BJP meet. More details also of that when we come back.
मेरी नजरों से चुना, तेरी हरकतों से सुना, कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है गुला।
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
अमेजिंग स्पेसेस के लिए ग्रीन लैम लैमिनेट्स, कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka, now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to polls, live coverage only on Republic TV.
waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see.
4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states. The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic P-Mark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m. It is the final fight as voting is underway for the second phase of the Gujarat elections. 34.7% voter turnout till 1 p.m.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Amidst the Modi chants, the Prime Minister casts his vote in Ahmedabad, lauds the Election Commission for conducting peaceful polls. Modi chants reverberate in Gujarat, but the Congress politicizes this, calls the Prime Minister's walk a violation. The Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his family members, cast their vote in Ahmedabad, appealing to all the first-time voters to step out to cast their ballot. It's also a prestige battle in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri, the seat vacant after Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise. And we are building up to the biggest and the most accurate exit poll on Republic with India's #1 news team. And let's get you more details on what's been happening in Uttar Pradesh. Do remember there is the seat Mainpuri that has now in fact voting. It's a bypoll that has been necessitated after the death of Mulayam Singh Yadav. Now Akhilesh Yadav there has spoken to Republic on the entire fracas that has been reported earlier. The Samajwadi Party has in fact complained and they have said that a lot of voters are not being allowed to cast their ballot. They are casting aspersions not just on the Election Commission, also on the ruling BJP in the state. Let's listen into what he says.
अखिलेश जी, मैनपुरी का ये बड़ा चुनाव है और क्या इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, ये चुनाव नेताजी के ना रहने पर है। पहला चुनाव ऐसा हो रहा है जब नेताजी हमारे बीच नहीं हैं। जो विकास दिखाई दे रहा है मैनपुरी में, सड़कों का, बिजली का या और तरह का, सब समाजवादी पार्टी और नेताजी का कराया हुआ है। इसलिए मैनपुरी की जनता एक बार फिर समाजवादी पार्टी को वोट देने जा रही है। जहां से सूचनाएं आ रही हैं, ज़रूर डिले कर रहे हैं। पुलिस प्रशासन की हो सकता है ये ब्रीफिंग रही हो या किसने ब्रीफ किया हो कि जिसकी वजह से एक एक व्यक्ति जो वोटर है, जो वोट डालने आ रहा है, उसकी कई बार चेकिंग हो रही है। अगर इसी तरह चेकिंग होगी तो वोट कितना पड़ पाएगा, कई बूथों से ये शिकायतें आई हैं।
पीसी में आपने कहा कि लोगों को रोका जा रहा वोट करने से, और प्रशासन जो आपके कार्यकर्ताओं के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, क्या शिकायतें मिली आपको?
अभी घिरोर में जो हमारी पार्टी के पदाधिकारी हैं गुप्ता जी, उन्हें पहली बार उठाया, फिर कहा गया, फिर छोड़ दिया, फिर उठा लिया। जो व्यक्ति 70 साल का है उसे बार बार क्यों उठा रहे हैं आप? जहाँ पर शिकायतें आई थी कुछ जगह ठीक हो गई, कुछ जगह अभी भी है इस तरह का कि उन्हें डराया धमकाया जा रहा है। जहाँ हम खड़े हैं, अगर बगल का बूथ देख के आइए, सेंटर फोर्स चेक कर रही है पहले आईडी, फिर अंदर चेक हो रहा है आईडी, फिर एक और चेक हो रहा है आईडी। अगर 3 बार आईडी चेक होगा तो वोटर अपना वोट कब डालेगा?
तो आपको लगता है आईडी चेक नहीं होना चाहिए?
नहीं, जो नियम है उसके तहत होना चाहिए, जिसका अधिकार है उसको चेक होना चाहिए।
चुनौती आप मानते हैं?
कोई चुनौती नहीं है।
या फिर इसकी
देखिए, जो बेईमानी हो रही है रामपुर, वो सब देख रहे हैं कि जहां पुलिस प्रशासन की कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट आए, निकले और पड़े, वहां कोशिश ये चल रही है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। कर्फ्यू सा लगा दिया डेमोक्रेसी में। अगर आप वोट के दिन कर्फ्यू लगा दोगे तो आप डेमोक्रेसी को हिला रहे हैं, आप डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म कर रहे हैं। और ये जाना किसके इशारे पे ये सब कुछ हो रहा है?
एक आखिरी सवाल, नेताजी की विरासत है, एक तरफ उनके शिष्य कहे जाते हैं रघुराज शाक्य, और एक तरफ उनकी पुत्रवधू।
देखिए, नेताजी की सबसे बड़ी विरासत है समाजवादी विचारधारा जो हमको दी है। नेताजी ने जीवन भर आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक पहलुओं के जो अपना पक्ष रखा और जहां ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाया लोगों को। मैं समझता हूं समाजवादी विचारधारा नेताजी यहां तक लेकर के आए हैं। हमारी सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि अगले 50 साल तक इस विचारधारा को और कैसे मजबूत किया जाए।
चुनाव में धांधली के आरोपों के बीच अब आप क्या करेंगे आगे?
धांधली पे शिकायत कर रहे हैं, कुछ जगह शिकायतें सुनी जा रही हैं, कुछ जगह शिकायतें नहीं सुनी जा रही हैं। मैं समझता हूँ इलेक्शन कमीशन को निगरानी रखनी चाहिए, और पूरी निगरानी इसलिए रखनी चाहिए कि जब सरकार और प्रशासन मिल जाएगा तो लोकतंत्र कैसे बचेगा।
पिछले उपचुनाव के नतीजे उतने अच्छे नहीं रहते, इस उपचुनाव में क्या उम्मीद है?
कई बार उपचुनाव में बहुत अच्छे नतीजे आए हैं, और पिछली बार भी बेईमानी हुई थी। मैं समझता हूँ इस बार वोटर बेईमानी से नहीं डर रहा है, इसीलिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट डालने।
So that, remember, is Akhilesh Yadav making that big charge against the Election Commission, against the local cops and the Yogi Adityanath government. This, viewers, is a prestige battle. It's the same seat which is looking at a bypoll. Why? Because of the demise of Mulayam Singh Yadav, and Akhilesh's wife, the former MP Dimple, is in fact contesting from that seat. We'll track that story and much more as Akhilesh Yadav is complaining in the state of Uttar Pradesh. You have the Congress that is complaining now in the state of Gujarat. Now, what does the Congress say? The Congress say that because you had the Prime Minister and the Home Minister Amit Shah today walking as they were headed to cast their ballot in Ahmedabad earlier, they say this is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. In fact, they go on to call this a road show. We will have Priyanka and Aishwarya both who are reporting on that story. And remember, the story moving very fast. It's a big election controversy. I want to first up go into Priyanka, and then we'll get in Aishwarya for the larger big picture here. So, Priyanka, this is nothing new. It shouldn't be a surprise because in 2017, you heard almost similar complaints by the Congress, and it's a redux of that entire moment. Why is the Congress looking so spooked, and what do they exactly say?
Well, that's right, Deepti, that this is something similar that had happened in 2017 elections as well, and the Congress party had approached the Election Commission, and once again they have filed 2 complaints with the Election Commission, one against the Prime Minister and one against the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well. And both of these complaints are talking about violations of the election code and the election model code of conduct as well, and have stated that these are the leaders, in fact, who are also speaking about the polls near the polling booth as well. And they've also said that this entire walk, quote unquote, that they're saying is a road show, is something that they are citing, claiming that the Prime Minister, in fact, was carrying out a road show. But we were there, in fact, Deepti, we were there on the ground outside of the polling booth as well. And it was that the Prime Minister had come in his cavalcade there towards the polling booth, and then had gotten out and had, just like a normal voter, had walked and gone inside the polling booth and had waited. So this is the entire series of events of which Congress has taken offense and taken note of, and have stated that this entire incident, in fact, this entire Prime Minister coming there and walking and going towards the voting booth, that is in fact being called as a roadshow by the Congress party. And of course, they're also saying that a similar incident had taken place with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well, and that he had gone to the temple right next to the polling booth, and that also constitutes to campaigning as well. So these are some of the allegations that are being levelled by the Congress party. We will have to wait and watch how that really pans out for or against the Congress party. But coming to your question, Deepthi, we do see these kind of attempts by the Congress party. Even in 2017, we had seen that, as I mentioned earlier. And of course, this time, as we have been tracking the entire campaign of the Congress party, we have seen that there's not a lot of visibility that we see on the ground of the Congress party in terms of the campaign. Then be it, of course, also in terms of Rahul Gandhi factor, who had been completely missing in action in the state of Gujarat, at least this campaign. And of course, in the backdrop of that, we see these kind of complaints also coming to light. Yeah, Deepthi.
Yes, Priyanka, very quickly, I also want to get in Aishwarya because he has more insight into what sources in the Election Commission say. Now, you know, Aishwarya, we heard Pawan Khera there saying the Prime Minister is a repeat offender. We'll also go into Harsha in just a bit, but, you know, there are no flags. I don't see any banners there. So, what is this complaint about? I mean, what basis is the Congress saying that this is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct, and what do sources in the Election Commission say?
Deepthi, just analyze what has happened in the last 4 hours. BJP Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah started from Gujarat, casted their votes, and now they are in Delhi preparing for 2024 Jan elections. That's how fast the BJP's machinery, BJP's organization is working and acting. And the Congress is still stuck in 2017. They are scared of the Prime Minister Amit Shah walking. Imagine that. They are scared, and I repeat, the Congress party in Gujarat is not scared of the speed at which the Prime Minister is working and preparing now in 4 hours from Gujarat elections to 2024 general elections. No. They are scared of the Prime Minister and Amit Shah walking. They are calling a 100-meter walk as a road show. Prime Minister's road show was 50 kilometers long. Amit Shah's road show was 15 kilometers long. And that is what a road show is. Not a 100-meter walk. They don't want Prime Minister's face to come out. They don't want Prime Minister to wave hands. And that's their problem. Because they are unable to walk at the speed and work at the speed of this duo. That is Modi and Shah. 3 to 4 hours prior, they were casting their vote in Ahmedabad. And now they are analyzing how to strategize 16 reports being submitted for 2024. And that's the real reason of frustration and desperation which we see, that Congress does not want to work hard. Congress does not have a clear leadership, a clear direction. And as a result, they are just repeating what they did in 2017. And as Priyanka was telling, because they are unable to keep up with the pace of the Prime Minister and Amit Shah. And the example is right there in front of us. Morning, they were in Ahmedabad. Right now, they are in Delhi strategizing for 24. And where is Congress? Still stuck in 2017. And that's a reality check with the Congress party and the other opposition parties. If they plan to take on this duo and this election machinery, which BJP has completely converted to post-2013, that they need to work at their pace if they need to take them on. And that's the bottom line. Deepthi.
That is true. That is true. And I think, you know, we should, in fact, try to get more political reactions to that story, because this is a moment, you know, Aishwarya, I clearly remember when we were bang in the middle of the 2017 campaign also, they spoke about the EVMs. In the middle of the day, the Congress and Priyanka, you would remember that in Rajkot, they said EVMs kharab hai. So you see the same bahana, you know, coming up again and again and again, Aishwarya. And before I come to Harsha, let's quickly play out what we heard from the Prime Minister, who's actually appealed to everyone to come forward and vote. And he simply went there to cast his vote. He showed his inked finger and he said everyone needs to be an equal participant in this festival of democracy.
और दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने बहुत ही उत्साह और उमंग के साथ मनाया। मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है और उसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण इस चुनाव में भी नजर आया। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
So that is a very brief statement that you heard from the Prime Minister, who is a registered voter. He goes on to vote. And we'll quickly, just take our viewers through these images that you're seeing playing out on your screens. We also have Aishwarya, Priyanka and Harsha tracking every bit of this election controversy. Do remember, you're looking at the second phase of polling that is still on, and the Congress already is complaining. What are they complaining about? They say the Prime Minister and the Home Minister walked until the polling booth, and that for them, they say, is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Now, like we said, it's a redux of the entire episode we saw in 2017, Harsha. They again had gone to the Election Commission, but the Election Commission found no merit in that argument. Now, I want to understand, bang in the middle of this second phase, the all-important phase right now, why has the Congress gone ahead to put out this complaint without any basis? What do they say?
See, Deepthi, one thing is for sure, in 2017 elections of Gujarat, we had clearly seen that at that time also Congress had complained about EVMs. They have clearly stated that EVMs were wrong, they were not properly working, and BJP has somehow managed to make votes in their own favor. And after that it was cross-checked, and Congress arguments and complaints were found baseless. And this time also in Rajkot and Surat and many parts of Saurashtra, Congress was complaining about EVMs. But let me tell you very frankly, right now I had word with Jagdish Thakur, who is GPCC president over here in Gujarat. He clearly stated that we are going to Election Commission in Gujarat as well in Delhi, because Congress is somehow fearing that today what Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow everyone looked up to, and Amit Shah supporters, how they were in Narangpura, that could be a last push for their vote in favor of BJP, because clearly those visuals on our screen, we clearly saw how supporters, cadre and BJP workers were over there. Even in fact the commoners and locals were also standing in support of BJP. Now Congress clearly knows that the first phase has somehow gone in favor of BJP, because these are election experts, because BJP leaders have also been stating that first phase in many places they have got the survey that they have performed well. Now Congress is fearing clearly that they couldn't perform well, or this second phase could also go much in favor of BJP. Therefore now they want to move towards Election Commission, complaining about the Model Code of Conduct. True, we have seen that Amit Shah was here, and after he cast his vote, he walked to the temple, seek blessings of the god, because it is the violation of Model Code of Conduct, which Congress has been stating. But the time exactly when they will go to Election Commission in Delhi and in Gujarat has yet not been set by Jagdish Thakur till now. So we have to wait and watch exactly what are their complaints all about, whether it is the road show, or they have any fear of Model Code of Conduct, or they are still stating that EVMs are not working properly. Back to you, Deepthi.
Okay. And I do remember, in the middle of the first phase also, you had the Aam Aadmi Party talking of slow polling. So I don't know why you have political parties in the middle of campaigning, first phase, second phase. You've seen, similar election controversies. And these are images, ladies and gentlemen, of that, walk that the Prime Minister took because he was going there to cast his vote. The Congress says this is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Harsha, before we carry forward this conversation and get in more political reactions, let's quickly listen in to important newsmakers who've spoken to Republic since this morning.
मैं लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, तो उन्होंने बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से पूरे विश्व में भारत के लोकतंत्र की प्रतिष्ठा को बढ़े, इस प्रकार से चुनाव का संचालन करने की एक महान परंपरा विकसित की है।
सरकार से संतुष्ट हैं?
बहुत संतुष्ट है।
बहुत संतुष्ट है। परिवार से जुड़े रहते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी, बातचीत होती रहती है आपकी?
नहीं जुड़े रहते,
काम में व्यस्त रहते हैं, जनता के लिए काम करते हैं।
वो राष्ट्र के लिए है।
ये दफ़ा हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ के सारे नंबर से ये चुनाव भी हम जीते।
लोकतंत्र में चुनाव ही एक ऐसी शक्ति है जहां पर आप अपने आप को शक्तिशाली प्रूव कर सकते हैं। तो मेरी तो सबसे अपील भी है, और साथ ही साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो शासन और जो शक्ति और सुशासन जो राज्य में रहा है, और गुजरात की अस्मिता और गौरव के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो काम किया है, तो मैं सभी गुजरातियों को अपील करता हूँ कि सब साथ मिलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की शक्ति को बढ़ाए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोटदान करें।
मतदान करना हमारा अधिकार है। सब मतदारों को मतदान करना चाहिए। जब हमें अधिकार प्राप्त हुआ है तो अधिकार का उपयोग करके भारत को अव्वल नंबर पर पहुंचाना चाहिए।
So let's also get in the first reaction from the BJP. Senior BJP spokesperson Yamal Vyasji is joining us on the broadcast right now. Vyasji, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. How would you respond to this big allegation by the Congress? They say the Prime Minister and the Home Minister violated the Model Code of Conduct, and the Congress is calling this walk a roadshow. Yamal Vyasji, are you there with us? Mr. Vyas, can you hear us, sir?
हेलो
व्यास जी आपको आवाज आ रही है?
हेलो
यमल व्यास जी, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है सर? Okay, I think we have some trouble with that line, but we'll try to get you the very first response from the Gujarat BJP to that allegation that has been put in by the Congress party. On what basis does the Congress believe that this was a violation of the Model Code of Conduct? Or is the truth in the fact that the Congress right now is sensing a defeat the reason why? You hear them breaking up this controversy bang in the middle of the second phase of polling that is underway. We headed to a quick break right now. On the other side, back with lots more. Now, the TRS leader, K. Kavita, has responded to the CBI and she says she needs more time to appear before the investigative agency. This is about the Delhi liquor excise scam. We'll also have details of that on the other side of this quick break. Also, Sasikala is back at the Jaya Memorial, so are EPS and OPS. But what does this mean for the future of the ADMK? The full story also on that when we come back.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbala Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbala says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last goes to polls, live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station.
That India and Germany interact in the framework of the G4 when it comes to the reform of the UN Security Council. We had a discussion on India's G20 presidency, which comes just as Germany itself is concluding a very successful G7 presidency. And I know that we have Germany's strong support as we take up our responsibility in the G20. Among the issues we discussed was also cooperation in third countries, in other regions. I think today our relationship has matured to a point where our cooperation should be visible more and more to the rest of the world. So that was something we discussed. How can we make this happen more effectively? We already have some projects in Cameroon, in Ghana, in Malawi and Peru. But the idea was really how can we be doing very much more. I also welcome Germany's decision to participate in the India-Pacific Oceans Initiative that we had announced in 2019. Where our economic ties are concerned, you all know that India, Germany is our largest partner in the EU. I think we both recognize that the business climate today, the business enthusiasm today is very much stronger. And we certainly, as foreign ministers, would like to channelize that and use it as a positive source of energy for the relationship. We are today supporting the India-EU negotiations on trade, investment and geographical indicators. We hope that they will progress well. The third round of negotiations on the FTA has just concluded. But I think on a broader scale, I think both of us spent time talking about how to create more reliable and resilient supply chains. In the digital world, how to encourage more trust and transparency. I think we have a common interest, India and Germany, in ensuring not just a stronger global economy, but also a more secure global economy. So as you can see, on this range of issues, really it's been a very productive morning. There was some talk between us on people-to-people relationships. We have just signed the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement, and I do think that this will be a very strong signal for a greater, not just a greater flow of talent and skills between our two societies, but I think also as a basis for a more contemporary partnership. One issue which also came up were the visa challenges. And we hope that some of these are addressed in the coming months so that the backlog can be cleared. And I have every confidence that there will be that effort made by our partner. A specific issue which came up, some of you may be familiar with this case. This relates to a child called Ariha Shah. So we have concerns that the child should be in her linguistic, religious, cultural and social environment. This is her right. And our embassy is pursuing the matter with German authorities, but it was also a subject which I had brought up with the minister. Overall, I would say our bilateral relationship today is very wide, it's very deep, and it really covers, all the key areas: political, strategic, economic, S&T, people-to-people, education. But it can grow very much, and I think we, the two foreign ministers, I think are particularly committed to make that happen. Our meeting today, our discussions were helpful in that regard. Once again, really, Minister, I thank you so much for being here and for partnering me in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Her Excellency Minister Baerbock to make her remarks.
Thank you very much, and I will speak in German. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, lieber Subramaniam Jaishankar Ji, vielen Dank für den herzlichen Empfang heute hier in Neu-Delhi. Ich habe meinen Besuch in Indien heute, wie viele vor mir, am Gedenkort Gandhi Smriti begonnen. Schon immer hat mich Indiens reiche Geschichte tief bewegt.
Deeply moved by India's rich history, but when I followed Gandhi's last steps today, I became acutely aware of the fact that India's path towards independence truly was not an easy one. Today, almost 75 years after the murder of Gandhi, there is a close bond between our democracies, a bond that unites us on the basis of shared values: human rights, freedom, democracy,
Das Vertrauen in eine
in an order based on the law. Thank you very much for the open exchange we had today about all these topics, and this open exchange is possible also because, of course, this is my first official visit to India, but it truly doesn't feel like a first official visit. It rather feels like coming to see a good friend. And the fact that we have met several times already this year at the intergovernmental consultations, as you mentioned, in Berlin, the G20 meeting in Bali, or the UNGA in New York, shows how important the close coordination between friends is to us, especially in this year. And it also illustrates that in these difficult times, it is important that we stand together as partners in values, that we really can grow together, and that we are doing so. My visit today could not be more timely. This month, as you said, India's G20 presidency and your presidency in the UN Security Council overlap with our G7 presidency. So you're also having the presidency of the United Nations Security Council. So, Minister Jaishankar, I would like to explicitly thank you for assuming the presidency of the G20, not only in a business as usual way, but you also made it very clear in our discussion that this is a very special task and that you will shape with great responsibility. So India is assuming global responsibility in this difficult moment. Responsibility for the most urgent tasks of our time. We have the global impact of the brutal war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, an illegal war that has brought the whole world.
Couple of statements coming out at this point of time, where India, Germany have signed an agreement together, and they have signed an agreement on the comprehensive migration and mobility partnership with the German foreign minister as well in Delhi. So really cementing the India-German ties there, and a lot of issues were discussed, including the Russia-Ukraine war, and Germany also saying that they share deep ties with India. Viewers, top headlines right now. It's a final fight as voting is underway for the second phase of Gujarat elections.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Amid the Modi chants, PM cast his vote in Ahmedabad, Lord's Election Commission for conducting peaceful polls. Modi chants reverberate in Gujarat, but Congress politics is on, calls Prime Minister's walk a violation. Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his family members, cast vote in Ahmedabad, appeals for first-time voters to step out to vote. It's a prestige battle in UP's Mainpuri, the seat vacant after Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise. And viewers, catch the biggest and most accurate exit polls on Republic with Republic's and India's #1 news team. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. Republic has spoken to Akhilesh Yadav, where bypolls are underway. Akhilesh Yadav, who has just cast his vote, has made some very big allegations against UP police and said that cops are not allowing the people to cast their vote. Allegation coming in from Akhilesh Yadav right now as bypolls are underway. He has made a couple of allegations saying that voters are being stopped from casting their vote. Let's go ahead and listen in to this conversation that Republic TV has had with Akhilesh Yadav.
अखिलेश जी, मैनपुरी का ये बड़ा चुनाव है और क्या इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, ये चुनाव नेताजी के ना रहने पर है। पहला चुनाव ऐसा हो रहा है जब नेताजी हमारे बीच नहीं हैं। जो विकास दिखाई दे रहा है मैनपुरी में, सड़कों का, बिजली का या और तरह का, सब समाजवादी पार्टी और नेताजी का कराया हुआ है। इसलिए मैनपुरी की जनता एक बार फिर समाजवादी पार्टी को वोट देने जा रही है। जहां से सूचनाएं आ रही हैं, ज़रूर डिले कर रहे हैं। पुलिस प्रशासन की हो सकता है ये ब्रीफिंग रही हो या किसने ब्रीफ किया हो कि जिसकी वजह से एक एक व्यक्ति जो वोटर है, जो वोट डालने आ रहा है, उसकी कई बार चेकिंग हो रही है। अगर इसी तरह चेकिंग होगी तो वोट कितना पड़ पाएगा? कई बूथों से ये शिकायतें आई हैं।
पीसी में आपने कहा कि लोगों को रोका जा रहा वोट करने से और प्रशासन जो आपके कार्यकर्ताओं के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, क्या शिकायतें मिली आपको?
अभी घिरोर में जो हमारी पार्टी के पदाधिकारी हैं गुप्ता जी, उन्हें पहली बार उठाया, फिर कहा गया, फिर छोड़ दिया, फिर उठा लिया। जो व्यक्ति 70 साल का है उसे बार बार क्यों उठा रहे हैं आप? जहाँ पर शिकायतें आई थी, कुछ जगह ठीक हो गई, कुछ जगह अभी भी है इस तरह का कि उन्हें डराया धमकाया जा रहा है। जहाँ हम खड़े हैं, अगर बगल का बूथ देख के आइए, सेंटर फोर्स चेक कर रही है पहले आईडी, फिर अंदर चेक हो रहा है आईडी, फिर एक और चेक हो रहा है आईडी। अगर 3 बार आईडी चेक होगा तो वोटर अपना वोट कब डालेगा?
तो आपको लगता है आईडी चेक नहीं होना चाहिए?
नहीं, जो नियम है उसके तहत होना चाहिए। जिसका अधिकार है उसको चेक होना चाहिए।
चुनौती आप मानते हैं?
कोई चुनौती नहीं है।
या फिर इसकी
देखिए, जो बेईमानी हो रही है रामपुर, वो सब देख रहे हैं कि जहां पुलिस प्रशासन की कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट आए, निकले और पड़े, वहां कोशिश ये चल रही है कि वोट ना पड़ पाए। कर्फ्यू सा लगा दिया डेमोक्रेसी में। अगर आप वोट के दिन कर्फ्यू लगा दोगे तो आप डेमोक्रेसी को हिला रहे हैं, आप डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म कर रहे हैं। और ये जाना किसके इशारे पे ये सब कुछ हो रहा है?
एक आखिरी सवाल, नेताजी की विरासत है, एक तरफ उनके शिष्य कहे जाते हैं रघुराज शाक्य और एक तरफ उनकी पुत्रवधू।
देखिए, नेताजी की सबसे बड़ी विरासत है समाजवादी विचारधारा जो हमको दी है। नेताजी ने जीवन भर आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक पहलुओं के जो अपना पक्ष रखा और जहां ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाया लोगों को। मैं समझता हूं समाजवादी विचारधारा नेताजी यहां तक लेकर के आए हैं। हमारी सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि अगले 50 साल तक इस विचारधारा को और कैसे मजबूत किया जाए।
चुनाव में धांधली के आरोपों के बीच अब आप क्या करेंगे आगे?
धांधली पे शिकायत कर रहे हैं, कुछ जगह शिकायतें सुनी जा रही हैं, कुछ जगह शिकायतें नहीं सुनी जा रही हैं। मैं समझता हूँ इलेक्शन कमीशन को निगरानी रखनी चाहिए और पूरी निगरानी इसलिए रखनी चाहिए कि जब सरकार और प्रशासन मिल जाएगा तो लोकतंत्र कैसे बचेगा।
पिछले उपचुनाव के नतीजे उतने अच्छे नहीं रहते, इस उपचुनाव में क्या उम्मीद है?
कई बार उपचुनाव में बहुत अच्छे नतीजे आए हैं और पिछली बार भी बेईमानी हुई थी। मैं समझता हूँ इस बार वोटर बेईमानी से नहीं डर रहा है, इसीलिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट डालने निकले हैं।
We are right now at Delhi's Karkardoma, where outside this hotel, that is the Ginger Hotel, a massive fire was reported at the 3rd floor of this very hotel at around 9:15 a.m. As you can see in the visuals, 11 fire tenders at that point of time were rushed to spot. Total chaos was witnessed. Right now, we do have some ambulances and some fire tenders. We are getting to learn that nobody so far has been injured in the fire, in the mishap that took place in this very hotel so far. However, the rescue operations right now are still underway. The people are telling us that the reason for why the fire broke out has not been known yet. However, the situation is now under control. Remember, it is to be noted that it is a hotel and the fire was at 9:13 a.m. in the morning at the 3rd floor, and the 3rd floor is a banquet hall. So it is likely to be said that the fire took off from the kitchen, but however, nothing has been confirmed by official sources as well. We have few people here who were there at the rescue ops. Sir, आप वहाँ पे थे जब आग लगी थी? हाँ जी। क्या सिनेरियो था वहाँ पे, क्या हो सकता है वहाँ पे, क्यों आग लगी थी?
इसके बारे में तो पता नहीं, हम बगल वाले होटल से आए थे, जब हमें पता लगा आग लगी तो हम तुरंत आए, उसके बाद हमने अपना किया।
कितना ज़्यादा फैल गई थी आग?
आग तो पूरी बिल्डिंग में फैल गई थी, काफ़ी लोग गैस एक ही फ्लोर पे लगने की वजह से पूरे गैस फ्लोर पे भी धुआं हो गया, इस वजह से लग गई थी आग। फ्लोर एक ही फ्लोर पे लगी थी आग,
लेकिन सारे लोग।
Regarding Pakistan, I spent some time with the minister outlining, the nature of our ties, the challenge of cross-border terrorism.
And essentially the fact that, we engage Pakistan bilaterally on whatever outstanding issues, but the main challenge today is really the fact that we cannot have talks while there is terrorism. And I think there was understanding from the German side in this regard.
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila's Padiyatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padiyatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally in the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा, शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned. Viewers, the second phase of polling is underway in Gujarat. The voter turnout has soared to 34.74% now. And a short while back, the Prime Minister had cast his vote in Ahmedabad. And he also said that everybody, whether it be men, women, everyone from the first-time voter to the senior citizen should come out and vote in large numbers. Here's a full story.
At around 8:50 a.m., Prime Minister Narendra Modi's grand convoy left from Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar. The convoy headed for Nishan Public School poll booth in Rani. Thousands lined up and cheered for the Prime Minister. Huge crowds were seen on both sides of the road outside PM's poll booth. And the cheers grew louder as the crowds caught the first glimpse of the Prime Minister's cavalcade arriving. Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeted the supporters and waved at the crowd. Prime Minister entered Nishan Public School and greeted the officials at the polling booth, stood in the queue to cast his vote. Shortly, PM Modi got his finger inked, participating in the festival of democracy. PM was welcomed by his brother, and after spending some time with him, he stepped out and greeted the supporters who had been waiting for hours to get a glimpse of PM. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauded the Election Commission and people of Gujarat.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत-बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
And as Gujarat counts down to December 8, Prime Minister has risen the temperatures in battleground Gujarat. The Modi factor is undeniable. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, Modi chants reverberate in Gujarat, but Congress politics is on. They're calling the Prime Minister's walk a violation. The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to post, live coverage only on Republic TV.
Waterlogging has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station is shut, which means all those people who are hoping to go back home. When you look at that crowd, what's the message that Houston is sending out? There is also anticipation of a few announcements being made. What are your expectations when they both come up on stage? Are you expecting something big? I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. Why they are protesting, but the situation is pretty tense. Thousands of people that you see. 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
Truck has collided with the government bus this morning, causing the government bus to fall to the side of the road and burst into flames. About 10 passengers have been injured who were rushed to the nearby hospital. The terror group has released a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target.
This drone was shot down in Taran sector when he crossed the international border and came to the Indian territory and tried to drop this drugs consignment inside the Indian territory.
The mandate from the two states.
It's been a high-stakes battle for the Prime Minister.
Who will win, Gujarat and Himachal?
While the opposition was missing in action, the people have given the real mandate.
Will the BJP retain both the states? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Get the earliest peep into the verdict with
Republic PMark exit poll, December the 5th at 6 p.m.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice
Visuals right now for Pakistan drone which has been shot down by the BSF in Amritsar, and this is not the first time Pakistan drones are being sent across the border again and again by Pakistan. And Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, now one more case of a drone being shot down by the BSF in Amritsar, and our forces acting fast once again to make sure a Pakistani drone which is being sent across the border is shot down and stopped in its tracks.
भाई ये आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Gursimran, can you hear me? Gursimran, if you can hear me, I just repeat my question to you. All our viewers can see the Pakistan drone which has been shot down with the BSF, and the drone is clearly on our screens. Not the first time Pakistan has sent drones. Multiple times this year Pakistan has sent drones across the border, Gursimran.
Yes, this is another such attempt of Pakistani side to push in drones into the Indian territory, and this quadcopter has been brought down by the BSF. It is in the Amritsar sector where this Pakistani drone has been brought down, and what we are getting to know that late last night this drone tried to enter the Indian territory in the Rodawali Kala area that falls in the Amritsar sector of international border, and the BSF troops fired at this Pakistani drone. And later, when the searches were carried out in the area, they recovered a quadcopter drone with one packet of heroin. See, this is not a small packet of heroin. This seems to be a huge consignment of narcotics that was being pushed from Pakistan to Indian territory along the international border using a drone. Yesterday, we also saw that in the Taran there was a Pakistan down in the Fazilka sector. So time and again, the Pakistani drones being brought down.
Right. Well, Gursimran, hold on for a second. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in at this point of time. Now, the Supreme Court has gone ahead and taken cognizance of the drug menace. The Supreme Court has pulled up the Punjab government this time. Viewers asking what is the police doing about this. Supreme Court has also warned the Punjab government and says clearly, curb the drug menace or the youth will be finished. Gursimran, we know for a while right now that the problem of drugs persists in Punjab. The Supreme Court, the Apex Court, taking note of that and clearly putting the message out right now. Why is the police not acting fast enough to curb the drug menace, Gursimran? Amandeep, can you hear me? I know Amandeep is joining us right now. Amandeep, Supreme Court making a very, very clear stance right now and asking the Punjab government, pulling on the Punjab government about drugs. Drug menace continues there in Punjab. Supreme Court taking note of it.
Well, absolutely, Shivaji. The point is that Supreme Court has made certain kind of observation, quoting that every mohalla in the Punjab is having its own illegal bhatti. That is leading to making the illicit liquor. And in fact, now they have pulled up the Punjab government and seeking a report, a detailed report, in fact, on this. And even this is a very serious issue. Just because Punjab is suffering from the drug menace since years, not only now, since years, and they are reaching to no problem. every second day we are receiving the videos from several parts of the Punjab that people are hanging up after overdose of the drugs, and in fact they are not in position in their own senses as well, and that all the videos, especially from the youth platforms. Though Punjab Police has also run a campaign against the drugs, but that was not fully materialized, and even the drug menace still is the issue in Punjab. So that is the reason. So now the Punjab government will file a detailed report that what all action is taking against those who are supplying the drugs and those who are consuming the drugs. And in fact, what is the present situation on the ground of Punjab regarding the drugs? Either they are able to de-escalate the issue, or the issue is still sustaining in the same ratio. So now the Supreme Court has directly intervened into the issue, and it is a tough situation for the Punjab government as well.
Right.
Yes, Shivangi.
Amardeep, hold on for a second. I'm being joined right now by our executive editor, legal, joining us, Ridham. This is a very, very important point which has been raised by the Supreme Court.
Well, absolutely. Today, the top court of the country comes down very, very clearly on what's been spoken about in the drug menace case. The Supreme Court has said stern remarks being made. Youth will be finished otherwise in Punjab. So the Justice Shah has also said every mohalla there is a bhatti. What is the local police doing? They've asked questions. They've also said this recovery of penalty is not the option. How many FIRs are filed? Why is there no charge sheet? Are those people even being charged? So the Supreme Court, taking very stern note of what's happening in the drug menace in the state of Punjab, makes these observations. The bench of Justice Ravi Kumar and Justice Shah hearing a matter over the Punjab drug menace.
Right. All right. Well, thank you so much, Vidya Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal, for getting us all the top updates right now. Supreme Court has made a very, very big warning right now, saying that why had there been no charge sheet on drugs, pulling up the Punjab government on the drug menace which persists in Punjab.
I think first we need to establish the facts very clearly. The European Union, between February 24th and 17th November,
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Big win for global women's rights. Iran abolishes the morality police after witnessing the anti-hijab protests.
YSRTP Chief Vice Sharbila Padayatra being stopped by the police as she was to resume it today. Vice Sharbila says KCR is one who is using the police to stop her Padayatra. In Maharashtra's Palghar district, a mob thrashed a man with sticks and kicked him brutally on the suspicion of theft.
आज के दिन जब दिल में दर्द है अपने जवानों की शहादत पर, उसी के साथ साथ जब ये नारे गूंजते हैं तो एक सुकून है, एक हिम्मत है।
मैं इस वक्त जाफराबाद में मौजूद हूं और आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है। कोशिश ये है पुलिस कर्मियों की, अर्धसैनिक बलों की, कि यहाँ पर किसी तरह का कोई दंगा ना भड़क पाए।
तो आपको लगातार बता रहे हैं कि किसान कानून वापस हुए हैं, और किसान कानून वापस होने के बाद सीधे किसानों के बीच पहुंची हूं और किसानों से ही बात कर रही हूं। शाहीन बाग पर बुलडोजर चलेगा। शाहीन बाग को लेकर जो राजनीति गरमाई रही वो और ज्यादा गरमाएगी, ये बिल्कुल तय है।
The Congress candidate Rajendra Parmar was caught in a controversy after videos have gone viral of women dancers are hired to entertain the public.
As India marks Navy Day, mega celebrations in Visakhapatnam.
Karnataka now in Mandya, where there were clashes reported during the Hanuman Jayanti celebrations. This was in Srirangapatna.
93 seats will go for polls on December 5th as phase 2 of polls goes underway. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters. Last post to post, live coverage only on Republic TV.
has increased in the last 3 to 4 hours. Elphinstone station.
It's the final fight as voting is underway for the second phase of the Gujarat elections.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Amid the Modi chants, PM casts his vote in Ahmedabad, lauds the Election Commission for conducting peaceful polls. Congress to complain to the Election Commission over Prime Minister's walk before his vote, calls it a road show and hence a violation. Home Minister Amit Shah, along with his family members, casts his vote in Ahmedabad, appeals to first-time voters to step out. It's a prestige battle in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri. The seat left vacant after Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise is what people are vying for. And viewers, catch the biggest and most accurate exit polls on Republic with India's #1 news team starting 5 p.m.
Well, a very good afternoon, viewers. Second phase of polling is on right now. The voter turnout has soared from around 19% around 11 a.m. Now it is 34.74%. And Ankit is also joining us right now. Ankit, we have been seeing a lot of big political leaders today. We have seen Amit Shah voting today. We have seen PM Modi voting today as well. The Prime Minister urging everyone to come out and vote in large numbers, Ankit. And it's going to be a very, very significant election. The first phase we saw, which happened a few days ago. Now the second phase will also decide the political trajectory of a nation, as general elections are also coming very, very soon, Ankit.
Yes, Shivangi, we are most certainly in the lead up. And I think what's helped in the phase 2 of the Gujarat elections is, like you mentioned, the senior leaders going out and voting. It doesn't get any bigger than the Prime Minister and the Home Minister on their home turf in the big cities in Gujarat, going out, voting, setting that example, and also the Prime Minister's mother going out and voting as well. It just tells people to go out and exercise their franchise. We've had a frenetic day of voting so far. There are about 3 hours to go before the polls close, and then we can bring you the exit poll. But let's take a look right now at what the various leaders have said and what they indicated as they went to the polls today, Shivangi.
Right, so let's have a look at this report.
At around 8:50 a.m., Prime Minister Narendra Modi's grand convoy left from Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar. The convoy headed for Nishan Public School poll booth in Rani. Thousands lined up and cheered for the Prime Minister. Huge crowds were seen on both sides of the road outside PM's poll booth. And the cheers grew louder as the crowds caught the first glimpse of the Prime Minister's cavalcade arriving. Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeted the supporters and waved at the crowd. Prime Minister entered Nishan Public School and greeted the officials at the polling booth, stood in the queue to cast his vote. Shortly, PM Modi got his finger inked, participating in the festival of democracy. PM was welcomed by his brother, and after spending some time with him, he stepped out and greeted the supporters who had been waiting for hours to get a glimpse of PM. Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauded the Election Commission and people of Gujarat.
लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के लिए देश के नागरिकों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन को भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं
And as Gujarat counts down to December 8, Prime Minister has risen the temperatures in battleground Gujarat. The Modi factor is undeniable. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So we just saw the Prime Minister voting earlier today, but a party that was watching very closely and appears to have taken an issue with everything he did today is the Congress, which wants to file a complaint with the Election Commission because he took a bit of a walk before he voted. They're saying that it was another road show which is not allowed as per the model code. Now, a person who has weighed in on that is West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Let's listen in now to what Mamata Banerjee had to say amidst this election taking place in Gujarat.
They are the special people. It is the Election Commission duty. As a political party, we abide by the Election Commission. But what Supreme Court said, I do agree, cent for cent. That Election Commission also, there should be some system for nomination of the Election Commission and all this.
He did a road show today.
Election day road show is banned. But for them, they may be excused. This is the basic difference. They are the special people. It is the Election Commission duty. As a political party, we abide by the Election Commission. But what Supreme Court said, I do agree, cent for cent. That Election Commission also, there should be some system for nomination of the Election Commission and all this.
He did a road show today.
Election day road show is banned. But for them, they may be excused. This is the basic difference.
Well, viewers, Mamata Banerjee is saying that special treatment being given to some people, and as a Congress is saying that there has been a violation of the model code of conduct. Congress clearly on a back foot right now because Congress has been counting on anti-incumbency, but the BJP this time has fielded a lot of fresh faces. My colleague Priyanka has also been on the ground and she is filing this report. She has spoken to Dr. Yamal Vyas of the BJP. Let's listen in.
Basically, first of all, I would like to say that the Congress has seen a huge defeat before it, and therefore they are now actually in panic, and that is why they are making this kind of complaints. Not only that, but the Congress has somehow always been anti Mr. Modi and anti Gujarat also, and when they see Mr. Modi's popularity of this kind, when people turn up on their terraces to see him, I think it's only a jealousy and probably dislike for Mr. Modi and Gujarat, which is making them make this kind of complaints.
But are you saying then that there is no...
Viewers, getting some breaking news at this point of time. Viewers, getting breaking news. Police seeking stringent law enforced religious conversions. The Supreme Court hearing has begun, viewers. Last week, the Gujarat government has filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court supporting steps to curb forced conversions. The government is calling for a national law to ban forced conversions. And of course, we are getting a lot of information as well on the Supreme Court hearing forced conversion plea. Now, this is happening right now as we speak as well, viewers. And this is, in fact, happening as we speak. As we speak, the Gujarat government also telling the Supreme Court that district magistrates not for religious conversion a precautionary measure. It protects women and backward classes. So let's go across to Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal. Rhythm, women and backward classes are people, the section of society is very vulnerable to forced conversion. Supreme Court really putting ahead and putting out some statements there. Take our viewers through the significance of what's happening right now.
The Supreme Court is hearing plea filed by Ashwini Upadhyay, who's seeking measures to control forced religious conversion. This has caused a huge uproar with the Solicitor General in a 9-page affidavit for the central government telling the Supreme Court that they believe forced conversions is a grave matter. Cognizance needs to be taken. All the states will be filing their replies in the case. They have been impleaded. Earlier, Justice Shah's bench had very clearly made a statement. They believe this is a matter that can harm national security and democracy, and hence the security of the country is of immense importance. Therefore, action needs to be taken. Today in the courtroom, as we are speaking, Solicitor General did say we are getting information from the state. They've also given details of what Gujarat in a 28-page affidavit has said supporting a law on forced conversion. However, the bench said every time we ask for any information, it is said it's a serious matter. And therefore, the Supreme Court is trying to state that they want to quickly hear the matter and pass some sort of a law on this case. This will only happen once everybody has given out great details in the court. As of now, Justice Shah and Justice Ravi Kumar's bench hearing the matter, where the court has said we are going to take a look at what happened. Solicitor General did say that there are several ways of conversion. One is a change of heart, but it's the allurement, deception, fourth aspect which the court needs to decide on. So a high-octave hearing in the Supreme Court on the post-religious convergence case, where we are still seeing what the court will do. It's obvious that in one hearing they will not come out to an order, but a crystal clear hearing in which the Supreme Court means business, where they want post-religious conversions in the country to stop.
Now, Rhythm, if you'll stay with us, another aspect is, of course, like you pointed out, last week it was the central government that has filed its affidavit. Now, are we looking at a potential for states also to be filing their responses, or will the centre collate their various laws, like the Solicitor General is referring to Gujarat's stringent law, is what we are getting to hear. So what is going to happen further? Are there other parties who are going to be involved seeking inputs?
Ankit, good question, because what we are hoping for is that all the states will file replies in the Supreme Court in this case where they have been impleaded. Gujarat had also been impleaded, and Gujarat has filed a 28-page affidavit in the top court where they have very, very clearly stated they had a law in 2003, I believe, in which they had said post-religious conversion should go. It's 2003 or 2013. I'll recheck those facts. But clearly they said we have an act, and that act had also said post-religious conversion should go. Now we are waiting to see what and how soon this will happen. As that is also happening, the court has now been told by the Solicitor General in a 9-page affidavit for the central government that we have already passed a lot of, we've already said several states have already passed this law. So we have to see how soon will this law become a central law for the entire nation. The Supreme Court in one of the first hearings, I think in November, had stated that this is a matter of national security and democracy of the country, which is of immense importance. Keeping that in mind, they had stated we want to go ahead and quickly pass a law to ensure that post-religious conversions don't become the time of the day. As we are speaking, the Supreme Court hearing continues. The government of the government of Gujarat had said in 2003 they had passed a law to stop religious conversions in the state. We're also hoping, Ankit, that the others also file similar applications and affidavits in the post-religious conversions case before the top court. The bench has said charity and social services are good things, but there should not be any wrong motive behind conversion, which frankly, we've done several shows on Republic TV as well. We've shown all across several villages and states that there is post-religious conversion, and the bench is absolutely against that. The central government also against it. Hopefully, once this hearing is concluded, we should have a law on post-religious conversions in India.
Right. Rhythm, so right now there is no federal law on forced conversions. There's no national law, but also Supreme Court, and if you could tell our viewers as well, Rhythm, on that note, I think we will, of course, stay on the story. What we are learning so far is that Supreme Court on conversions plea is a serious matter. Earlier, Supreme Court had remarked that forced religious conversions is a threat to the independence and sovereignty of the country. Thank you, Rhythm, for joining us. Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal, getting a top updates as the hearing is happening right now. A couple of important points being made. Please seeking stringent law on forced religious conversions. The Supreme Court hearing has begun on that.
right now we are in Jammu, the Resident Commissioner office, where the Kashmiri Pandits are staging protest, and this protest is against the threats that have been issued by the terror group, the Resistance Front. The terror group has issued a list of 56 Kashmiri Pandit employees that are on their target. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits, because this Kashmiri Pandit community has been on the target of the terror group for a long, and yesterday itself they have issued another threat to these Kashmiri Pandit employees. Time and again, day before yesterday when we spoke, you said that we have been demanding, but no heed is being paid to our demand.
Absolutely, sir. You are quite right that we are demanding for right to live from since May this year, but our demands are not being heard. In respect, the government has stopped our salaries. Giving a respite to our reviews, the government has stopped our salaries, and now a recent list of 57 employees of our community has been issued by TRF, and they are threatened to be killed. So this is the breach of security in respect of administration, and we demand the administration to take a quick action regarding our demands and relocate us to Jammu as soon as possible.
So this is the Kashmiri Pandit community that have come here in the Relief Commissioner office demanding that don't rehabilitate us on the cost of our blood, don't orphanage our childs, and they are being punished because they are the nationalist voices. They say that the only solution they have is the relocation of the Kashmiri Pandit community, and this has been their demand for quite a while, that they are sitting on a protest for over 200 days, and the new threats from the terror groups have made a sense of fear among them. This has increased a sense of fear.
Let's take a look at some of the top stories from across the nation now. Like you just saw, as the Lashkar released a Kashmiri Pandit hit list, the Kashmiri Pandit community are protesting in Jammu, demanding a transfer out of Kashmir. The Pandit employees staged protests in Jammu, demanding that they be transferred out of the region.
2 people have died as a truck collided with a car in Madhya Pradesh. Police immediately rushed to the spot as the locals informed them of the incident.
Pro-Kannada activists staged a protest in Chinnamma Circle in Belgavi against the visit of Maharashtra ministers there. With the interstate border row still simmering, the Karnataka government has requested Maharashtra to not send its ministers to Belgavi tomorrow.
A suo motu case has been registered in connection with painting walls with joint CFI at 9 places in Shivamogga. Searches are on for the accused is underway.
PM Modi's brother Somabhai Modi got emotional as he talked about the Prime Minister who visited him earlier in the day. He said that people cannot ignore the kind of work the centre has done since 2014.
सरकार से संतुष्ट हैं?
बहुत संतुष्ट है।
बहुत संतुष्ट हैं। परिवार से जुड़े रहते हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी, बातचीत होती रहती है आपकी?
नहीं जुड़े रहते हैं।
काम में व्यस्त रहते हैं, जनता के लिए काम करते हैं।
वो राष्ट्र के लिए है।
Tensions prevailed in Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh, as the house of industrialist and Jana Sena leader B. Ramachandra Yadav was vandalized allegedly by the YSRCP supporters. Jana Sena leader has alleged large numbers of supporters came and attacked his house with stones, rods, sticks and other weapons.
In a big development on the death anniversary of former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha, OPS has hinted to Republic about his intention to reunite with Edapadi Palaniswamy. OPS says that peace will prevail in the AIDMK only if they are reunited.
Well, thousands gathered on streets to mock former CM and AIADMK leader Jayalalitha's 6th death anniversary. Sasikala too marches to the memorial.
And we are also, viewers, getting news from the national capital where a 4-story building has collapsed in Shastri Nagar in North Delhi. Rescue operations are underway, we are told, in full swing.
A day ahead of the 50th founding day of the AIADMK,
Shashikala broke into tears as she paid tribute to former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha in Chennai. This was Shashikala's first visit to the memorial since she was released from the Parappana Agrahara prison in Bengaluru in January after serving a 4-year jail term in disproportionate assets case. Shashikala's last visit to the memorial was in 2017 before surrendering herself as a convict in the disproportionate assets case. She had then taken a vow by hitting the marble slabs of the memorial. Scores of party workers and supporters gathered at the memorial in Jayalalitha's memory. As Jayalalitha was being remembered on her 6th death anniversary by scores of party workers and supporters, rival AIADMK leaders too paid tribute separately. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, Farooq Abdullah was re-elected president of the National Conference for another term just a short while back, but he has made a controversial comment yet again. Here's the comment, just listen in very, very closely, viewers, which has been made by the National Conference leader.
और सुनाओ, मैं वज़ीर आला इसे मैं सरकार को याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ। जो इलेक्शन थे, मैं डोडा गया। डोडा में एक गांव में पहुंचा, जहां इलेक्शन देना था उनको, वहां वोटिंग मशीन रखी थी। वहां पे मैंने किसी को नहीं देखा, क्योंकि वो फौजी कैंप के अंदर उन्होंने वो मशीन रखी। और जब मैंने वहां पूछा यहाँ क्या हुआ, कहा यहाँ कोई आया नहीं। मैंने कहा अच्छा मैं गांव की तरफ चला। गांव की तरफ पहुंचा तो एक वहां कोई नहीं था, एक दुकानदार था, उसकी बीवी की दुकान। मैं बैठ गया, मैंने कहा मुझे चाय का मीडिया ये सुन लीजिए। मैंने उससे पूछा क्या हुआ, लोग किधर गए? उन्होंने कहा इन लोगों ने हमें फौजी ने कहा खबरदार मशीन के पास आओगे हम तुम्हारी टांगे तोड़ेंगे। आज मैं फौज से कहना चाहता हूं खबरदार। मैंने कहा आज मैं आपसे गुजारिश कर रहा हूं, ऐसा काम नहीं करिए। आपको भेजना होता है, लोग जिसको वोट दें उसको देने दीजिए, आप उसमें इंटरफेरेंस नहीं करिए। मैं हुकूमत से भी कहता हूं खबरदार रहिएगा, नहीं तो वो तूफान आएगा जिस तूफान को आप फिर कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते। हम जान देने के तैयार हो जाएंगे, याद रखिए।
So, viewers, you just heard there, re-elected to the presidentship of the National Conference, Farooq Abdullah making a completely objectionable statement. He is recounting a story where he says that people told him that the polling stations were empty because the Indian army had made a threat, and then he counter-threatens the Indian army that there better not be anything of the like this time or there will be a massive storm. We've seen how Farooq Abdullah had first ruled himself out of contention for remaining the chief of the National Conference, but apparently the party wanted him and only him, and not even his son Omar Abdullah, who apparently has been rejected by the party, at least insofar as this election goes. And now after being re-elected, Farooq Abdullah has jumped straight into the attack, targeting the forces directly. Shivangi, what do you make of this statement that has come in a whirlwind series of events in Jammu and Kashmir insofar as the National Conference goes?
Right, well, we are seeing another comment being made by Farooq Abdullah. This was the first time, Ankit, because Farooq Abdullah has sparked a row again and again as well. Couple of comments being made. This time he says that Doda voters were threatened by the army. Ankit, we are getting a guest as well on the phone line. We can take that.
So we have former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister Kavinder Gupta joining us. Mr. Kavinder Gupta, your response to this statement by Farooq Abdullah.
अब क्यों याद आया? शायद इलेक्शन होने
Mr. Gupta, can you hear me?
लगता है कि yeah, I am speaking. Hello.
Ji, continue. Yes, please. Continue, sir.
नंबर एक तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला को अब याद क्यों आया इस वक्त ये घटना 15 साल पहले या 20 साल की पहले की ये सुना रही है। क्या कहना क्या चाहते हैं? दरअसल इनकी पार्टी आज बिल्कुल समाप्त हो चुकी है, खत्म हो चुकी है। लोगों को अब विश्वास इनसे उठ गया है, तो उसका एक बहाना बना करके एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन के माध्यम से ये इस प्रकार की बातें कर रहे हैं। जो चीफ मिनिस्टर रहता है वो यूनिफाइड कमांड का हेड रहता है, तो जब कोई सुरक्षा का काम होता है, बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा होती है, हालात लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का मसला होता है, तब तो इनको आर्मी वाले याद आते हैं। इनको ये भी याद होना चाहिए कि 2014 के सैलाब से भी आप सभी लोगों ने सभी लोगों को इन्होंने ही बचाया था, आर्मी उस वक्त हमारी ने। लेकिन ये जो लोग अपना बलिदान देकर के काम करते हैं, उस प्रकार की भाषा बोलना उन पर ये सरासर शर्मनाक है और मुझे लगता है इसे माफी मांगनी चाहिए आर्मी से। और आर्मी के कारण से ही आज कश्मीर में यहाँ पर आतंकवाद खत्म हुआ है और उसके साथ ही बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा हो रही है। तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला की ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन बताती है और खुद जो पार्टी का बेस खत्म हो गया उसके कारण से इस प्रकार की बातें क्या पड़ी।
जी बिल्कुल। That's Kavinder Gupta, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting out at Farooq Abdullah and demanding that he apologize to the army for his statement that he has made right after being re-elected as the chief of the JKNC